Hola Natalia, ¿cómo estás?
Hi, 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 Ronnie. How are you?
Hey Magda, how are you doing?
Very well.
Oh man, excited.
What a nice slide. This looks great.
uh, what? It's now. Who is putting the slides? I have my slide of my own, so hopefully, I want to see that I can share.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. No, we are in live, in YouTube live. Everybody can listen to us. Eh?
Okay. Already. Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
Can I see if I can share my screen too?
Okay. No, I think you can't. I need to finish my. I need to finish the. No, because I think you have one with a nice picture in the beginning.
I have like a summer presentation that I want to.
Then I close.
Huh? If you want, you can keep it on. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, perfect.
1 minute.
But close your video. Only put the PowerPoint.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining the annual Iese Healthcare Day. I'll just give 1 more minute for people to join. It's 10, but let's give them 1 more minute and we can begin. Thank you. See you soon. Okay, let's get started so you won't already miss on the agenda. So hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here for the annual Healthcare Day from the Iese Healthcare Club. My name is Ronnie Steiner. I'm the VP of the Healthcare Club and a second year at this Iese MBA. And I'm very happy to present you and show you this amazing Healthcare Day agenda that we will have today. So just give you a brief about what's going to happen. As you might have seen from the website, we have a very exciting day ahead. We will start by some opening notes by Magda. We will go to a keynote speech by Gemma, and we'll have interesting 3 panels with another 3 keynote speakers. Please make sure throughout the talks, throughout the panels, you have a Q&A option. Okay, use it. Please write questions, ask whatever you want. We will moderate it. We will ask the question during the QA session, QA time for each session. And please enjoy this day. Our first opening notes is our great professor Magda Rosenmuller. Magda Rosenmuller is a senior lecturer in the Department of Production, Technology, and Operation Management. She teaches the second year MBA elective course on health sector management, and is also a lecturer in the Executive Education Department. She holds a PhD in health policy from the University of London, UK, an MD from the Louis Pasteur University of Strasbourg, France, and an MBA from Iese Business School, Spain. So, Magda, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ronnie. This is great. It's wonderful. Thanks for organizing this great event. You did a great job, and I really look forward to a lot of really great speakers. Many of them actually have been in some way also in the MBA program or others. So it's wonderful to see and review some of the faces. I thought as an introduction would be nice to look into a bit all the activities in health that Iese is doing across the different all the different activities that we do. So yes, you see with Ronnie we have a very active healthcare club. So the MBA students are very active in getting together and linking with the industry and getting to know, but also supporting the industry. You know, we have MBAs that actually work in their summer job supporting startups, and you have probably those that are listening, you have been working with them or you will be working with them. Anyway, wonderful to have you all here. Let's go back to the beginning. So I found this very nice, and actually thanks to Professor Rivera, these very nice program announcement from 1983. And so this is the first executive education program. And if you can see here on the top right corner is a very young Professor Rivera, and very much on the bottom is Professor Valor, who was teaching in the information and the digital transformation department. So I thought it'd be nice to look into that actually Iese has a long history of being involved in the health sector. Just a quick view that we have a lot of different activities on the learning and education and capacity building, the MBA, as you know, most of you know all those also the second years that are here. Welcome to the first years. We will see you in this class next year. But we have the industry meeting, we have executive education, we have a lot of linking with the industry in terms of career opportunities for current MBAs, but also for current MBA students, but also for alumni. And here I have seen Sia also in the call, so he's kind of leading all this initiative. And then, yes, we do a lot of academic research. We have several healthcare chairs, but also we have the Center for Research in Healthcare Innovation Management, the CRIM, that Professor Rivera and myself are actually leading from an academic point of view. And this is representing the thing in a different way, the teaching, and you have seen the custom program, the different companies which those we work, we have the different chairs, and then we have the CRIM Center, and we do a lot of work also with the European funds, but also we work with companies. And then maybe, and that's very relevant for Ronnie, that I should mention the BAM School Alliance. So we are part of the Business School Alliance for Health Management that brings together those business schools that do a lot of active work in the healthcare, and it's a fantastic network. We meet very regularly, and also, and I have a little slide on that later, we organized a case competition for students, and the deadline was last Friday. And I know that Ronnie, you have put a lot of effort, and I've seen some of the presentation. It looks really great. So let's see. We have 22 teams having submitted, school teams, but also international teams. So that's super interesting on the topic of telehealth. This is the health sector industry meeting. The next one will be in November. There will be one online on, I think, the 13th of April. We have done now with COVID, pass some of this online. So watch the space on our website. This is the website of the CRIM, where you can find all the activities that we do in CRIM. We do studies like this one with the Hospital of the Future. We did with the Hospital Clinic Barcelona and Karolinska, where we were having a lot of series of interviews with healthcare leaders on what will be the future of healthcare. This was before COVID, so probably we're thinking of doing an update of that, because we all believe that COVID has, and this is our question, has really accelerated some things. It had put a lot of challenges that probably be here today, but it has also accelerated things like telehealth and things like making healthcare more efficient, saying, do we really need hospitalization for everything? What can we treat at home? How can we better link healthcare in the hospitals with home care and primary care? And we have been alluded to this in this piece of research, but it has been accelerated through the need of COVID and the pandemic implication. Then we're very active in EIT Health. So EIT Health is an association, an alliance of leading companies, leading in innovation in healthcare companies, but also academic institutions such as ours. So we work with Karolinska, with Sorbonne, with Technical University in Munich, with Imperial College. Well, I should make a little parenthesis that Imperial College, with Brexit, we have to see how we can move on. We are in a very interesting project with them now, and the European Union just has said they withdraw the funds for the Britain. So we have to see how this will evolve. Anyway, this is a great network also that we are happy to make available to all those that actually would like to link in that. I have here just a few examples. I have the list of innovation projects that we did with a lot of different companies, with different universities on a very different things like neurostimulation, epilepsy supervision, and artificial pancreas. And our role at CRIM, and we have been working also in the summer job with students on that, is like, how can we define better the needs for the different innovation, but also how can we then develop a very good business concept and a scaling and go-to-market concept. And that is how we actually support those projects, and at the same time get actually be aware of a lot of very different, very interesting innovations that are going on in Europe. I have here the example of the artificial pancreas that we did together with Sanofi, and particularly with Air Liquide, which is an oxygen producer in France, the leading one. But they have been in the home care network. They have been starting to support insulin pumps and now the artificial pancreas in the home care setting. Now, a few slides, I will pass them quickly, with on the education. So in the EIT Health, we have been doing a lot of work, particularly in executive education. As you know, Iese is a lead in executive education, and we do a lot of this in healthcare also. So we did the We Health, and I've been working with the Women in Business Club together to see how can we empower women that are particularly important in the health sector. Women, as a Harvard study showed, has this broader view of things when they deal with issues and with challenges. And they also has the common good, the more look of the common good that is so important in healthcare. So I'm not saying that women do things better than men, but I think that women can actually add something to it. Also in the health sector, we have about 70% of the workforce are women, and only about 7% are in leading positions. And I think changing that, and that for that, it was a pleasure for me to work with the women in business school. We also do a lot of work in global health. So this is a senior executive program on global health innovation management that we put up in collaboration with INCAIE Costa Rica and Strathmore Business School in Nairobi, and also in very close collaboration with Iese Global, the Institute for Global Health here in Barcelona, that actually as at least the MBA student from this year know, they're also coming to class to explain. We had Carlos explaining the epidemiology behind the scientific behind the pandemic, and what can we do about it. And then we have a very active participation in the accelerator. We do actually active participate in 3 boot camps, and here it's Luca Benza, that many of you know, is actually leading this part inside our team here, particularly also the recently started We Health Bootcamp, or the Women Empowerment Bootcamp. We had called it We Go, but they thought it was too short. But still, it is about supporting women entrepreneurs. Then we do a very interesting participation in one of the IMI projects. So it's the Innovative Medicine Initiative. And this is a public-private partnership with, as you can see here, with many pharmaceutical companies, but also all the leading KOLs in the different health provider institutions across Europe. And this is about a network for supporting clinical trials for children. As you know, there are not many clinical trials for children. And here, so this is a very big project. And yes, a role here is from the team here is to design a sustainable business concept after the IMI funding, and this was 150 partners. It's quite a challenge, but it's a super interesting project. And so this is the typical thing that we do, where we can support with business expertise and management expertise interesting initiatives in healthcare. Now, a few more slides. So this is on the BAM School Alliance with the case competition that you can look up, and we will know 2 weeks from now, we will know the winner. So I really look forward to that. We got some fantastic submission, but also there's the BAM Student Club. And as we are a member of that, you can actually go to the BAM Student Club and link with other students from other business schools that might be really interesting as you know for starting in a new job, etc. And I'm happy to help with that. We have the Healthcare Club, and that's Ronnie. You can say more about that. You are leading, even so now I think you passed over to the first year who actually took it up. So welcome actually to the new presidents, and probably you will present them here. And I wanted just to draw your attention to the healthcare chapter in the alumni. This is actually new. We are creating. This has been created now. And here actually we're actually thinking of bringing together the particularly the healthcare MBA students, and we are working with SIAD on making that happen. So keep watch the space, and we will get back to you on that. And to finalize, I thought I should share this wonderful mural from the metro in Barcelona with you, the Colors of Gratitude, that was done by artist Philip Stanton. And this represents all the different hospitals we have here in Barcelona as a thank to all the effort they did and they still do during the COVID time. So this is at the Metro Guinardó. For those that are in Barcelona, have a look at it. And with that, Ronnie, I'm passing back to you. Have a great meeting. I will be a bit in and out, but I will try to see as much as possible. And I'm also available for questions either through my email or through the chat or in whatever other way. And I wish you a wonderful meeting. Thanks, Ronnie, for this great organization. I really look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Magda. I will just share the screen again. Okay, so let's get right into it. Thank you again, Magda, for this great opening. But without further ado, I want to start the day. We have a big day ahead. We have very interesting panelists, very interesting speakers coming up. So let's start with our first keynote speaker, Gemma Estrada. She's the Director, Digital Health and Technology from Ferrer, has over 20 years of experience in pharma companies like Curiaf, Sanofi, Ferrer, and CROs. She holds a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of Barcelona, an executive management degree and a diploma in marketing and leadership from Iese. Today, she's the director of Ferrer for Future, an open innovation program to collaborate with startups in the construction of a healthcare society through digital technologies while making an impact on the sustainability of universal healthcare. So Gemma, thank you so much for being here. And another reminder for the participant, please, you have a question, write down in the Q&A session, and I'll make sure to address it to Gemma after the lecture. So Gemma, thank you very much. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. I'm really very pleased to be here. It's exciting that 1 year ago, if we think 1 year back, when this event had to be canceled, which was very sad. And I really want to thank you, and also Esme and all the people behind you that have supported so that this year the Healthcare Day at Iese could be a reality. So let's share my screen here. Okay. I hope you can see my slides. Please let me know when you can.
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Do you have a full screen now?
No, we see your what you should present.
Do you have a full screen, Ronnie?
I see what you should see, like with the timer.
The other otra pantalla, the other screen.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you confirm whether you can see my screen, please?
Now we see. Now we see.
Okay, it seems I have lost you. I cannot hear
Yeah,
you.
we can see your screen, Gemma. Oh,
Ronnie, can
no.
you hear me?
I hear you very well. Do you hear me? Gemma, we can hear you.
Gemma, ¿me escuchas a mí?
I apparently have lost contact.
Nosotros te escuchamos. Comparte pantalla.
Okay, I'll start over.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you very well. Okay, we see very well now.
Okay, let me see.
No.
Ronnie.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can hear you now.
Okay, you
I-
were okay. Share your screen again. We could have seen your screen before.
Oh, could
and
you?
We could hear you
Okay,
very well.
I could hear nothing. Okay, I kind of lost you. Okay, I'll start over. I'm sorry about that. Apologies. Thank you for your patience. Let's see. Okay, do you see it now?
We see it as a PowerPoint, not as a presentation.
Okay, now you should see it as a presentation, right?
You now change the screens to in configuración
Okay,
de
here's where the
visualización.
problem occurs. Okay.
No.
I don't know what happens. When I go on presentation mode, I lose you.
Gemma, ¿tú me escuchas a mí? ¿Me escuchas, Gemma?
Gemma,
Gemma, ¿m'escoltes? Gemma?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
And you? Can you hear me to me? No?
Okay.
Gemma, ¿me escuchas? Gemma?
Okay, Gemma dropped. Sorry for this.
We lost her. We lost her.
We lost her. Yeah, I mean.
Maybe we would just want to go to the next speaker so that she has time for, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'll see if the next speaker here, guys. Thank you for your patience. Apologies for this technical issue.
No, the speakers of the panel one are not here yet.
Natalia, do you have her number, and maybe she can send us her slides and I can share?
Yes, if it's possible for me.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Just send her an email.
Send me the slides to me.
Guys, apologies for the inconvenience. We are reaching to her right now, and she can send us the slides, and we can share the screen. Please hold, and we will make sure that she can be able to pass her.
In the meantime, I had a look at all the participants. We have participants from all over the world, which is wonderful to see. I see this in the chat, so feel free to use the chat to connect, because this is actually also meant to be a meeting point, no? That between all those that are related to Iese and related to the health sector. So we have Ana Laura Roqueto from Alicante. We have Carlos Gonzalez from Panama. And I'm just looking. Let's just leave your messages in the chat, then we can all see from where you call. And Andreina from Venezuela. Now Gertrude from China, living now in Basel. Well, Marta and Freddy from Dubai, very good. Carlo from Milano. John from Spain. Ahmed from Egypt, welcome here. Leticia Suarez, you are from Brazil. Yeah, your first year. We have, well, as all of you know, a lot of international students in the first year. Very good.
Hello. Sorry about that. Apologies.
You're back. That's good. Great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Do you want us to send us the presentation so that we share it, or?
Thank you. That's what we've done with Iese. Iese is now going to share. I apologize about this. Sorry.
No, that's wonderful, Gemma. I pass directly back to you. Oh, Ronnie, I'll let you do. I was just filling in the break.
Thank you, Magda. Thank you very much. All right. So thank you very much, Iese, for sharing the slides for me. And there we go. If you can see the slide now, which I can see, so this is wonderful. So we're starting. So I will start. We go to the next slide, please. Iese, when you can, we can go to the next slide. Yes. So I will start telling you a story, the story about Emily. And then I've been asked to talk a little bit about what are digital therapeutics and how we develop one, how digital therapeutics get developed. So let's go to the next slide, please. And here we start with the story. Let me introduce you to Emily. So Emily is this grandmother. She lives in Boston and she's a widow. She lives alone. She suffers from mild depression, and Emily uses a cognitive behavioral therapy on her smartphone. This means for her that she does not have to go to the psychiatrist once a week, but instead she can access her therapy on her phone as often as she needs to. So twice a day, 3 times a day, or once a week, whenever she wants. Now, all the data that is generated during these digital therapy sessions gets collected in the same platform where Emily's electronic health records are kept at Mass General Hospital. So Emily has also got wearable sensors on her shirt, and she has a smart mattress that monitors the quality of her sleep, right? So go to the next slide, please. Now, all the digitized data flows that are generated by Emily, they go into a data lake along with the data from many other patients that enlarge the population base for advanced analytics to generate ongoing improvements in the care of depression in general. But also, Emily's personal avatar, she's got a health avatar, analyzes her data, her own data, in real time. It compares it with the relevant big data lakes from all the other patients and suggests improvements in Emily's therapy. So even Emily is sent the refills for her drugs, the drugs that she needs. They are sent to her home because the platform where the data goes is integrated with electronic prescribing and home drug delivery services. Now, next slide, please. Having shared that story with you. Next slide, please. Yes. You will be wondering, well, there's a lot in digital health here. And this is a very exciting territory because digital health is the space where the digital technologies and the daily life and the healthcare intersect. But the topic for today is more specific. We're going to explain the concept of a digital therapeutic, which is a subcategory of digital health, right? So let's get into the matter now. Let's go into the context first. So the story we told about Emily. So digital health is a cultural transformation of the traditional healthcare, and this is done through disruptive technologies. But in this cultural transformation, the key thing is that the patient is empowered as a healthcare partner. So nothing would work in Emily's story if she was not an active participant herself. Now, the connected devices, the IoT, the AI layers, all the patient monitoring systems, the blockchain to securely track her medical records and her prescriptions, the 5G for the speed, because we need the real-time element. So nothing of these would work if Emily had not made the cultural shift, the cultural change of willing to become a partner in healthcare. So digital health in general, it entails the capture, the storage, the display, and the transmission of data. And there's many examples that show that without patient and healthcare professional engagement, nothing happens in the space of digital health. Like a patient portal to manage personal health records requires a cultural change on the side of the patient. And electronic health records, which is the shift from the old good paper records at hospitals to the electronic ones, requires a cultural shift on the side of the doctors. And then telemedicine requires cultural change on both sides, right? So in the next slide, you can see an example of what we mean by digital health. The example is Vectera, telemedicine. So inside digital health, we have one smaller subset, which is digital medicine. And now we go to the next slide. Thank you. So digital medicine goes one step further. It uses the software and the algorithmically driven products to measure or to intervene or to improve human health. So these would be examples of these would be, for instance, the patient remote monitoring tools or digital diagnostics or digital biomarkers. The example I've chosen for you is in the next slide, is a digital stethoscope. In the next slide, you can see a digital stethoscope that records our auscultation. Esme, when you can, we can move to the next slide. There we are. So here, this stethoscope saves the sounds for further analysis or maybe to get a second opinion. And it can be also connected to several telemedicine platforms for auscultation live streaming. So that's, as you can see, one step further from the broad field of digital health. And we can still take it one step further. To the next slide is another subcategory, and that's where DTX are. So DTXs are software therapeutic interventions to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or a disease, right? So three examples based on what is the product's primary purpose. Let's look into three examples of those softwares as an intervention. We go to the next slide, please, Esme. And you can see here one from Achille that is used for treating a condition. And in this case, the condition is hyperactivity and attention deficit. Another one, which would be for managing a condition, for instance, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, those would be the digital therapeutics by Omada. And another one that would be for improving or preventing, in this case, lower back pain, for the improvement of the pain or preventing worsening of the pain. That would be the example of Kaya, right? So let's go into the next slide. Now, to complete the definition of digital therapeutics, Esme, we go to the next slide, thank you. And so from the perspective of whether that digital therapeutics needs to act alone or whether it needs to act in concert with others, we can classify those as standalone, where the software itself is the therapy, and through this software we deliver the intervention that prevents, manages, or treats the disease. But there's also cases where the DTX works as a companion. So it accompanies either a drug molecule for the optimization of the drug effect, or a hardware medical device for the optimization of the device use and effect. So examples of these, standalone, would be the one we already mentioned in the previous slide. That's EndeavorX from, stay here for a sec. This is the one, the slide with the examples. So an example of a standalone medical device is the one from Akili that we already mentioned. It goes by the name of EndeavorX, and this is a prescription treatment for ADH that is delivered to kids through a video game. So the software itself is the treatment. Now, another example is when we have a drug plus. So the digital therapeutics is a companion of a drug. And here the example we've picked is from Wealthy, startup from India, which provides effective post-care in the case of heart failure. So by using this post-care strategy, the number of readmissions for patients gets reduced. So it does have a positive clinical outcome. And then the third example would be a device plus, and we've chosen Propeller here. So Propeller is used in the area of asthma, and it has shown through this smart device that there is a 58% increase in the medication adherence and a 78% reduction in rescue inhaler use. So overall, it results in more than 60% increase in asthma control. So those are the clinical outcomes of those software medical device interventions. Now, we go to the next slide, please. Now that we know what is a digital therapeutic, let's take a quick look into how to develop one, right? So next slide, please. That's right. Before explaining how we develop one, let us make a parallelism with traditional drugs. So if I asked you, what is the composition of a drug? So you would probably say, okay, a drug, it has an active ingredient, which is responsible for the therapeutic effect. And it also has excipients, which are responsible for other things, like giving the drug a better flavor, or making the active ingredient more bioavailable, things like that. So bioavailability is the equivalent of engagement, right? Now, in the case of a digital therapeutic, and we now look at the left-hand part of the slide, the active ingredient is the software component, right? And the excipient ingredients, those are not the flavor, but the user friendliness or the enjoyability delivered by this software, right? So now we can go to the next slide. And how are DTXs being built? So they fall somewhere in the middle of the spectrum between a typical drug development and standard software development. So on the left-hand end, we have a waterfall drug development where the discovery comes first, and then there is a well-established sequence of scientific and regulatory steps that all take place in the right order. Now, on the right-hand side, we have the agile software developments, which are based on pilot studies, early launches, and then iterations of the process, so that you get greater pools of data during this escalation, and you keep iterating, right? So now the DTX development drinks from both sources, and it lays in the middle. So you have to prove safety and efficacy, and you use things from the traditional waterfall method of developing drugs and things from the standard software developments. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. Now, in the next slide, we can see in 6 steps what would be the development, right? So in step number 1, the concept development, that is what in a drug would be the discovery phase, where you look at building a molecule that unlocks a certain mechanism of action, right? So in the case of DTX, this concept development phase is when you look at building an appealing, versatile, and high-performance software, which calls, of course, for a deep knowledge of the stakeholders, and that's all of them, the patient, the caregiver, the healthcare professional, the payer, but also a deep knowledge of the technology and things that are around the DTX itself, the interoperability, the security requirements, etc., etc. Now, there's the step number 2 would be the clinical evaluation, and everything, of course, happens under the umbrella of medical device regulation. And then the next step is going to the market, which has got very many rules on market access. And then there is the marketing strategy and the sales. And finally, there is the last step, which is the post-marketing follow-up, which is on a traditional drug would focus on gathering safety data on a very large population so that you can pick up the adverse events that have a very low incidence that you may have missed during development, the development phases. But in the case of a software, that would be the user support and maintenance. Is that what it would be for a software instead of the life cycle management for a drug, which is a molecule? So now, in the next following slides, I will tackle each of those 6 steps one by one, so that if we get lost, we mentally go back to this slide and we know where we are. Now, who are the stakeholders for the concept development? Well, there's a lot of text in this slide. And if I have to summarize everything in one word, the key word here is alignment. So the proper positioning and adjustment of all the parts in relation to each other. So if we find an all right arrangement or alignment for all the parties here that makes them want to become allies, and then they will want to associate and work in conjunction, then we do have chances for developing a good digital therapeutics. So first, we have to align the interests from all the stakeholders in the healthcare system, so that the digital application has to be convenient and informative for the patient, has to be useful for the doctors who are keen to manage their patients digitally. It has to be valuable for the payers, who of course wish to serve a greater number of patients more effectively and at a lower cost. And then, of course, it has to be interesting for the pharmaceutical and medical device companies who want to improve the current therapies and foster new ones eventually that generate new revenue streams. So next slide, please. So yeah, in the next slide, what you can see is, yeah, and you're very familiar probably with this slide because it comes from your school. So this slide shows a little bit the very many mechanisms that are available for corporate venturing. So for pharma companies to partner with startups, and those venturing mechanisms, they may involve many different levels of integration between the startup and the pharma. So there's 4 axes in this graph, right? So the amount of capital that you're required to develop digital therapeutics depends on the maturity of the technology and the time desired to get the results. So in the left-hand axis, you can see the use of capital. In the bottom axis, from left to right, you see the technology readiness level. So on the left, we would have very early startups. On the most right end, we would have startups who do not only have a minimum viable product, but already a product in the market. Then on the right axis, you can see the degree of integration. In the bottom, we have the least degree of integration. That would be 2 companies sharing resources, for instance. And at the top, we have the highest degree of integration, which is the acquisition. So one company acquires another and they both together become one single company. And then in the top axis, from left to right, you have the time to result. So if the collaboration starts between a pharma company and a startup, when the startup is at a very early stage of the development of the product, so there will still take a long time until we have a result, until there is a return from that product, right? Now, so along this diagonal that goes from bottom left to top right, you can see all the models for partnerships between startups and corporates. The one that is highlighted in blue is the one that I'm more keen on, because that's the one that we're using at our Ferrer for Future program, so that Ferrer partners with startups. We can take this later in the questions if you're curious. But in the next slide, what I want to show you is that there is tons of companies doing that. You can recognize all the logos and all the names of the big pharma companies. You see Novartis, Roche, Bayer. You can see and also all the names of very cool startups also. So why this map? This is dated February, so it's a very recent map. It shows all the relationships that were, or partnerships that were established during 2020. So it's not carrying on the partnerships that had already started in 2019 and before, right? So why so many? Why does everybody do it? So because the successful digital therapeutics companies, they do have capabilities in areas that we traditional biopharma companies do not have. So they do have the big data and the advanced analytics, the hardware engineering, the human-centered product design, and also they are into all those innovative and flexible business models. Whereas we pharma companies, okay, we've got the knowledge of the disease, the knowledge of the drugs, we've got the market intelligence, and also the regulatory expertise and the client portfolio. But yeah, between the two of us, we make the full deal. So that's why every pharma company is now doing this. So next slide, please. Maybe I'm going to skip this one because I was going to, because we wasted a little bit of time when I had my technical issues at the beginning. So we now go into the design, the section of the app design and the development. So for the software development, that's where we would start. We would have the active ingredient and the excipients, remember? And the first thing that we would do would be to pilot so that we can obtain initial evidence on the efficacy. And with the feedback from the first handful of patients, then we would go onto the full development, which would involve the designing and also start thinking on the strategic and commercial aspects. Now, next, so I'm moving from left to right. So we've gone, in the same slide, I was moving from left to right. So I'm now on the third step. So once we have finished this pilot development, then next we would go into randomized clinical trials and we would obtain the approval from the regulatory authorities. And once we launch, we would focus on, as quickly as we can, gathering massive real-world evidence, including health economic outcomes, so that we could make a case for reimbursement with the authorities, right? So next slide, please. Now, there's a lot of text here in this one slide, but don't get too scared. So the bottom line is that part of the development, the clinical development, involves putting together a compelling story around the value proposition of our DTX, right? So, and we may choose to build this compelling story through the traditional therapeutic evidence approach or through an alternative evidence approach. What would be traditional evidence types? Well, those are the commonly employed by pharmaceutical companies for many, many years, right? So those would be complete one or more clinical studies, including adequately powered randomized controlled trials, publish the results in peer-reviewed journals, collect and analyze as many real-world evidence as we can, and product performance data. And on top of these, then maybe launch some cost effectiveness and budget impact studies so that we can further differentiate our digital therapeutics. These are all good, and these are all necessary. But because of the nature, the digital nature of this type of therapeutics, there's alternative evidence types that we may seek. And this is, for instance, we can highlight patients' engagement and satisfaction levels in preventing, managing, or treating the condition. And that's because of the nature and the unique value of the digital therapeutics over traditional therapeutics, right? So now let's move into the next slide. We are now already tackling regulation step. So across the world, digital therapeutics are regulated as software medical devices, right? Across the world. However, each country has its own individual regulation. And it's interesting. I mean, for us, when we have to register one digital therapeutics from the pharma company or from a startup, it's annoying, all this heterogeneity across. However, it's good to empathize a little bit with the regulators, because digital therapeutics, they really pose unique questions that no one ever thought of before. So imagine the traditional quality control measures for drugs, such as strength and purity, those clearly do not apply. So what does replace them? Or what might be an appropriate placebo in a clinical trial with a DTX? Do we have to, I don't know, design a video game that doesn't work, a fake video game? Or what would be a digital therapeutic generic? And what about all the ancillary elements that we mentioned earlier on which the DTX depends? And those are the operating system, the connectivity. So do those also need regulation? And then the changing nature, and that's my favorite one, the changing nature of the digital therapy, because, you know, there's this layer of AI and machine learning. So the algorithms are continually changing, which means that the product is no longer the same after a week than the one that was initially reviewed and approved. So that's interesting. So regulators, I mean, have a lot of work to do. And I like very much the way in which the FDA has tackled this problem, being conscious of how slow and ultimately how unfeasible it would be to approve every software release for digital therapeutic. The FDA has generated a program in which they approve the developer instead. So it's called the Digital Health Software Pre-Certification Program, and it's running as a pilot. And yeah, the company, the developer, is approved instead of the software device. Okay, let's move to the next slide now, having shared a little bit about regulations. Now we share a little bit about market access. So today, DTX commercialization is challenging due to the lack of payer reimbursement pathways. Unlike drugs, the pathways for traditional drugs, they are very well established, but for DTXs, not so much. So in this graph, in this framework, you can see from left to right, the stringency in the quality requirements and the amount of data necessary, and in the vertical axis from bottom to top, the amount of patients or the amount of population that you reach. So now, when you engage your first few stakeholders to collect data and to prove efficacy and safety, you are basically just showing that your solution is meeting some needs. So you're on a pilot phase, right? But as you collect additional data on safety and efficacy, and you move to the right and up in this graph, so you engage with more stakeholders, you engage with the medical research organizations and the health economists and the key opinion leaders, and you get feedback from your early adopter patients. So you collect data to build your initial health economics case here. And as we move a little bit more to the right, and you continue collecting data and engaging with more stakeholders, now could be the health technology assessment bodies or the certification agencies, you increase the awareness with providers and payers, and you begin to establish your product as a standard therapy in the market. And the last step would be when you really have built awareness at scale, and this solution is adopted by the physician associations and the patient associations, and you have enough patients. So then, and only then, it seems that is when you reach reimbursement. I may have been a little bit cynical here, but we can take this on the Q&A and move to the next slide, please. Now, yes, marketing and sales. So if you stick to the idea that traditional payment models do not work well to capture the full value of DTX, that's the main message of the slide, right? So there's many business models. You go business to consumer, you go either business to business or business to payer. This would require a full session just on business models. Keep in mind that business to pay your loan, that sometimes means business to government. And there are as many cases as governments there are, right? So in Europe, interestingly enough, we have this European directive on public procurement of innovative solutions, and also pre-commercial procurement. So just for that one slide, keep in mind that for digital therapeutics, sometimes the business models do not look at all as the business models that we are used in pharma. Just keep that in mind for now. And let's move to the next slide. Yeah, and that's the last one before we jump into the Q&A. And that's to throw in some reflection on the data collection. So yes, we have explained that DTX enhances patient clinical outcomes, mainly through collecting and analyzing huge amounts of data. Remember the case we explained in the story of Emily, right? But gathering all this data does not come without challenges, right? Because you have to sort out who owns and who controls the data, who is responsible for protecting it, who is going to manage it, and who is going to interpret it, right? So these are still, because there is not such a long way that we have worked with digital therapeutics, this is still some topics, these are still some topics that are open and are still a little bit controversial. And I will leave it here. I will give the floor back to the school. Yes, we can stop sharing if you want, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Yeah.
Ronnie, thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. Very, very interesting. We have some Q&A questions below, but since we're a little bit out of time, if you can, you can answer them in the side of the Q&A. You can write stay tuned and write the answer to the questions, so we don't want the agenda to be pushed back. We have some very interesting questions from Gonzalo, from Jiaichu, Marga. So we can maybe jump into the next panelist, and you can stay in and you can write the answers to these questions in the Q&A. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's do
Thank you very much, Gemma. Thank you so much. Stay in, and we will continue. 1 minute. Okay. So thanks, Gemma, again, and we're moving on to our first panel. First panel, which I call it the digital health. Will my grandmother use it? Hopefully a very catchy name. And we have 3 very interesting panelists here tuning in. Jacob Sunyol, Chief Digital Officer from Orange. Jacob is a former Chief Digital Officer at Ipsen. He was responsible for leading Ipsen's global digital initiatives across 5 business domains: oncology, neurosciences, rare disease, R&D, and business development. Before that, Jacob worked at Roche Diabetes Care in Barcelona as VP Global Head of Digital Innovation, leading the Digital Innovation Group. And also tuning in, Marion Chalumeo? Sorry.
It's okay.
Head of Digital and Innovation at Novartis. Oncology, she has over 20 years of professional experience in the healthcare industry, starting with 10 years in the healthcare consulting, followed by 3 years in biotech. And in the last 8 years, she has been working for Novartis Oncology in Spain. She holds a Master of Science from Agra Paris Tech in France, and a Master in Pharmaceutical Marketing from EADE. And also we have our here, Carlo Brianza, CEO of La Comanda Trilio Health. Carlo is the founder and CEO of La Comanda Trilio Health, the Internet of Healthcare startup company connecting caregivers with their patients in a smartest way. Carlo holds a degree in telecommunication engineering from the Politecnico di Milano. So thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate you joining us today to this very interesting panel. So first of all, as I said before, the panel will, in this panel, we'll discuss about how, there are many digital innovations. The thoughts behind them are very, are very interesting, and we try to address very difficult problems. But how do we make sure that the ones that are not so much tech savvy, the elderly, the one who might be have a problem to, let's say, work with this technology, do adopt it? And I prepared several questions, and I'll be happy to hear your opinions about it. And let's jump right into it. Question number one, digital healthcare for the elderly focuses on these segments of users. However, as with the other technological innovation, the users are not only the patient, but also the doctors, payers, nurses, and so on. Can you describe the development journey or process, how you're developing your solution to make sure it fits with your target audience and arrive to the point of a final product?
So, for who you want to start with, Ronnie?
Marion, come on. Yeah.
Okay. Do you hear me well? Because I'm in the middle of nowhere and I tried to connect with my Wi-Fi. Is it okay? Can you hear me well?
Amazing. Very well. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for the invitation, and very happy to share this this moment with Jacob and with Carlo. Just for you to know, with Carlo, we are working with, and we will explain that a little bit further. But it's very interesting to have the point of view of startup also in this panel. So regarding your question, Novartis is clearly a patient-centric organization, but it's true that until recently, we were developing technological innovations that we thought we were answering some patients' or physicians' needs. But at the moment of launch, this solution, in most of the case, it didn't work so well. Why? Because finally we are, and we saw it last year, we are in a constantly changing environment, and we need to be able to adapt our mindset, our way of working, and really the solution that we are bringing to the market, we need to adapt that to this constantly changing environment. So what we've done in Novartis, and I think some other companies have done the same changes now, we try to change our mindset. So for the last 2 years, we are working in changing our culture toward a more flexible, more agile mindset. And why? Because this mindset is focused on the customer. The concept is really to talk with the customer. Could be the patients, the physicians, the pharmacists, the nurses, but what we are doing is we are working on, we call it sales, which is a small team composed to 4 to 6 entrepreneurs coming from lots of different departments. And what we are doing is validate everything, every hypothesis that we have, and co-creating the solution with the customer. So we really need to find a way to check everything that we think, because we have an idea at the beginning, we have a thinking of some needs, but the concept is, okay, we don't know really well things, and we need to validate it with the customer. So we are in this journey now of changing our mindset, really co-creating with the physicians, with the patients, with the different stakeholders, and so what we saw is that we are able to kill some ideas. We change our mindset, we change the way we thought based on feedback, based on insights, and then we think again, what can be the best ideas or the best solution for the patients. So I think just to conclude, what I think is interesting, I have a phrase from Albert Einstein that I really like, that said, if you give me 1 hour to save the planet, I would spend 59 minutes defining the problem and just 1 resolving it. So very focused on the needs and understanding the needs of the different stakeholders.
Great. Amazing. Carlo, do you want to add up to it?
Yes. So hello everybody. Hello Ronnie, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk with you and to share our idea in bringing the digital services to the seniors and to the system. I have prepared just a few slides just to explain a little bit. Just some drawings. I will share my screen, but mainly what I would like to say at the first. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Ronnie, it's okay. Can you confirm? I don't know if
Yeah, we can see the screen. Very good.
Okay. So mainly, if I prepare a wonderful health platform, but the final point, that is the patient and it's the senior, is not using, what we have is what we say is a cathedral in the desert. We have a beautiful building, but nobody will ever go there. Okay, that's the Duomo of Milano in the middle of the desert. So there is Marion talked about Einstein. Okay, so we have a formula. So the question of this panel is, will my grandmother use it? So we are addressing to seniors, and we have a very simple formula to give the answer. So we must ensure that we have 4 aspects. The first is simplicity. We need to have something easy. The second is we need to have something beautiful, especially when we talk about devices or even the platform, so something that has a nice looking. We need something that is connected and it provides a kind of interaction. And finally, we need something that provides engagement. So something that seniors are, my grandmother is willing to use. The solution, so the result of these 4 is adoption. So if we have these 4 aspects, we have the adoption. So the answer to this question is yes. Okay. So we start about the simplicity, and we're talking about the grandmother. We had to start thinking, we don't have to change her habits. We need to provide a user experience that is familiar to her. So we cannot invent something new. We must put something new into an experience that is familiar to her, so that she will be willing to use. We don't have to spend time, and she's not, let's say, she doesn't have to learn anything more. And the easiest using experience, we believe, is the alarm clock. The alarm clock is just again, giving the time, and you just have to push a button. Okay, and this is working for the grandmothers. But as we said in the formula, we also need to provide the connectivity. So we don't have to leave the patients, the grandmother alone. Okay, so we have something easy for the patient, for grandmother or grandfather. But with the same approach, we must provide something to all the other stakeholders and connect them together, because a pharmacist, a doctor, a specialist, the family, all of them have the same goal, to ensure that the grandmother is using the technology and is not having any problem. So the health of the grandmother is, let's say, ensured in any way. So when we design a system, we have the simplicity for each one of these stakeholders, and we have the connectivity. Okay, so this is how we did Trileo. And then I had added a final voice in the formula, the engagement. Okay, and when we think about the seniors, and when I think about my grandmother, what is the only topic that is, now we're talking about medications, we are talking about the health, we are talking about the doctors, is something very boring for my grandmother. But there is only one aspect that is touching the heart of my grandmother, and it's the children. The children are touching the psychological and emotional chords of our seniors. So if we, in some way, link a solution with the children, we will engage them. And take your pills. So we have put the voice of the children into our solution so that whenever there is an action required to the grandmother, and Trilio, that is our solution, requires an interaction between the caregivers and grandmother, we enable this interaction, making Trilio speaking with the voice of the grandchildren of the grandmother. So she will be so happy to hear the voice. She will wait to hear the voice of the grandchildren and starting the interaction path. So ensuring that we achieve what we want to achieve, so that she is connected with the stakeholders. Okay.
Thank you very much, Carlo. Jacob, just before you address, I just need to do a correction. He was the CDO of Rush and CDO at Ipsen. So sorry for the mix-up, but please, what is your opinion about it?
Yeah, sure. So, and that's important. So we all are user-centric, and I guess it's part of the deal. So I would say that when I was at Roche as a chief technology officer, 4 years ago we started with the global head of design. She implemented something that at Google we do a lot. It's design sprint, and we accelerate all the learnings to be user-centric in a week. And mostly I like to define like on a weekly basis. So on Monday, we were like mapping out the solution. On Tuesday, we were sketching the competition. On Wednesday, we were like turning some difficult solution. And always we engage the different users that will be on board. On Thursday, we were like doing the prototype, and on Friday, we were testing with real humans. And this is something that I've done on Roche, we've done also at Ipsen. We are also doing on now and on my previous company. I think one important takeaway, apart from all the team that has shared, it's mostly that I encourage people to go into the field, to ask others what they want. And in many cases, and I'm also the first one, we tend to stay in the office and not talk to our patients. And we need to go out and talk directly. And I'm an engineer, don't get me wrong, but in some cases, we think too much of an engineering mindset, and we need to go more on the human side. So having more designers, more artistic mindset, more human people on that side. That doesn't mean that engineers we are not, but we have a different point of view, and be close to the patient and be close to the final user and ask them what they want. And this is kind of the basic, what do you want? Like, and then you work for them.
Yeah, amazing, super interesting. Thank you very much for this. It's indeed a very challenging topic, but if we start to go from the beginning, how did you identify the need? Or what did you see missing? What was ineffective and thought you need to improve from today's situation? Or what is the benefit the different stakeholders can get from these innovations? Marian, you can start, or Carlo.
Jacob, go ahead. You wanted to talk. Go ahead.
So just continue. It's part of it, and I think it's always a negotiation between business, the user, and the technology. I always tend to put the three on the same table. So you have a business need, and we are not an NGO, so meaning that we need to get a revenue on it. So you have the need from the business, then you ask the users, and if you ask someone, do you need this? They would say, yeah, of course I need. The question needs to be asked differently. So you need to learn what are their needs, and with the design sprint and other techniques, you iterate over and over. And the last piece that also it's part of negotiation when you are sketching is the technology part, if it can be done, and it can be done also from a money perspective. So you have these three parts that needs to negotiate to get the final solution. Obviously, you need to always push more from the user perspective, but there is always a trade-off that you need to take into consideration.
Yeah, and perhaps just to add what Jacob was saying, and the complexity is that in pharma, you just not have one user. You have the prescriber, the one that paying for it, and the final user. It's three different stakeholders. You have the patient, you have the pharmacist, and you have the physician. So it's a very complex situation, and also our product, which are the drugs that the patients are somehow the physicians are not seeing it. So it's not a sensor. No, our product is not. We can't gather some information through our product. So we need to be, like Jacob said. Now we need to be on the market. We need to understand the needs, and finally, we need to match exactly what Jacob said, the business challenges that we have and the needs. And when we're talking about the needs, can be from the patient, from the physician, and during all the patient journey. Now we're talking about prevention, diagnostic, treatment, follow-up. In all these HCP, like we said, no, doctor's journey or patient's journey, there is lots of pain points still, clearly. So we need to have this match, and clearly the technology can somehow help in this match.
Yes, and the point is exactly the same. We need something that is simple and also something that is making the daily life of each stakeholder easier. So when we talk about grandmothers, of course, as I explained, she needed something easy and adoptable for her. But when we talk about a pharmacist or a doctor in an hospital, imagine how stressed this is life. And imagine how does it mean for a professional like him is to bring something new, a new platform, a new solution, especially in this time of COVID, in this time where the hospitals are over everything. Okay, there is no time to think about anything new, but also in the normal life. So if probably a stakeholder, so a professional stakeholder is willing to consider an innovation once he understands that this innovation is making his daily job easier. Okay, so in this way, he will be happy, more than happy to say, okay, innovation is welcome. Because if innovation is complicated, he say, no way, thank you. I don't have time for this. So the approach was exactly the same. When we started thinking about what we could bring to the market, we saw that these two key elements were missing in our opinion. So the simplicity and the clear benefit for each stakeholder. And remember that all these stakeholders must be connected to each other to ensure to provide the same goal to the market. So
Great. I mean, this is one of the most important things that you need to, of course, take into account when you're dealing with it. But maybe let's move to what we have today. I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic, COVID-19, and during this year, a lot of telehealth, telecommunication was developed. I mean, the ability for not only senior people but also people who are less tech savvy go and see the doctor face to face. But especially when it comes to the elderly, how did you see them adopting the technology in the past year? In the past that they were reluctant to? Anything surprised you? Something that you didn't expect, and oops, well, it works, or maybe it doesn't work.
maybe I can follow what I was saying. Yes, especially with the elderly people, with the seniors. And the reason is that until February 2020, to go to a doctor was normal. Going in a pharmacy retail was normal. So they would have never considered to have something different, to be connected with a pharmacist, with a doctor, okay, because it was normal in their normal life to go out and walk to the doctor office and whatever. Now, because of the pandemic and especially the elderly people that were the most, let's say, weak with this virus, they are afraid of moving out. They simply are afraid of moving out to get the disease. Okay, so it was easier to make them consider to get a digital remote service. Today, it's March 2021, so 1 year is over, and now many people are most, let's say, addicted to digital service and much more open-minded to adopt this kind of technology compared to 1 year ago.
I just want to add one thing, and we don't realize about that sometimes, is that the elderly people, is not that they are not tech savvy, is that they have no interest to connect to their doctor through a camera, because going to the doctor is a social event. Normally, they do not talk to other people during the day, and you go to the doctor, you spend the full morning there. It's kind of an experience. You go, you talk, you have a nice chat with another human that understands you. And this is part of the human relationship. So we are social. And during the COVID, this part was impossible. And they need to cover the part of the doctor visit and feel that someone is caring for them and they are on a good shape. So they connected over the internet, but it's not something that's super value to them. They really want to connect. And this example I can put, so I was talking to some patients with cancer, and they told me that many times they go to their consultancy because on the waiting room, they have other patients that have similar disease, and it's a moment to share what's going on that side. That's something that normally you cannot share on a bar or something like this. So that's important part that during the pandemic, obviously we changed it, but from a digital perspective, we are kind of far away of replacing this human interaction that it's so needed.
Yeah, and just to add, in oncology, for example, clearly it will not replace 100% of the visit. Most of the time, because they have some tests to do, and so it will never be 100% virtual. But I think what we saw is that it's not only from the patients. We saw also a change from the physicians, because before the COVID, the physicians weren't really keen to make these, because it's an additional work to connect. They have their patients coming through the waiting room, and so they were used to that. So it was really a connection and something that changed on both sides. So I think it's important to highlight that. And regarding elderly, totally agree with what Carlo and Jacob said. They want to have the contact, and they will have. I think what is interesting is that they have time. They are not savvy. Perhaps they don't want at all. But the good thing is that they have plenty of time now. And what I was quite surprised now during the pandemic to see that finally they took time to understand a little bit, to connect with the family or to connect with the doctors, because finally they have this time now to test and to learn on that. So.
Great. I mean, this is also a very. I mean, COVID has certainly brought new challenges, new aspects to things in that sense. But I mean, if we try to look at the more, let's say, business side of things, do you have different business model for digital innovations for the elderly in respect to the non-elderly ones? How does it change? What stands behind it? And it'd be great if you can shed a light about it.
Yeah, perhaps I can jump just in addition to what we said before, because we said lots of things that elderly and non-elderly are different persons, different type of patients. In oncology, for example, most of our patients are have more than 60, 65 or 70 years old. So we are most of the time managing some kind of older patients. And they are totally different, which means young patients are coming very with a lot of knowledge on their pathology, having a clear understanding of the different treatments. on the other side, you have elderly that are polymedicated with comorbidities, coming sometimes with a family member, most of the time with a family member, perhaps not challenging the decision of the physician, having a more time to process the information. So we are talking about two kinds of patients. So clearly the solution, and Carlo with Trilio is an example for adherence, for example. This is an issue for every types of patients, chronic patients, acute patients, for every types of patients. The adherence of the complementation of the treatment is key to ensure the efficacy. But for young people, you will develop more kind of apps, and we see lots of apps developed by lots of startups on that way. But for elderly, it's not working. So this is why startups like Trilio thought, okay, let's move and let's really think about these kind of patients and everything that Carlo was saying before. I think it was it.
Yes, and about the business model, it's with Trilio we move in the adherence. And if we think, what is the cost of a lack of adherence? There are numbers, and that the figures are unbelievable. The impact of lack of adherence in the United States is $290 billion per year wasted. In Europe is 130 billion euros per year wasted to unnecessary cares. Okay, so who is paying, who is trashing this money is a clear hero, is a key player in the business model. In the United States, 100% of this money is coming out from the pocket of the insurance companies. In Europe, it's a mix, it's a combination between public money and private money. But each of these has a clear interest in doing one single thing, that is prevention. So any innovation that is bringing prevention, so is able to, let's say, save this money, okay, now we can design a business model. An insurance company would be a lot of interest in providing any solution that is preventing an event that must be reimbursed. Okay, so with this approach, we can design different business models involving different stakeholders, pharmaceutical corporation, insurance corporation, hopefully governments and public organizations, and so on. Okay.
On my side, so we talk about business models and reimbursement, and many people know that in Germany, for example, you can start easily getting, so easily, not easily, but there is still a track to get reimbursed with digital therapeutics, and that's interesting as a business model. For me, another part that will be more and more attractive, it's if you prove with a digital solution and a medication, you get a better efficiency. You can just make a pack together, and from a reimbursement or for other business models, or even when you get the loss of exclusivity, you can register again your drug. So there are some companies in the US that are thinking about these new models for pharmaceutical companies. So that's super interesting for a long term, where you get a better solution for a patient, and also you get savings from the public sector, and it's a win-win situation for everyone. So that's things that we can think about for a long term for the elderly and not elderly. And also keep in mind that during the confinement, many insurance start paying their doctors for their online consultancy. Before was not the case. So it's why also HCPs start moving into online consultancy because they were getting reimbursed. That's also an important point.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very good option. But if we go to the next questions, and we touched a little bit, Carlo, when you showed your presentation on Trilio, but maybe if you can all address it, like how much or how we can assess how much we can indeed rely on family members for innovation adoptions, if anything. It seems like it's very much we need to rely on them very much, but I mean, how do you assess it? Is it applicable for everything? I'll be happy to hear your opinions about it.
So absolutely, family members are fundamental to ensure that innovation is adopted and is used. So the family members, first, the relation between a professional and their patients is one to many. A doctor can have hundreds of patients. An hospital can manage thousands of patients. So it's impossible to have a direct daily relation with each one of them. But each patient requires a daily relation, especially when something is not happening in the right way, especially when we talk about the behavior. Sometimes a patient, a grandmother, is not, let's say, behaving from the health point of view as she should do. So the family members have a one-to-one relation with the seniors, so that they are a key player, especially in the educational part. So they can take actions. So the system, the innovation system, can send, dispatch warning messages to the family members, and they can take individual action to the seniors to ensure that they are doing what they are expected to do. Because the seniors must not be left alone in any way. He must not be left alone. He must be connected to the family and to all the other stakeholders. And the family are the first level of interaction.
Yeah, and just to add, totally agree. And in oncology, it's clearly the case when you see that in every consultation, the patient is coming with a family member, no, and it's also because when you get out a consultation, you take like 10, 15 maximum of the information that you received, and having 2% maximize these numbers and the understanding now of what the physician was explaining. In the diagnostic part, it's crazy, the numbers of new terms, of new diagnostic tests that you have to do, that you have to perform. So having someone that helps you in that moment is key. But what Carlos said also, no, at home, the son or the grandson are key, no, to really help the elderly. But I think we are going also in some innovations that will be not only based on the help of the caregiver or the family member, but only with technology. No technology. You have now some mirror, some smart mirror that can detect with the telephone, but also with a basic mirror in a house that can detect some change in the color, in the expression of the face, that can be directly gathered and directly connected to the physician, or to so not only someone that can help you, but the technology. It's we need to be careful on that, but the technology can also help in this follow-up.
I agree on those parts, and the thing is, we cannot put all the grandparents in the same bucket. So we need to define different type of user personas and defining some stereotypes. And normally, and that's kind of generic. It can be edge cases, but if they have grandchildren, they come together, but in many cases they do not have grandchildren. Or it's just the grandma that takes care of the grandpa. On the other way around, culturally, it doesn't happen nowadays, but it may happen in the future. And so it really depends on the type of grandparents. There are some that want to get support with the children, others that they want to read, or others they don't want to care about anything. They just go to the visit and that's all. And defining solutions for everyone normally doesn't play. You need to see if you want someone that wants to be free in their path, like learn everything from the disease, or others that they just want to understand exactly what's going on now. They don't want to see the future, then they want to see the past. And I always put the same example. If you take a patient that has diagnosed with a terminal disease, and the doctor says, mostly you will die for this disease. In the US, normally the first question they will ask is how many days I have until my death. And that's mostly because they need to take care about the health insurance, life insurance. They want to calculate if they can afford or not the payment and all this. And this is a conversation you do in the US very openly. Here in Europe, mostly it's the other way around, because from a financial perspective, they will not ask for it. They are more into, I want to leave it now, and just I want to see if I will have pain, what will be my side effects, and so on. So culturally wise, it's different. So, and it's only two regions. If you put in place different type of people, you need to adapt the solutions for them. So one for everyone will not play, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we are now up with the questions, and I want to encourage people to ask some questions in the Q&A. We already have some, but please, we have more minutes, and let's take advantage. It's your opportunity to ask them questions. And let's start with the first one from Natalie Ivanov. She asks, regarding revenue, how do you proceed to define the end value of the product? How different from the drug product value assessment, NPV? I mean, she's trying to ask, I think, how do you define the end value of a product, and different from the drug product value assessment, how the NPV
Yeah, just quick answer. We are a pharmaceutical company that are selling drugs. So we are not selling other types. For the moment, the business model is not to sell medical device or to sell technological innovation, digital innovation to the physician. So it's really to add value to our product or to our value proposition. So the idea is really like we are doing now with Carlo is we had the business needs. We make an open challenge now with Connector. Last year, we identified a startup, so Trilio, that can really help us in some issue. What we are doing right now is we are about to start a pilot in a hospital in Madrid with Carlo, with Trilio, to really test if it add value to the patients and to the physician, and then we will think about scaling the project and bringing this solution together with our product. So it's how the digital innovation add value to our product and really answer some unmet needs current unmet needs on the market. So it's not about the amount of value that we define for the product, for the digital innovation.
Yes, the value of innovation is not the value of innovation standalone. If anything that you can bring to the market is integrating with different entities, hospitals, pharmaceutical corporations, and others, each one has a clear value proposition, and the system is much more efficient, is much more valuable. It's not a one-to-one or a single solution itself that has a value, but is what the benefit of the solution is bringing as a benefit to all the stakeholders. This is the value. We are saving the life of a person. We are making the life better of the family of this person. We are ensuring that money is not wasted by the system. We are ensuring that the daily work of the professionals are easier. All of these aspects have a clear value. We need to put all this together to make all the things perform better. And this is the big value. Something can be measured, something cannot be measured, but this is the real value of the innovation itself.
I just want to add one thing on the comment. So in many cases, we kind of ask for digital solutions, that you launch the digital solution and bam, it gets revenue day one. And that's something that it's mostly impossible in this case. So many of the solutions, it take multiple years, around 5 to 10 years to get a value from the user and then an economic value. And it's we are not just cutting edges launching a digital solution. And if it takes 10 years to develop a drug, to develop a digital solutions that add a value to patient, it takes also 10 years. The difference is that you are 10 years on a lab and then you launch a medication, and on a digital solution, you are 10 years on the field, iterating with the patient until you find something that adds a value. And it's something that we need to keep in mind, that healthcare, it's more slow than other industries in this case. And we will not make a break even year one on a digital health solution, mostly because you need to prove that you are getting better for patient, and this takes time. So there is no grill on a digital solution that from day one you have full adherence and the patient just revive from nothing. And this will take time. So I will ask to make this thought also from the startups that are launching, that it's not from day one they will just get there.
I agree with you. I fully agree. It's right. It's true. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alejandro Quintans asks, where do you find the main digital intelligence coming from and why? Patients, clients, regulatory administration, or internal company stakeholders? So digital challenges and where do they stem from? Thank you, Alex, for the question.
I think so. I think all you have different challenges. So one normal challenge that I found, and also it's for students that want to join the healthcare industry from a technology background, it's super hard to find talent that wants to join a pharmaceutical or wants to join a big health company, due to the fact that many are more thinking on high technology companies and they see doing other things. So attracting talent, it's a key point that it's super challenging. And without talent and without humans, you don't do anything. So that's kind of the basics. So, and that's for me, it's always a big point. Without the right talent on board to build digital solutions, you will not be able to do anything. That's the first thing. Obviously, you have regulatory pain points and but that's kind of normal. So we come from an industry that has not changed for the past 1,000 years, maybe. So an HCP, when they study medicine, the bone names doesn't change, and a flu, it's always a flu. So it takes the time that it takes. Digital, it change every 6 months, being super positive. Sometimes it's every 3 months. It's a different pace. So obviously, all the systems needs to adapt, and it takes time, and but that's part of the deal of doing a transformation and being able to engage with new regulatory aspects, new things, and so on. But it has demonstrated during the confinement, during the COVID, the pandemic, that we can go faster. So I think it's a good step forward on a positive way that we are moving.
Yes, Meli, I agree with what Jacob said. And the big challenges is that the exception of who is directly involved in innovation. So myself as an innovator, as a startup entrepreneur, or Marion that is head of innovation in the company. All the rest of the world is reluctant to innovation. So you must clearly bring the message that innovation is bringing value. Otherwise, it will be something boring and everybody will be reluctant for that. This is the challenge. And each stakeholder has its different, it requires a different approach.
Yeah, agree. They need to see the benefit, and we can, from the pharmaceutical companies, develop lots of new innovation technology from startup. But it's if from the physicians or from the patients they are not prepared, we can develop whatever we want. It will not be accepted. So it's what Jacob said. No, it took time. Right now, the COVID really helped in that way and accelerate everything. And we saw that it's feasible. We can accelerate things, and I remember that last year we were talking in January. My general manager was talking in January. Okay, perhaps we can make a virtual monthly in July. And we said, no way, 1 month only virtual, and I don't know. And then COVID came and we had 10 months virtual. So yeah, it's feasible. We just need to think that that both sides needs to be on board, not only those that developing, but the final users.
Thank you very much. Maybe another final question from my side. I mean, we've been talking about, how we can adopt these technologies and all the challenges, but how much do you believe we are ready or willing to rely only on digital services and neglect traditional treatment visits for this segment of users, if any, in the maybe farthest future?
No way. It's impossible. But not only for this kind of patients, for every patient, as we said, no, they need the contact. They need to have some tests, to perform some tests in the hospital. But you need to see that there is very big advantages for patients that also lives far away from the hospital, or patients that have some fear to go to the hospital. So it will be a combination of. We will not go back to the 100% traditional, and we will not reach the 100% digital. So it will be a mixed, and it will depend on the patients, on the physicians, on the pathology, because some pathology, and for example, in Novartis, we are about to start a pilot in telemedicine for oncological patients, because telemedicine it's really already developed for some kind of patients, the dermatology, but for oncology it's not clear. So we need to test and to understand for which visit and for which patients it can be adapted, but it will not be for 100% clearly.
Yes, no way. The technology, innovation and technology is a tool to make everything easier, to make everything better, more efficient. But at the end, there is a physician, there is a patient, and they cannot be replaced at all. I believe so.
No, I think we all agree. We will get the best of both worlds. So the tedious tasks that were not adding any value to the visit of the patient and physician, they will get online or even automated. And the human interaction, the parts that are more needed, will get back to not to normality, because this will not exist anymore. So the past will not exist as a future. So people needs to be aware of that. But it will get it's a new iteration. So we're talking about agility. So it's a new iteration that it will be much better than the previous one.
Great. And I have one, I think, last question, because we have 5 more minutes. What is your impression regarding the bandwidth currently available to make the medical consultation Pedro Vasquez asks.
Can you
Do we have
repeat the
enough
question?
bandwidth?
Yeah. Do we
What is
have?
your impression regarding the bandwidth currently available to make the medical consultation? Meaning, do we have the technological, I would say, infrastructures, I mean, for the end users to really deliver a proper, digital consultation in that sense?
We are talking in Spain. Clearly, we are not. There is two different worlds. There is the private sector and the public sector. So in the private, you can see that they've done so many innovations, so many steps toward the digitalization of all the system and the remote visit. So this is something that, and it's not the future, it's the present. No, it exists, and and in Spain. But on the other side, you have the public hospitals that clearly needs to work on the infrastructure to build a clear platform to really connect physicians between each other, patients to physicians. So there is a long way to reach this level of transformation. But for me, the first starting point is the people. So we need to have, and we saw it in some hospital. We saw some, for example, a cardiologist, head of cardiology, that really saw that it was worth it to have the camera, and so he went to buy some camera for all the department. It was not coming from the general management of the hospital. It was him deciding to really transform somehow his department. So it's coming from people, not from the organization.
I don't think we need any technology advancement nowadays. So sometimes you have a call walking with your grandma, it's a WhatsApp call, and you have a small video. You don't need bandwidth, it's a 3G, it's small, and you have interactions, you smile, you have fun, and it's share. Instagram, you are like sharing super pixel images square, and you see the interaction. So you don't need like a 8K TV, full speed internet of 1 gigabit to talk to your doctor. You need someone that listens to you, and at least the voice and the video go sync. So you don't need so much bandwidth. I think we are overdoing. So if we don't have 5G, we will not be able to do calls. We've been doing calls with Skype for the last 10 years, and before was super tiny, and now you can change the background dynamically. You really don't need so much of those things to talk to someone.
Yes, you don't need that. But anyway, where people is, you have enough bandwidth. In the cities, you have enough bandwidth. If one senior is living in the top of the Alps, it's only one, and we will find a way to connect him in some other way. But the majority of the people is connected with the communication infrastructure.
Okay, great. I think we're just on time. I want to thank you again, Marion, Carlo, Jacob, for tuning in for this amazing panel. For me, it was super interesting. If you have any last sentence or things you want to say, please do. Or otherwise, we can take a short break soon and continue afterwards. So please. Yeah.
No, just thank you for the invitation. Clearly, a pleasure to share that with Jacob and Carlo, and really appreciate these events. I think it's important to share these learnings, and happy to discuss with the students if they want.
Thank you to everybody. It was a pleasure, and honestly, I look forward to be invited again, but next time in person. Hopefully, I'm sure next year we will meet in person for sure. No way.
Thank you also the organization for setting up all this, and feel free to reach myself, or I guess anyone of the panel to discuss if you have questions, or even to do a coffee now that it's also possible. Let's put it this way.
So In this opportunity, I want to thank again to Natalia from the Foundation Internacional for helping us in this technical support. And thank you again, Carlo, Mario, and Jacob. Don't go. In 15 minutes, we're back with an amazing panel about AI in healthcare. So stay tuned, and we'll be taking a short break, 15 minutes, and we are back. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ronnie. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Now we are going to start a very exciting panel about AI in healthcare. AI has a lot of presentation in all the industry, but now it has its presence in healthcare. Today, we are very lucky to have 3 leaders from the industry that going to discuss with us like the application and the challenge of AI to adapt in healthcare industry. So first, I would like to introduce our panelists. Laura Mondano, she's Amazon Principal for Business Development in Healthcare and Life Science Startups across EMEA. She had 12-year experience in healthcare and life science. She had worked in Amwell, Deloitte, Boston Scientific, and she has been the strategy lead of NHS. She had hold a bachelor's degree in psychology and economics from TUF, and she had an MS in health management from City University. Welcome, Laura. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And we also have Michael Wodorski. Dr. Michael is the CEO at SolveMed. It's an AI startup that's trying to help patients with Alzheimer's. He had 8-year experience in healthcare and consulting. He also teaches strategy and tech innovation in life science in University College of London. And finally, we have Marco's colleague, Laurent, sorry about my pronunciation, and he's the senior consultant of Ventura. He has 6-year experience in healthcare and consulting. He holds a PhD in genetics from Cambridge, and he teaches future of healthcare at IE. Welcome our speakers, and now I'm going to go into the first questions. So it has been a year that is very challenging for many business. However, for AI and healthcare industry, it has been a very exciting year. The investment to AI in healthcare has reached 4.1 billion in 4.3 billion in Q3 of 2020, which already over the investment of 4.1 billion in the whole year of 2019. So I would like to ask our panelists, like, what's the most exciting project you are doing recently, and to share with us. Please feel free to jump in anytime. And
Laura, would you like to kickstart?
Of course. Thank you very much for the question and for the whole event. One thing I'll say is that obviously healthcare and healthcare life science is a lot bigger than just AI in healthcare. 4.2 billion in 2019 in health AI, but also 9.5 billion in 2020 was invested in startups in healthcare and life science across Europe specifically. So the space is not just growing, it's booming. And one thing that we're definitely noticing is that the digitization and the ability for patients to actually finally interact with the system rather than continue to have the traditional healthcare systems is something that we're definitely seeing as an opportunity across the walks of life. I'm not going to say that there's one thing that's more interesting than another. Obviously, I'm customer facing, and I think every single customer we have is interesting to me and is an interesting project, because making sure that our customers are able to deliver to their strategy through the right infrastructure that Amazon Web Services and the cloud that we provide has is always a priority that we have. But as a whole, on a personal level, having worked in healthcare across the system, so in telehealth, in life science, with big pharma, in hospitals, in value-based care, with real-world evidence and genomics, so I have the full breadth of the industry. We have always looked at how can we connect the different pieces of traditional work to new work, and the fact that as an industry it is now becoming more digitized, that clinicians are working with developers and computer scientists to actually bring in knowledge from outside of healthcare into healthcare to modernize it. That to me is the underlying value of what is interesting in what's happening in the industry today.
Very good.
Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
I completely agree. And from my perspective, yes, I agree that the year was particularly exciting. Myself, I've been working on a specific project. I think, Laura, you have a full breadth of experience across many domains. For me, over the last year, I focused primarily on building one particular business, Solvmed Group, where we focused on neurology diagnostics. And maybe before I tell you more about the project, I think I would go back to the statistic that you provided, Iese, at the start. And while I agree that when we look at investment, particularly VC investment into medtech, and large chunk of medtech is digital health and AI, it's encouraging. And my company is one of the companies which benefited from these trends. We secured 2 rounds of 2 injections of VC capital in the previous few months. But at the same time, I would recognize that while the overall amount of investment in medtech and digital health AI has increased significantly, and I think the COVID pandemic has something to do with it. I think now for VCs, it is sort of natural. It's sort of desired for a VC firm to invest into healthcare. I think the pandemic changed the sentiment a little bit, which is great for healthcare. But even though the overall amount has increased, the number of investments didn't increase significantly. There was an increase, but not as significant as in the overall amount. And that means that we see larger rounds happening. But it also means, if you understand the seed, Series A, Series B, Series C, series of investments that happen in healthcare, that means that we see basically bigger rounds happening later on in the innovation chain, in later innovation stages. And that means that we still have a problem of funding early stage startups in medtech and digital health AI. We still don't receive enough support at those earlier stages. And it has something to do with the particular risk profile that medtech and digital startups present to many VC investors who cannot accept these sort of risks, or who see other domains as less risky. And that's something to still work on and think about how to enable investments in earlier stages. So just to highlight the kind of most exciting project I've been working on. So at Solvmed, where we are a Polish-British startup focusing on digital health, on digital biomarkers for the purpose of detecting neurological diseases very, very early, going beyond what a physician can detect, what the physician can interpret in terms of the cardinal symptoms that occur in diseases such as Parkinson's disease, such as Alzheimer's disease. We began ideating on what can be done in terms of capturing novel type of digital data, novel types of biomarkers using mobile phones, specifically from the patient's face, specifically from their eyes. And initial hypotheses were already created in late 2019 and then in early 2020, trying to see how this sort of data, this sort of digital ocular biomarker data can be fed into AI algorithmics for the purpose of detecting diseases accurately and early. But what we are and what we've been working on most on throughout 2020 is how to link the kind of diagnostic insight with supporting biopharmaceutical industry, the biotech, the pharmaceutical sector, for the purpose of developing novel cures. And this is what we are most excited about. So it's been a roller coaster. We definitely made use of the COVID pandemic as much as possible. It helped us sort of being more focused as a team on one hand, helping us, for example, during a lockdown to put our heads down and focus on work. It also helped us with recruitment because we found that many people were sort of stuck in between changing jobs. And they were more open about joining startups, especially in healthcare, encouraged by the trends seen in 2020. We also have seen a lot of interest from interns. We were able to attract over 20 interns in 1 year, which is an incredible number. And again, because people were interested in this sort of area, in deep tech, in healthcare, interested in gaining additional experience. So these were all pluses, which definitely helped us. And also just working remotely became a complete new normal. And thanks to that, our startup was able to already start building relationships with investors overseas in the United States, something that wouldn't be that easy if it weren't for the COVID pandemic. So as I mentioned, we managed to secure 2 investments from German VCs. We built a team from just 4 people to 10 people working now full-time, and then an army of interns supporting us. And now starting after a year, starting to already implement our systems in clinics and hospitals. So it's been quite the journey. And I think the current atmosphere definitely fueled our growth on many different levels. So I'll be excited to share more of that journey of different elements that we've encountered over the past month in today's conversation. I'll try not to speak too long, and I will leave it to Marcus.
Perfect. No, thanks, Michael, and thanks, Laura, as well, for your comments. I think I wanted to also resonate with what Laura was mentioning. I really believe as well, healthcare is booming, digital healthcare is booming worldwide. And the thing is, you know, how do we actually connect, I guess, the 4 areas in which I guess digital health is really playing, right? Digital health is basically its focus. It's really helping connect different things. One, moments of care. We are, for example, really going with the patient from diagnosis to treatment to adherence to hopefully the outcomes. We walk through with the patient through locations. We actually help patients go from hospital to home to pharmacies to different locations of care, and actually also through healthcare systems in different geographies if they actually move, say, for example, countries. Also connecting stakeholders, right? We are in digital health really kind of helping bridge the divide between what patients are looking for, what doctors are looking for, also potentially payers as well, how to make their life easier, and healthcare providers as well, how to really also, you know, make sure the efficiency is somehow maintained in the system despite COVID, or despite you know, the problems of this century, such as aging, etc. And then finally, helping share knowledge, data, and everything that is being gathered by the system, and how we actually connect these points while bridging the divide between what is happening in the technology, how is technology being developed as in startups, such as what Michael is doing, or in large companies, in large pharma, in large medtech, or even in big tech, for example, in Amazon, and how this technology being developed flows to the final user. This final user could be the patient, but this final user could be the doctor. This final user could be the healthcare system, could be a non-patient, basically just the individual, just hoping to maybe change their behavior to be healthier. And the fact is, you know, there is a lot of room for right now for these technologies to be developed, as well as obviously a lot of room to be able to find out what will be I guess the next stages in or actually how will healthcare be in the future when we take out the word digital, because digital is never gonna stay forever. That word, basically healthcare, in 20 years time will just be healthcare, and digital will just be a part of it because it will just be natural. So as we evolve to that, then how will healthcare be evolving with the help of digital tools? Super quickly, one thing that I'm quite inspired by at the moment as well is how we can then take these potential digital tools, devices, etc., to low and middle income countries, and how obviously most of the stories we hear right now are from Europe, are from America, are from maybe East Asia, where extremely complex reorganizations or extremely complex services or products are being marketed or are being subject to really interesting success stories. But how can we actually expand that to the 8 billion people that we are right now on Earth, and how actually we can adapt whichever tools we use to different geographies, obviously taking into account different infrastructures they have different ways of working, different ways of living, etc. So how do we bridge this divide as well? I think it will be one of the key challenges of healthcare as well moving forward.
Thank you.
If I may jump in.
Yeah,
sorry, if I may jump
Laura.
in, this is a perfect example of why I cannot say that there is one project that I'm working on that is more interesting than another, because you just had two speakers who are fantastic, who have great applications. And I'm extremely lucky in my job because being on the business development side, I'm not, my job is not just to say what products do we have for a customer, but to work with customers like these two companies and then every other one across EMEA that's a startup, and say, now that you have something new that you're bringing to market, now that you're fundraising, now that you're developing your strategy, now that you're trying to develop your business model, how do we bring all of it together to actually just create an infrastructure underneath and make sure that all of you are successful? And none of these solutions are better than another to us. And this is what's great, that we want to see this innovation. We want to see young startups. We want to see young innovators. We want to see founders all being able to focus on exactly these problems that they're talking about, and that ability to connect different dots and to say, you know what, we just want to have this application expanded to a new geography, or we want to have a partnership between us and a larger customer, and we're the single point of contact that can enable all of that to happen. And it gives me joy every day to see people like this talk.
Yes, thank you, Laura. And indeed, we benefited quite directly from your generous help. We are using AWS free credits, thanks to the links and generosity of our investors who collaborate with you quite directly. So yes, I can testify that you've been doing a great job.
Well, one thing I will say on that is that we actually have a program called AWS Connections, and it's a program on which I spend quite a bit of time. We basically work with our large enterprises, so think big pharma, big hospital groups, big insurtech in our world. And they are now understanding that the innovation that's happening from the startups is not something in another world, and that their business models are adapting to the change in the market. And they're becoming more modernized by not just building things in-house, but the same way that if you were to take a big pharma company that would acquire an asset from a startup biotech company, they're now looking at the digital health world to create a more integrated offering, and sort of are starting to really now deliver on the value beyond the pill and the wraparound services. So things around ecosystem, awareness, education, or other things in between. If a big company, big enterprise customer is looking for a specific use case that is outside of the traditional domain that they're working on, they come to us and they say, who are startups within your large ecosystem of startups that offer this kind of service? And we then present them and we do the due diligence. So though I can't name any names, I think generally having the opportunity to give a big break and an opportunity for a partnership for some of our startups is always a very exciting part.
Mm-hmm. And how does, if I just jump in, how does your work connect with the search and evaluation and technology scouts teams at those companies? Is it, in what sense is it complementary to what they do? Because they themselves, what I'm pointing at is they themselves are looking for new opportunities. Yeah. Sorry.
So it depends on the opportunity and the specific use case. Every time there are different guidelines for the conversation. Mm-hmm. But obviously, because we work on the technology side for both accounts, they will define a very specific use case where it's a business application, and they just know that we have a view of the stage of these companies. And we see a lot more companies than a scout will, because a scout having to go out and search for the companies, you need to know that these companies are already out, are already fully developed, are promoting themselves, etc. Whereas we know companies before any of you will, because we know them when they're building themselves. So as soon as they get even seed investment, if they come to us and we have a conversation, we have that awareness and we can identify them, then they will go through a process, of course. So it's never an automatic, but we have a way of sourcing companies on the back end.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Where a demand is specifically.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of this role of Amazon, so yeah, thank you for this. Mm-hmm.
Welcome.
It's very exciting to see that the startup and Amazon like can connect, and we like literally see the connection here. And you all talk about like the application of like medtech digital health in the what we are using now. And like statistic number shows that 45% of young health professional thinks that AI can help them either at decrease the to increase the efficiency of administration work, or help them to use the big data to help them diagnose the condition faster and prevent it. And so I would like to ask you, like, what do you see about this? Like, what do you think is the most promising application? Sorry, Laura, I know that for you, it must be like a lot. It's like the, it's very promising, but like in the view of Amazon, maybe like how you see these things, like how like AWS helping startups in a way.
So first of all, I don't think that it's one or the other. I think absolutely we can do more to reduce inefficiency. Absolutely, we can do more for diagnosis and patient management. Patient records and interoperability is one of the key components of the work that we're doing in the healthcare and life science space. And for anyone who's not aware, if I'm using words that you don't know, just always ask. But interoperability just means different patient record systems and electronic medical record systems working with each other. So a big issue that the industry often sees when dealing with electronic medical records is that often what is built in the hospital won't work with what's in the community, or an application that is built on one system has to be able to work on another one so that you can expand across different customers. So I don't see that it's one or the other. There is room for an opportunity for everyone across the industry. What I do think is extremely important, though, across them is to develop solutions that are not only impacting one thing. So yes, you need access to data. Yes, you need access to patient records. Yes, you need to improve efficiency. But if you break everything down, you have to ask the question of why are you doing what you're doing? What are you trying to impact, and how does it fit with everything else? So if we're talking about the hospital setting, which I think these examples are, you need to understand, A, what the process that currently is happening is. If you make one change here, what does that mean for everything around it, before, after, and everyone who impacts it? So to give you an example of my past work, I used to work at University College of London Hospital. We wanted to make a change for multiple sclerosis patients. And those patients were extremely important because they were presenting at the hospital 97 times a year with urinary tract infections. They had patient record, that was going around the system in the community, at the GPs, at specialists in the hospital. They were being seen everywhere. They were presenting many times. They had different doctors at every time. So you had a patient record, you had efficiency, and you needed diagnosis. But in order for that to be properly redesigned, you had to see what the nurses were doing, what the doctors were doing, how are we interacting with their health records, how were we interacting with them as patients, how are we discharging, what were we doing to follow them up outside of the hospital. And I mentioned this as a very simple example. We came up with a very elegant solution, but which we could talk about at a different time. The company that we built was called NeuroResponse. But the point is that in healthcare, you have to understand that it is, unlike other businesses, you have to have a business model that doesn't just think about who is going to be buying the solution, but all the stakeholders that you're impacting. So the hospital management company, the clinicians who are going to be giving care differently, everyone in the admin who's going to be changing the way they're working in order to adopt this solution or technology. Then how is it going to be paid for? Will patients accept it? And then does it come in front or in the back of something that is currently there? Or are you changing a whole way that people are currently working? And all of it has to then be tied together in a way that integrates itself to the health record system that the hospital has. So it's not just one thing, but multiple things that have to all work together like a web for it to then actually be adopted and implemented.
Mm-hmm. I fully agree with you, Laura. I think what happens right now is most of the solutions that are being developed are basically point solutions.
Yes.
In particular moments of the journey of care of the patient throughout the care system through a particular disease. And the question is, what the system is craving really is a way to walk with the patient through their whole journey from start to finish, even from before, even from actually when we're focusing on prevention and we are actually helping the patient just to live healthier lives, even before any particular disease appears. And this is true for the patients. This is also true for different stakeholders. I wanted to bring out the example of pharma companies. Pharma companies want to run clinical trials on their super innovative new molecules. How do you run a clinical trial? Say, for example, for a rare disease, you actually need to use interoperable patient data that is probably multi-site, multi-location, and that somehow you need to bring together in order to run any clinical research that you might be thinking about running in order to prove the potential success or potential benefit of this drug. And how do you find those patients? How do you then actually compare evidence from the real world evidence on those patients who might or might not be on a particular treatment, and how do you then run conclusions? You cannot do this with traditional in traditional ways. And so basically, as well as for example, we're aiming to give the patients something that works, that walks them through the whole journey. Pharma companies are thinking of the same, and then I guess payers are quite interested as well on really kind of being safe that no potential disruptor is going to come in and make them spend more money than what they planned on a particular quarter. And obviously hospital managers or basically the deliverers are also hoping, right, I really want to get a system that allows me to actually predict, for example, what's going to be the hospital utilization rate of my particular hospital over maybe what could be a heavy flu season, or what could be a winter peak. And how do you do this in a way that you're able to actually use predictive tools, that you're able to incorporate what's happening in other regions of the world in a way that actually maybe even incorporates patient data from patients that might already be feeling in a way that in 10 days time they might be calling a doctor. So this kind of interoperable data, I think it is extremely key moving forward for all stakeholders.
I couldn't agree more. And I think the ability to connect the dots in a healthcare system. So, for example, when I think about one of the applications that Esma you mentioned, the improvement in efficiency of administrative work, what I see as most exciting about that is actually not just reducing the inefficiencies and making repetitive tasks easier, or reducing the frequency of errors, but actually pulling together data from different, as Marcus describes, moments of care, and making the patient journey, the pathway that the patient goes through better understood, because suddenly I can make, if I make a decision at, let's say, a diagnostic stage, it should be influenced, it should be optimized by what I know about the future fate of this patient in the healthcare system. So administrative work may sound as a sort of low-hanging fruit and relatively easy application, but it can be leveraged to actually optimize the different moments of care for the benefit of not just the patient, but the whole healthcare system at large. As Marcus pointed out, I would take it even further and think about how a well-connected, well-understood through data, through AI applications healthcare system, then connects to other stakeholders such as pharma companies. And this is something we try to implement and realize at SolveMed, where the kind of diagnostic information that we produce and the kind of diagnostic predictive biomarker data that we collect is applied then at our biopharmaceutical partners, because you can actually leverage your diagnostic information for improved clinical trials. And what I'm most excited about is using AI and machine learning technology to realize true breakthroughs. And as Marcus and Laura pointed out, such significant improvements will not happen unless the information from different parts of care is actually integrated, is interoperable. And I think once we achieve that, and once we promote this sort of level of interoperability, and we realize that medicine, practicing medicine, is actually all about technology innovation, and that eventually, as Marcus mentioned earlier, digital health just becomes health, because technology innovation, digital health, AI, whatnot, is already should be regarded as a natural part of practicing healthcare. We'll slowly but surely will be seeing these AI applications leading to true breakthroughs. And for me, where I can see this being realized most profoundly in the short term is in redefining how clinical development happens by feeding useful patient data to the clinical development process, and redefining it through making sure that we can actually enroll patients accurately and at early stages of the disease, making testing much easier, much more efficient, maximizing the chances of developing new cures, applying the sort of AI algorithms that are being developed to analyzing clinical trial data, so you can actually stratify patients, identify patient subgroups, and again, maximize the chances of developing new drugs, approving new drugs, and then developing companion diagnostics. So in real life, you can then detect patients who respond more favorably to particular medicines. And also leveraging telemedicine and digital health for the purpose of remote trials, and actually redefining what a clinical trial, clinical development is, bridging the gap between the real world care, real world data with traditional randomized double-blind clinical trials, and making the blending of these two different sources, two different types of evidence together for more efficient clinical development process. I think these are some of the areas that I find most exciting, and areas where biggest breakthroughs and biggest impacts can happen in the short term, leading to novel, effective cures.
Totally agree with what you guys said. And both like Michael, Marcos, and Laura, you all mentioned about how important it is to integrate the data and different stakeholders and different foundations. And that raised the issue about data privacy. Now, general public are more and more aware about how our data being used and how that might generate to institution like insurance company. Are they allowed to using our healthcare data to pricing the insurance we are going to buy? This kind of issue are all in people's mind. So I would like to ask you, like, so government has begun to create more and more policy to try to protect people's data. And do you think this is beneficial to the development and innovation of the industry, or you think this is actually creating bureaucracy? Thank you.
Yeah, I think in the EU especially, we have a little bit of a problem with bureaucracy. I think, unfortunately, I have the sense that data sharing in particular, but more generally, I think technology innovation in medicine and healthcare, unfortunately, is still on some level seen as a threat, as something to contain, something to tame, something to control. But I believe that a patient or a healthcare professional who's well informed, who's engaged in the development process and then in actually using the novel technology, is willing to partake in the development process, in using novel technology. And I think we need to work toward a situation where tech innovation at large, and of course, today tech relies very heavily on patient data, measurement data, and so on, that these are equivalent with medicine, with practicing medicine. I think over the next few years, we should see changes in the curricula of medical students, where tech innovation, the process of tech innovation and the world of venture capital and using data for the purpose of developing algorithms, all of that should become a very natural and standard part of what doctors are taught, so that we see less risk aversion and more openness from the majority of healthcare professionals, and more openness toward tech innovation in general. I think, unfortunately, in the EU, we have a little bit of a problem with innovation and supporting very ambitious, very high rewards, but potentially high risk projects. And that's something I think we can be potentially learning from the United States. As a digital health company, whether it's a predictive technology, diagnostic technology, you're not really after personal data. You're after measurement data. You don't need to know the patient's name, surname. You don't even need to know their email or phone number. Your technology and your business model don't rely on such information. What you're after is measurement data, and that's something that can be accessed and used and processed and leveraged without infringing on privacy at all. And I think that's something that should be well understood, and we need to focus on frameworks, governance frameworks in the EU, which promote interoperability, promote access, of course, safe and controlled access to data, but to promote that access, promote innovation. And I think we do spend a little bit too much time on trying to tame the dragon of innovation, because it can cause harm and destroy privacy and so on and so on. I think these are valid concerns, but concerns of ensuring rapid innovation and efficient implementation of new technologies into clinics is equally important. And I'd like to see more conversations about those topics as well. I wonder if Laura and Marcos agree.
Please, Laura, go ahead.
No, I'll let you go ahead, and I'm happy to go last.
Cool. No,
it's a big question for us.
No worries. I wanted to, I think I support what Michael says, and also to challenge what you were saying, Esme. I wanted to take a bit of a devil's advocate view. The truth is, it is impossible to fully anonymize data if we want it to be useful in any shape or form. You know, even an X-ray that doesn't even, without any metadata, you know, the simple image, an X-ray of a chest or of a skull. There are right now algorithms that are able to reconstruct basically the soft tissue around the bones, and other algorithms that are able to reconstruct the facial morphology using just the image. And with a facial morphology, right now we have something called iPhone that is able to unblock, that is able to use facial morphology to unblock a screen. What I want to say here is that data is inherently basically health data inherently has information that can give our identity away with very, very few steps. So the question is, how do we ensure that this data is just used in the right way, and that it is shared in the right way? And this is a real issue. The issue with anonymization, I guess, you know, even people will say, oh, we should just basically pseudonymize a data set or whatever. Well, that obviously, you know, with a few checks, somebody might be able to actually reconstruct particular identities of particular members of the data set, and it will just not be fit for purpose of to be fully anonymous. So then the question is, yeah, how do we share it? And here then I support, I guess, what Michael says. I think what we need to ensure is that you know, data that is actually stored on biobanks around different health systems in the world, you know, which could be genomic biobanks, could be biobanks for, you know, any kind of measurement you might be interested about. It should actually be stored in a way that, you know, if you are a startup, if you're a developer, and you're interested in a particular set of dimensions or in a particular set of informations, particular columns, whatever, it should be set in a way that you're able to actually query the data set to actually gather the data you need without the need of actually having to go through thousands and thousands of approvals from different government bodies in order to then actually, after maybe 2 years of work, find that this data set is actually useless for you because it's not on the correct format, or because it actually doesn't have the measurements you actually wanted, or just because you know, it is very difficult to work with because of a number of constraints. And then you basically, you know, you're a developer, you have time constraints, maybe because your funding is running out, or because you're VC backed and you want to show results soon, or maybe just because, you know, it's your business, and you know, you're left without usable data that then you need to spend tons and tons of you know, you have to spend then thousands of years to try to gather by yourself via developing partnerships with hospitals or developing partnerships with other centers that can capture data for you. So the truth is, there's a lot of data out there that is being gathered and that can be used for the right purposes. The question is, obviously, how do you then in a way preclude those evil purposes you mentioned, Esme, the insurance companies? I mean, fair enough, insurance companies might actually be wanting you know, to also de-risk their insurance activities, and right now their way of de-risking is asking your age and asking whether you smoke or not. Maybe in the future their way of de-risking is actually asking you for more information, but this is more part of how do we then make or ensure that that given players are not able to use this information for their pricing, and how we actually just literally create transparent pricing policies in given actors, rather than making life difficult for developers and for people who actually want to make good use of this data. This is my devil's advocate view.
Well, thank you both for being so optimistic. I'll have to say on our side, we love it when founders are optimistic. It's not the case for everyone. I'm going to go back to the question of do the policies create bureaucracy and the balance between privacy and innovation. First off, at a very high level, I think it's very, very important that there are policies and administrative guidelines, because they are guardrails. It should not be, it should absolutely not be that there are no rules around healthcare companies and data. There are ethical, legal, social implications around healthcare data. Personally identifiable healthcare information is extremely important for a number of reasons. We may not think about it right now, but we may end up having to face things in the future. So creating application solutions, building companies that have a very solid foundation of security at the bottom is extremely important. It is one of the things that AWS focuses on at the start. It is a non-starter to have a healthcare company where security is not a central part of its solution. We are extremely vigilant about our customers' privacy. We have very sophisticated technical and physical measures to prevent unauthorized access. We know that right now, especially in Europe, there were a lot of issues and conversations around policies around security. Different countries have different measures. It is right. It is absolutely right for the government to have policies to protect people, because it is their job to. They can go a bit far, and sometimes the issue is the policy, sometimes it is the interpretation of it, and everyone has an agenda in how it is that they interpret it. Having said that, we, again, as Amazon Web Services, have solutions to address pretty much every single policy that is out there, because we want there to be protection. We want our companies, or the companies built on us, and the companies as a whole, to have the ability to provide innovation without ever having to worry about the security of the data on their application and of the patients that they have. So that is just the blank foundation of everything that's happening. A. B, there are different rules around HIPAA and GDPR depending on which part of the Atlantic you're on, and I'm sure Asia Pacific, Japan, Australia, etc. They have their rules as well. I'm not fully aware of them. I will say that on the outset, but I do know quite a bit about GDPR and HIPAA. And again, I think it's very good, especially as we build bigger data sets that aren't just looking at an image or an X-ray or blood test or whether you're smoking or not, but we're now connecting so many different pieces of data together to create better systems, to create better algorithms, to create data lakes, and now Amazon Health Lake, etc. So the more you're connecting genomic data and patient's history and test results and information about what's happening, on a longitudinal basis, you're creating an image of a person that you're using to create everything else on top of it. And you never know when it's going to come in play. So to give you, again, a very specific genomic example, just for you to think about, if a patient shows up in the clinic and they're afraid of a specific health condition, so let's say someone in their family has had cancer and they're worried about their cancer risk, and they say, I want to know whether I have the BRCA1, BRCA2 gene, which is the breast cancer one. Think of the question, does the clinician, and this is not just the technology, but then it has the impact of the technology, does the clinician have the right to give them a test outside of just the BRCA1, BRCA2? It is possible that they will, because it's cheaper and more efficient to do a larger panel of tests. Now you've created more data. Do I, as a patient, want to know my other risks? Did I ever ask to know whether I have a cardiology or a diabetes or whatever other risk that may have been shown up? I never asked for it. I never signed up for it. I may say once the data is presented that, yes, I want to get it, but I don't want anyone else to get it. So then you have a system that knows my cancer risk, a bunch of other risks that I have, risks that I never asked to be discovered. If that were to be accessible by others, would my, and I'm not saying this is a case, but it's just why the ethical guardrails around it exist. Would then my employer have the right to say, I want to know whether you are at risk of becoming ill at some point and whether you're employable or not? These are questions that the system and the ethics have thought about for a long time. They have built this in order to protect both patients and citizens, as well as put guardrails and guidelines to make sure that applications are following these rules. You may choose as a company to have, as a health tech company, to have a partnership with other entities, commercial entities, but this is in your terms and conditions. So if I then choose to use a company on the cell phone, as you say, that manages my symptoms, and I know when I signed up, whether I know or not, but when I signed up the terms and conditions, I said I'm okay with them having partnerships with pharma companies or whoever else. I signed up to it. So as long as they then have a secure system that protects the data of staying within the terms and conditions of what I originally signed up for, fine. But nobody should get access to it. Nobody should have the right to come in and ask for it, et cetera, unless it falls within the guidelines of the law. So it is very important to be able to protect so that there is a trust that continues. The last thing I'll say is back to the first point that was made of patients know what they're doing. Patients don't always know what they're doing, and they're not always informed, and it is not their job to get educated. It is our jobs, or not necessarily mine, but every company that builds an interesting application or solution, it is their job to then be giving information to their consumers, patients, carers, clinicians, whoever is the consumer of whatever the solution is, to build the trust and to educate them as to, or to give them comfort that their application is going to be secure and safe and is going to continue to have a social contract with whoever is using it.
I agree. And these security, legal, social, and at the end of the day, safety measures, also technological, happen because, at the end of the day, companies like Amazon are, as you say, building data lakes that really contain images of people. And the thing is, just because it is so technologically difficult to fully anonymize one of those, then these constraints should be used. Then I think what I was arguing is this extra layer of, hey, not because you suddenly or randomly or for whatever reason you get access to this, because at the end of the day you might actually end up getting access to some information at the same time as an employer might end up, or a potential employer might end up getting access to whether, for example, a given person might have an illness or whatever. And the question is, can you use it? Can a potential employer use this for the benefit of the business or for a particular decision that could be actually illegal in itself? And then this is the issue. We should really avoid that, even if a data breach happens, or even if data ends up in the wrong hands, that people actually use this information for. So
if I may stop you, the fact that you said illegal is exactly what I'm talking about. That yes, there is a balance, and there always should be, but the fact that there are legal guidelines around how you can use data is extremely important.
Exactly.
So at a high level, the governments, because as I understood the question, it's about sort of national policy around it. It's important to have national policy about the use of personal data. Then going back to the level of the company, it is a two-way relationship, or three-way in our case, that companies have between their infrastructure. So in our case, Amazon Web Services, the company, and then the users, that all of them will protect the security and the privacy, and will maintain so the company needs to make sure that they're compliant with regulations, etc. But then the company, so we have very sophisticated, as I said, processes where we do not disclose customer data. We have 24/7 customer protection. We have a lot of systems in place to make sure that there are two-way authentication, that there is we encrypt the data, et cetera. So there are third-party security solutions that you can put on. There are ways to encrypting content and part of content. There are standard security policies, but companies need to adhere to them. They need to make sure they're not changing them or opening them up. They need to continue to have security protocols. When they're told to change passwords, etc., they do. Then the application itself needs to make sure that it has all the security authentication processes for the end consumers to make sure that they're doing what they're doing. And there are multiple checkpoints over time that you need to make sure happen. And we know, and we have them in place for a reason, because we want to make sure that that protection exists, that we continue to nudge everyone to ensure the security and the privacy, because the patient data is extremely important.
Absolutely.
Totally agree with it. We are very on time. Like we have our next panel in 5 minutes. And thank you guys for like a super exciting discuss about like the using of data, the future application of the AI, and how we integrate the information we have to different stakeholder and pharma, patient, payer. And it's definitely very interesting. And if anyone has questions, please post it on the chat, and our panelists can answer it there. Or if you're looking at the streaming, we are live on YouTube now. You can also post the question there. We will answer it. Thank you guys for the very, very exciting panel today.
Thank you very much for
hosting and organizing. Yes, thanks Marcus for great insights, and Laura, thank you so much, especially for summarizing the most pressing issues in privacy and security, but also other areas. I really enjoyed it.
Absolutely, me too. Thanks to both.
Okay, our next keynote speech will start in 5 minutes. So now, if I may, I will give everyone like a 2-3 minutes break, and then we will start in 1:15. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now we are going to start our keynote speech from Freddie Gemesis from Pfizer and also Marta Forns from Pfizer. And this is a really exciting topic. Freddie is going to talk about 3 lessons learned of the digital transformation. And Marta is going to share with us the decline, patient-centric approach. And so let me introduce our speaker today. Freddie is the regional commercial lead of Africa and Middle East at Pfizer. He in charge of the go-to-market strategy and commercial strategy. He had hold a senior executive leadership program has did this program at Harvard and also AI program in MIT and also behavioral economy at Harvard. He held an MBA degree at the Institution Technological de Montreal at Mexico. And he's also the professor of strategy thinking at a master's degree in the leading University of Columbia. And Marta is the strategy director of the regional marketing at Africa and Middle East at Pfizer. She has 20 years experience across FMCG and big pharmas. She had worked in Europe, Asia, and Africa. She speaks 5 languages, and she has a bachelor degree in pharmaceutical science from University of Barcelona and MBA from ESADE. And now, please let me welcome Freddie for his amazing presentation.
Thank you, Esme. Hi, Esme. Thank you for having me here. Let me share my screen.
Great.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Right. Good, thank you so much. Okay, first of all, I want to bring a little of context. Why today we are talking about customer engagement, HCP engagement. As you know, through the relationship between the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies, doctors can receive fast and relevant information about new treatments, information about new indications, and at the end, that will allow them to impact and save patient lives. So this is so important to really improve the life of our patients. So with that context, let me start with this disclaimer. As you know, this is this content, statements, view, and opinions expressed in this session are those of the presenter, don't represent those Pfizer or any of its affiliates. Okay, $1 million question. As all of you, all the companies, I think that most of us are thinking, okay, what does the future look like? That is the idea, and as our responsibility as a leader is try to identify, what should be the next steps, can we be ready for the future? So today, this session, I will share with you my 3 main lessons learned. And then at the end of the session, we can talk a little more to answer this question. Let me start with one story. One of the most important lessons learned that I have learned during the last 2 years. And it involves my mom. My mom is 72 years old, and she came to Dubai to spend a couple of months with me during the holidays, just before the pandemic in January. One night, when I arrived to the house, I was checking my mom working, very light on the night with her mobile. And I say, Mom, what happened? It's 12 p.m., time to go to the bed. And she told me, no, I am worried. I say, what you are worried? What is happening? I am losing viewers. I say, what? Yes, I am losing viewers. I used to have 100,000 viewers. And now, as I have been here in holidays, I am having 80,000 viewers per month. So I am losing 20,000. I say, come on, Mom, you are checking something wrong, 1,000 viewers, what you are talking about? And when I review her mobile phone, this is the screen that I saw. Say, oh my gosh, 83,000 viewers. And obviously, this is not easy. No, as a digital expert, as a responsible for the digital transformation, I would like to have these numbers. I am very active in different platforms, and I never achieve these such amazing numbers. So obviously, I asked my mom, what you are doing? What is that? And she said, you know, I love bracelets, earrings, all these kind of things. So I used to select the most beautiful, the most elegant. I consolidate the pieces, and then I publish in the platform. And that is, people like, people send comments, and that is simple. Say, oh, very interesting. That night, thinking and reflecting about this and how can we be more productive, I arrived with two conclusions. The first one is, how can I hire my mom? No, this is the first one. And the second one, how she's managing to have this successful. And the solution and the answer for me was pretty simple. She is being relevant. All is about relevance. And now, after the pandemic, relevance become more and more important to maintain the relationships and engagement with the other people. So what is relevance? It's about being closely connected, but as well appropriate. How can we be appropriate? And please keep in mind this word for the next sessions, for the next slides. Okay, how can we stay relevant? If all is about relevance, how can we stay relevant? So let me share with you my 3 lessons learned. Something that I love to hear this morning in the other panel, Jacob talked about emotions. And it's very, very, very important, very relevant, because we, and so in some cases, we think that we are dealing with creatures of logic, and it's not. We are dealing with creatures of emotion. Emotion drive our decisions. Emotions drive our actions. And that is very, very relevant now, because that will allow us to understand how to enhance the experience, how to enhance the engagement with the customers, with the HCPs, and all the different stakeholders. So please keep in mind, we are dealing with creatures of emotion. Why emotions is so important? And now let me talk about the evolution of our understanding, the understanding of our customers. So first of all, and this morning as well, some panelists were talking about this, we start with the transactional segmentation. Pure and simple transactional segmentation, product affinity, potential. Then we start evolving our understanding, and we start creating the emotional profile. That is pretty nice. And then the panel as well this morning mentioned about personas. And personas basically allow us to understand what are the tech-savvy personas. Companies can have 3, 5 personas. So with that classification, you can say, oh, okay, these customers are tech-savvy. That's supposed to be a simple channel to interact with them, a simple interaction, digital interaction. But then what happened and what I learned, we have people categorized as a digital personas. But then what happened with the digital interactions? Nothing. So that was curious. The people say, yes, I am digital. But then we realize that the people are not opening the emails. Maybe they are not connecting to the webinars. So what is happening? And at that moment, I understand that our customer has two minds. The first one is the thinker and the doer. What means that? The customer say, yes, I am digital. But then in the real life, when we are talking and reviewing this, people are so busy, so they cannot check all the information. They want to receive information, of course, but then they don't have time to review the information. I want to maintain the engagement with the pharmaceutical companies, but then they realize that they are so tired. So what means that? That means that persona itself is not enough. We need to continue evolving our understanding. So here, the second lesson learned that I want to share with you is we need to evolve the understanding of the customer. And the solution is the customer patterns. What means that? What means that? Imagine that at the beginning of the pandemic, maybe 1 year ago, several customers were very active, connecting to the webinars, opening the emails. But then maybe you realize that one of those customers are not opening any more emails during the last 3 months. What means that? That means that we are losing the engagement. That means that there is maybe channel fatigue. So because of that, the customer pattern should ask or can show us how should we interact in the future with each one of the customers. So basically here, in addition to the personas, in addition to the transactional segmentation, we need to track, we need to understand each one of the customer patterns. If you are having 100,000 customers, you should track and monitoring 100,000 customer patterns. So here, the lesson learned is now we need to be more relationship oriented. Be obsessed with the customer patterns and the actuals. So even without us, the customer is showing us what is happening. And based on that, we can take action. A few moments ago, you heard about artificial intelligence. And here, that is one of the perfect solutions and the perfect cases to implement artificial solution to define how the future looks like. What means that? This is a classification problem. The risk, if you generate a wrong answer, is low. So the worst case is that the customer will say, okay, I will not open this email or I will not connect to this webinar. But even that will be very relevant for us because that will allow us to learn more. So here, the call to action is please start moving to track customer patterns. And there is here one word that is real-time marketing. And let me talk about two challenges that maybe you are thinking at this moment. And as a part of the academia, I have heard this question from several students. Real-time marketing, that means online. So that will require platforms, that will require budget. But here the answer is we need to break some paradigms. Not necessarily real-time marketing means online. What happens if we can do or can implement the model in a monthly basis or even in a quarterly basis, right? So doesn't care if you don't have the platform. That could be not an excuse. It's more about how can I adapt the model? How can my company start understanding the patterns and changing my plan? Ideally in a monthly basis. If the company has the budget and infrastructure, that is perfect. So you can evolve more. So relationship oriented, be obsessed with the customer patterns, the actuals. The other question that a lot of people are trying to answer now is how, or let's talk about the medical rep of the future. We are learning a lot, our reps, and I believe that not just in the pharmaceutical companies, in all the industries, the field force are doing an amazing job. Their commitment, their passion, their flexibility, right? So that was one of the key points that we observe now. But now thinking in the future is, okay, how this role should evolve. So thinking on that, three key takeaways till now. The first one, flexibility. During the last month, I have connected maybe to 25 digital interactions with customers and HCPs across the region, more than 10, 12 countries. And it's pretty impressive how the people love this new approach. So they say, now I don't need to interrupt my time with the patients. I can organize my agenda. So I can take the calls, the virtual calls at the end of the day. I can do early in the morning. So there is a great flexibility. So that requires that our reps, our medical reps, be flexible as well, but as well the companies. And all the companies are trying to adapt. But that means that flexibility needs to be one of the main points here. The second one is about fast learner. And one of my biggest question marks is in terms of the rapport, trust. Obviously, when you start analyzing the current relationship with the customers, people that used to have a very good relationship with their customers can or were able to manage a very good relationship after COVID. But now, if you think for a moment in one new medical rep, that they need to create this trust, this rapport with the customers through digital channels, that will require a very different skills set. So we need to invest time, we need to invest in training, and we need to figure out what are those new skills that the field force require. And the last part here is orchestrators. We need to back the power and return the power to the medical reps. In the past, I believe that most of the companies see medical reps as an additional channel. And now, pandemic has shown us that the relationship is so important. So we need to ensure that the reps can have the 360 view, that they can really understand what is happening with each one of the customers, and they can act accordingly. So we need to back the power, we need to empower the field force and allow that they take the right decisions. Here, and this morning as well, the panel mentioned this, human. Obviously, all of us are dealing with humans, but at some moment, we forget that. We forget the emotions, we forget that in the other side, doctors are as well humans, patients, so we need to be more human-centered. In addition, more relevant. And remember, relevant and be appropriate. Good. Something when we are talking about emotions, we need to talk about decisions and habits. For years, I have working with neuromarketing, using electroencephalography, using eye tracking to understand how the mind works, how the people take decisions, how they analyze the information, right? And something that I have discovered as well and validate as a part of the theoretical components that you can see is that actually 45% of the decisions that we make every day are habits. So that is very, very important. Why? Because now customers in any industry are creating new habits. So now we need to change the question. We need to understand what are those new habits of my customers and how can we influence the decision-making process. So with that in mind, I want to leave you 4 books. Those books for me were an eye-opener. So the first one is Nudge. This book is about how you and your companies can become decision architects. So important and more, even more now with the pandemic and the new situation. How can we become decision architects? The second book is Thinking Fast and Slow. Maybe some of you are aware about this book. It's about System 1 and System 2. What is the conversation that I am having with the System 1? How I can pass and really talk with the System 2 of our customers, of our patients. So that will be an eye-opener for you. The third one, and remember, again, talking about habits. Habits is a relevant topic now, and we need to understand how the brain creates the habits and how can we change or influence. Is Teeny Habits from right by BJ Fogg. And here is what is the relationship between the passion and effort. So if I want to change one behavior, here, this book is very, very nice to understand what we can do and how we can do it. And the last part is about how to increase the message recall and the brand recall, Moonwalking with Einstein. Here, Joshua Forward show us what happened with the memory, how the memory works, how with this digital world, because it's not just the pharmaceutical companies, all the customers are receiving now emails from the schools, from all the different interactions or companies. So it's not about just our direct competitors. Really, people are receiving hundreds and hundreds of communications per week. So we need to figure out how enhance the message recall and the brand recall. So to close that part and to answer the initial question, some conclusions here. So the first one, companies must figure out how to stay relevant, how to stay appropriate in a quarterly basis. For sure, something that is working now maybe will be not so relevant or maybe will be not so effective the next semester or the next year. So every quarter we need to start tracking and making this question. Remember, we are dealing with pressures of emotion, so we need to be obsessed with the customer patterns, what the customer patterns are showing us, and start implementing real-time marketing approach. And no worries, if you cannot do it online, it could be monthly or quarterly, but please start incorporating the concept in your customer interaction model. Remember habits and the power of the habits, so you need to understand how the customers are creating their new habits, the patients, and the most important, how can we influence that? Artificial intelligence, of course, for sure. So this is mandatory. There is no alternative. And here is to start learning, right? It's a journey. So no worries. At the beginning, it will take time, but we need to start jumping to learn and to adapt the model. There is not a silver bullet. So as I mentioned a few moments ago, something that is working currently maybe not be appropriate for the next year. No? And channel fatigue, that is one of my biggest question mark. What is working today, but what is happening? What the trend is showing us? So how can be faster than the trends to reaccommodate and to reorganize the engagement model? And the last part is about customer engagement. The customer engagement is the final metric to measure and try to identify how we are doing in terms of the interaction with the customers. With all this complexity, the customer engagement score should be flexible, right? So you cannot have rules, stricter rules. You need to be more flexible and again, empower the field force to take the decisions. That is from my side, Yasmin. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Freddie, for your sharing. This is wonderful. And I'm also very resonated about the part you say about habit. It's important to how we make the decision and how we do marketing, because sometimes as a customer, you didn't think about why you do it. It's just because that's my habit. And now I would like to welcome Marta to share the telemedicine patient-centric approach. The stage is yours, Marta. Welcome.
Thank you, Esme. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you well.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you very much, Ronnie, Esme, Ziad, for organizing such a great event. I am really pleased to be here today as a speaker, and thanks so much for inviting us. And also, I was very surprised, and I really like to see that Iese is holding a health care club. I was very pleased to see this interest in healthcare industry, because as a reflection, 20 years ago, when I was doing my MBA, we were very little students with a scientific background and interested in healthcare. So I am very happy to see that now is a sector that is interesting to students. And a little bit as well, some reflections that maybe when I was young, I didn't have, but now, you know, with experience you have, is that I believe that everyone that is engaged with the healthcare industry should be extremely very proud and very pleased, because at the end of the day, we spend many hours working, we do a lot of sacrifices from personal level, family level, that working in a sector that you have a meaningful purpose and a patient impact is really something that makes me feel good, right? Every day when I wake up. So there is some reflection that maybe as a student I didn't have, but now after 20 years is really important to have this meaningful purpose. So having said that, also you can imagine this last year, how exciting has it been to be in the healthcare industry, and just a couple of reflections. I believe that the fact that humanity and many people around the healthcare industry was able to bring to life 7-8 vaccines in 8 months is really a miracle. Okay, so coming from the pharma industry, I am still every day impressed. A process that normally is taking from 10 to 14 years to make it in 8 months is really a great miracle, and I respect everyone so much that was involved. And here the secret, I must say that it's 4, right? First of all, globally and at the worldwide level, it has been a great collaboration across all the scientific communities, private institutions, universities, pharma industries. So there was a data sharing, intelligence sharing of every aspect, and that allows to accelerate further. Then the way that we were progressing, normally we follow a sequential linear methodology. So we wait one phase to start the second one. So here we innovate and we really put in place a parallel work, right? So everything was starting at the same time without waiting results. Maybe then if we had to rectify, we did, but we were making sure that we were advancing very well. The third thing is as well, the health authorities, I think that they had a very collaborative approach. So they were putting COVID vaccines on top of the priority. And then last but not least, very importantly, there was unlimited funding, right, for this saving the world issue. So this just some pandemics and some reflections. So before going to the topic and talking about the patient and patient centricity, let me please show you, illustrate how we believe that technology and digital platforms are supporting patients' lives. And when we see the ideal patient funnel in the patient journey, we would like to see high awareness of disease, high presentation rates, high diagnostic rates, treatment fulfillment, and adherence. But in reality, what we see is low awareness, low presentation rates, low diagnostic. And this obviously depends from market to market and from therapeutic area from therapeutic area. For example, the markets that Freddie and I work, I believe that we are in the most diverse region in Africa, Middle East. So from one side, we have the most rich markets in the world, like Qatar, UAE, Saudi, with high expenditure in the healthcare segment, where we have high rates of presentation, diagnostic. But on the other hand, we are dealing with very poor markets, right? So Yemen, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, all these markets, they even don't have access to clinicians, to hospitals, or to treatment. So basically, when we analyze the patient flow, we see that the main gaps that we see and that we are facing come from awareness, diagnostic, and adherence, right? So awareness, maybe we have some therapeutic areas. If we talk about breast cancer, yes, it has high awareness level, high diagnostic level, but the majority of the therapeutic areas and the illnesses, they have very low awareness. And sometimes, and in many occasions, patients present with very advanced symptoms, and that is very challenging as well to have a positive outcome. The same for diagnostic. If patients, they are not aware of a disease, they don't present to the hospital, diagnostic rates are low. And treatment adherence is something that we've been dealing for many years. So chronic patients especially, they are not adherent, they are not compliant to treatment. And this is a challenge that we are facing every day. So what I want to illustrate, and I think we covered most of the part during this morning, covered by the other panelists, but here, how technology now is helping in improving and making this patient funnel more effective and more effective. So we have from one side, artificial intelligence. So now with artificial intelligence, we are able to identify potential patients that may suffer from a disease. For example, artificial intelligence is able to identify patients that might suffer from depression, patients that might be willing to quit smoking, patients that might suffer from a health condition. So through the digital platforms, we can identify these patients. What do we do when we have these patients identified? The second step is through digital marketing activities, we are launching awareness message, we are launching banners with a clear call to action. And this call to action, in most of the cases, it brings to a platform where the patient can consult directly the specialist. And there is a very controlled environment. So patient specialists, even diagnostic could be made online. So pediatrician consultation, skin rash, some health conditions. We have apps that detect arrhythmias. So there are many cases that the online diagnostic is possible. When it's not possible, then the doctor, of course, is referring the patient to the hospital. But we have a platform where the patient can interact in a very effective and efficient way to the doctor. What happens then? So within this control environment, every month, the frequency that is needed, the patient and the doctor, they interact. And very interestingly, we are seeing more and more emerging online pharmacies where we see that the doctor directly sending the e-prescription to those pharmacies. And those pharmacies are the ones responsible to fulfill and ship the treatment at the patient's home. And they even know when the patient is out of stock, and they are refilling again and again. So this is an example to illustrate how artificial intelligence, how digital platforms are supporting in making this patient funnel more effective. And here is how it works in a nutshell. So here's the framework: artificial intelligence, identifying potential patients. Then through digital marketing, we send the effective call to action. Patients click on the call to action. They are addressed to the respective telehealth platforms. Diagnostic is made, treatment is followed, and treatment is fulfilled, and hopefully the outcome is very positive. Of course, the benefits of that are unlimited. So to mention some of them, from patient perspective, the quality of life. We need to think that we do not live in big cities where it's very easy to reach a doctor, a hospital. In our region, we have many markets that the population live in remote areas. So now patients, they don't have the need to spend any transportation time, any money related to transportation. They don't need to take the day off. And if they are caregivers, they are not struggling anymore because they can take the call from home, and as well, so there's less time in the waiting room. From the healthcare perspective, as you can imagine, so the system is much more effective, and the cost savings. So there are huge cost savings related to these telehealth platforms, reducing hospitalization time, unnecessary use of emergency room, lower cost, office costs, so physicians can sit at home, and less usage of resources, infrastructure, nurses, and of course, what we were mentioning. So with this platform, we can improve disease awareness, we can improve diagnostic, and we can improve treatment. And this is what I wanted to illustrate, is one of the main examples that we are seeing this morning, but this is something that we are seeing more and more. Of course, this is not applying to all markets, all patient profiles, or physicians' profile, but it's something that we are going to see more and more. So that's what I wanted to share. So thank you very much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Marta, for your great presentation. I'm really fascinated by the benefit that the telemedicine can provide to the patient, but also to the healthcare provider as well. Yeah. So
thank you, Iese, so much.
Now we open the stage to the audience. If you have any questions about the topic Freddie and Marta talk about, please just type your question into the questionnaire, and we can answer the question.
Sure.
Maybe to start, that I would like to ask a question to Freddie, that you have mentioned that in the future, the pharma or the healthcare system has to be very flexible to the situation we are going to face. But however, we know that healthcare industry has always been let's say a little bit more slow compared to tech or the startup environment, because it's related to people's health is so important. There's so many law and regulation to try to let us protect people's health and safety. So how do you view that and healthcare company can integrate and be more efficient in the future?
Thank you, Esme. Very good question. And yes, you are right. In the past, that was maybe one of the main characteristics of this industry. But something that the pandemic showed us is the quantity of paradigms that we have break down. You know? So now we have learned a lot. I imagine that all the companies are adapting, and just in terms of response, as Marta mentioned, no, just developing one vaccine in less than 1 year. So that is a huge breakthrough. But when you review all the other process as well, no, in the customer interactions, the adoption and activation of new channels, so we have learned. Still, there are a way, room for improvement, but I believe that we have learned and we are moving on the right direction. And I am very confident that we will continue learning and continue moving fast.
Totally agree, Freddie, that COVID is a great lesson for us to learn how can be more efficient as like the whole industry. And now we have the question coming from, coming from to ask Marta, like how telemedicine can be applied to area like dermatology, like for skin problem, like what do you view about this?
Good. Thank you, Esme. So very good question. And I think that you tackle it very well, whoever put the question, because dermatology is one of the therapeutic areas that we are seeing that telemedicine works most perfectly. So by showing pictures, this morning, I think Jacob was mentioning that the technology is there. So in this particular area, telemedicine, we are seeing great benefits and making the patient funnel much more effective, because just by pictures and showing and talking to the doctor and to the specialist, we are seeing very, very great outcomes. So this is indeed one of the areas that telemedicine is really bringing value. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like sometimes maybe the problem is not very serious. It's just simply by asking the doctor, then you can get a feedback, and it's very efficient. You don't have to travel to the place. Next question to Freddie, that how do you think the virtual medicine visit will be in the future? The question comes from Nielsen.
You mean virtual medicine?
Virtual medical visit.
Okay. Virtual
yeah.
Yes, very interesting question. And actually, during the last month, I have made the same question to the doctors. I say, doctor, what you are expecting for the future?
Sorry, Friday, your connection is a little bit break.
Now, can you hear me better? Now?
Yeah, now
yes,
it's better.
Great. You can hear you.
Okay, great. No, I am saying thank you for the question. Actually, during the last month, I have asked that specific question to the doctors, more than 25 interactions. And I found different answers, right? Some people say, I love the channel. I will move totally to this virtual interaction, right? Because now maybe hospitals are not allowing the reps to go there. So some people are very happy and very comfortable with that. On the other side, other people have been very clear and say, no way. This is because there are for now no more alternatives, but they are expecting to back to the normal. And they have been very vocal to say, no, I want to see the rep. I want to interact. Really, I want to try to back to the normal. And in the middle, we have people that say, the blended approach could be good. So maybe 1 week I can connect from my house. Even I have connected to people in the car, different places, cafeterias. So the flexibility they like a lot. But they say blended model because in addition to that, it's important the face-to-face. And remember, emotions. So they want to have this connection. So I believe that will be a mix. And I believe that total immigration to digital will not happen in the short term.
Yes. And Freddy, if I may, I was talking to an HCP last week, and he mentioned that, again, I think that a hybrid model is the one that is going to be sustainable, but he was really very glad that currently his owner or he's in control of his time, right? And when he books a time for a medical rep, he's really focusing on that. So he prefers less quality interactions than interrupted interactions that it used to be in the past. So I think that, again, it all depends. It's not coffee for everyone, right? So we need to really adapt to each customer need. But this is something that we are seeing that is very well acceptable, this virtual engagement.
If I can add here, Marta, if we see the average time and the quality of interactions, so if I am a doctor and I am having patients outside of my office, no, maybe I can allow to the rep 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but now, as you say, with the digital interactions in my house, I can spend 20 minutes, half hour. Yes, fully agree with you.
Yes, absolutely. Totally agree.
Yeah, thank you guys for the great answer. We have a question from Carlos, and it's a question to Marta, that what is the contribution of AI and telemedicine to improve the patient safety, in your opinion?
Sorry, Esme, your voice was a little bit low. So what is the benefit for the patient? I missed the last word.
Yeah, sorry, let me repeat. Does that sound okay now?
A little bit low, but I just missed the last part. So
Marta, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
He's asking about artificial intelligence and the impact in the patient safety.
In the patient's face?
Safety.
Safety. Yes. Okay. So that is a really good question, and I would say at 3 levels. So patient safety, I mean, it's a concept that could include different things, but the way I see is that this telemedicine is a much more controlled environment. And I believe that patients have a more direct, fast contact and access to the specialist. So in that sense, I would say that patient safety could be higher than the old traditional model. From the other perspective as well is even the treatment is within the same platform, and online pharmacies, in terms of drug safety, they also can trace and they have visibility on the medicines, how often the patient is taking. So this is data that is in the telemedicine platform. So in this sense, I believe that patient safety in terms of overdose, lower dose is much more under control as well. And third, if something happened to the patient as well, or some unexpected side effects or some unexpected symptoms, again, this fast interaction to the specialist who is available 24/7, if not him and nurse, I think it makes patient safety a very good element within telemedicine. So for sure, if it's well done in the right way, patient safety could be improved. Thank you. That was a good question.
Yeah, like the increasing of accessibility to the healthcare system of that telemedicine can provide is definitely a great benefit. And then to follow that, we have a question from Nikki that she's asking that although there are benefits of telecom from the remote telemedicine, but it also has questions about what's about like the connection problem, like maybe in some emerging countries there are not so much infrastructure. So how do we face this challenging? So I would also like to ask this question to Freddy, because I know you have experience both in LATAM and Middle East.
Yes, thanks for asking. And as Marta mentioned at the beginning, of the session, we have a very diverse approach, very diverse, a lot of diversity in the markets. So infrastructure is playing a critical role. So in markets that there is no issue, the model works perfectly. But we need to keep in mind that not all the markets are having the ideal situation. And that is an additional challenge for us. So I believe that they will readapt, they will redefine the model, but they will as well need to start moving on that direction. Maybe not with the same speed, but as well flexibility, no, will allow us to start progressing in a good steps. But yes, the infrastructure will remain as one of the main constraints in some markets.
Yes, yes. And here, Freddy, also I will add, remember, I mean, and we have experience on that, you know, telemedicine has no boundaries, right? And we've seen projects that a specialist from one market was contacting patients from another market. And even in very emerging markets, I think that technology and smartphone access is extremely high. So they might not have, you know, enough food to spend the day, but they have one or two smartphones. So, and we are seeing that the penetration of technology and smartphones in all our region is extremely high. So it's a big priority and that we are seeing. And again, the connection could be from market to market, because not all our emerging markets, they have the right specialists. So we can connect them from one region to the other. That's, again, the beauty of the telemedicine.
Yes, and I believe, as you guys say, that within the penetration rate increase, the problem will be less and less, and the telecom medicine will be more advanced and convenient for our patient in the future. We have a question from Sergio to Marta, like he's asking, as patient identification through digital technology, reading taking place in a broader sense in real life, like in the day-to-day operation basis. For example, how is that in Pfizer?
Well, here, and I am not talking only about Pfizer, so generally speaking, so what we know is that artificial intelligence is really capturing patient profiles in terms of behaviors, in terms of patterns, in terms of food that they order, in terms of media that they are consuming, and they can track really the potential illness that this patient is having, right? And obviously this is not working for every single disease, but as I mentioned, examples as depression, yes, we are able to identify patients that might be depressed. We are able to identify patients that are willing to quit up smoking, patients that might suffer from high levels of cholesterol. So artificial intelligence is a machine, and it's also a learning machine. So when we see these projects, maybe at the beginning, the call to action click per rate is low, but the more we learn, how are the patterns from a depressive patient in Saudi Arabia, or what are the patterns or the behaviors of a patient in Nigeria for this specific disease. So we are learning more and more, and we are tracking and identifying more and more patients. And we can see in those projects that the click rates are increasing, you know, every week that we are implementing. So it's a learning. Obviously, it doesn't work for all the illnesses, but when we have the right disease, it works pretty well. Thank you, Sergio.
Yes, totally agree with that. Now we have the question come from Masatu. Hope I pronounced the name right. Apologize if not. To both Freddy and Marta. Like, how do you see the sustainability of telecom medicine in 2 or 3 years, like post-COVID? Because now we are in the hype. So everything is in digital, but after the pandemic, maybe some chronic disease like need to the test of blood, or we need more like interaction for the patient to the doctor, might need to go back to the hospital. And how do you see we can integrate the digital with this?
Marta, do you want to go first? Please go ahead.
Go first, Freddy.
Okay, thank you. No, I believe that is something that is here will continue evolving, right? Marta showed what is the benefits for the patients. Obviously, there are some specialties that still will require visit the hospital, no rheumatologist. I need to evaluate the patient in place, no, because I need to see what is happening, the progression. But technology is advancing so fast, no, and you saw the smart watches and the smart devices, no, you can start tracking different and having different biometrics. So that will allow that the people don't need to go to the hospital. So I believe that it will continue, it will increase, and even with the creative thinking of a lot of people and the startups and the technology, every moment we will be able to cover more and more patients. Marta?
Yes. No, I think that you covered it very well. Just maybe to add that, of course, COVID did accelerate all these platforms because there was a need. I mean, patients couldn't go to the hospitals, all the preventive medicine could not take place. So for sure, COVID accelerated, but I think that it came to stay, right? And we, Freddy, many times we talk about it. I believe that this is something that will become more and more normal, and telemedicine will be staying and evolving more and more. The only thing, as you mentioned, is this diagnostic part that not always is possible through, the online world. But I believe that this part is also evolving, So Freddy was saying smartphones, we have apps, diagnostic apps. Even in telemedicine, we are seeing services that they come to the patient home to extract blood, to extract samples, and they come back with the results. So I believe that the diagnostic part as well is evolving so that everything could be done telematically. It might take some time, not for all the therapeutic areas, but I think that we are very in the right track. Thank you.
Alan mentioned something about this seriously, that the patients is taking the diagnosis. I love that question. Alan, this is an issue and problem of behavior, patient behavior, patient habits. So for sure, with the books, you will find innovative solutions to cover that.
Just to add on what Alan asked, he's the owner of telemedicine company, and he's asking that sometimes it's very hard for the patient to take the consultant from the doctor seriously when they are chilling at home at the sofa. So yeah, and I also read the book Freddy recommend when I'm starting at Iese, and yeah, definitely you will find something interesting in the book. Thank you for the answer. And now for the next question. I guess this question is to Freddy from Carlos. Like you mentioned, the new healthcare server need to become very flexible and to be a fast learner and an orchestra. And what do you recommend that we to develop this kind of skill?
Good question, Carlos. Thank you for sharing. I believe that if we are talking about customer-facing colleagues, people that used to have the relationships in a traditional model, they need to develop other skills, how to be more effective through the digital channels, how to generate a highest impact, right? So this is the kind of new skills for the customer-facing colleagues. If we talk about marketeers, administrative personnel, I believe that now as well, they need to develop new skills. And one that I will recommend to, even if you are if you don't have a technical background, is understand artificial intelligence. So that is here and that will stay for a long time. So even if you are not a technical guy, you need to understand in order that you can identify what are the opportunities, that you can raise the hand and ask what do you need to cover. Now, identify the opportunities and connect the dots. That is my 2 recommendations.
Yeah, I agree with Freddie. And now, because benefit from the COVID situation we have now, like there are many online courses that you can take to learn more about AI and how it's deep learning, that to learn about Python and SQL. That would be my personal recommendation as well. Thank you. And now we have 5 minutes left for this panel. Is there any last question? Okay, I think we have covered all the questions, and thank you guys for the very interesting panel. We cover all the questions that our audience has asked, like definitely like telecommunication as a chain, and will continue to being there, and how we integrate that in the future as the challenge, but also very exciting moment for the industry. Thank you guys. We are going to have a break.
Thank you, Esme, for having us here.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Esme. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Zaid. A pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mata and Freddie, and like very insightful sharing and answering. So we are now going to have a break until 2:30. Thanks for your time, and we see you in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Esme. Yeah, as we say, we're going to get back here in 20 minutes. Don't go away. We have great speaker from Medtronic, Roche, Gilead Sciences, and many more. So stay tuned, grab a sandwich, and we'll be back soon. Thank you. Okay, hello everybody, and good to have you back here. I hope you had a great quick lunch, a great quick sandwich. But we are moving on, coming straight from Memphis. We're gonna host here Nick Benson, who kindly from Medtronic, who kindly joined us for this amazing talk about capabilities to accelerate AI in medical devices. Thank you, Nick, for tuning in at this early time of the day.
No, thank you, Ronnie. It's not so bad right now. It's nice. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk and share. Thank you to you and the team.
Amazing. So just to introduce you a little bit, Nick Benson is a Senior Director, Strategy and Business Development at Medtronic. He leads the global commercialization and upstream marketing for spine data solution. He has more than 12 years of medical technology experience in various roles focused on M&A, business leadership, upstream and downstream marketing, with more than 40 patents and patents application in various stages of prosecution. Nick has collaborated with surgeons and development teams to create and bring new products and procedures to patients around the world. Nick holds a BS in biology from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, and an MBA from Christian Brothers University, and an MA and PhD in economics from the University of Memphis. So, wow, great to have you here, Nick. And please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Please just let me know when you can see it.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much.
We see everything. Thanks.
Great. So, Ronnie, Esme team, thank you so much for the opportunity to share today. I really appreciate it, and thanks for hosting such an amazing conference so far. I've listened to some of it. It's just really incredible. So to start off, what I'd love to do is share a few disclosures, and the disclosures will tell you a little bit about me, but most importantly for the folks listening, to know the areas where I have experience in, and more importantly where I don't have experience. So you can know my biases. So I've worked for two large companies in the United States. The one that you've heard of is Medtronic, where I've spent the majority or all of my career actually in the spine business. Throughout that career, I've really had two primary roles. The first one is in marketing and product development, and that's where I spent the majority of my time. And as was mentioned earlier, I've had the great privilege of really being at the early stage, finding ideas and turning them into projects. So it's really been an early stage in sort of starting a lot of amazing projects with incredible colleagues. And then the other part where I've been for the last couple of years is in strategy and business development. And in that role, it's the traditional M&A and divestiture and other business development areas. But we've also actually was very fortunate. We actually recently acquired an incredible spinal AI company in Lyon, France. So I was very fortunate to work on that deal and continue to work with the company and the amazing talent that we did. And we closed that acquisition late last year. Again, one thing to note is I've never had an original idea. So I love sort of finding ideas, and that goes to the next point, which is, I firmly believe that great people, great ideas, and great execution are what matters. People's letters, years of experience, and titles just really don't matter too much. And so, at least if you're on my team, it's all about ideas and execution. And if you've been with the company one day or 15 years, it's really all about the ideas. So things that you didn't hear. So I don't have pharma, insurance, payer, hospital experience at all. I've only worked for a large cap med tech company and large cap companies overall. So I've never been in a startup in a small company. And most importantly for this presentation, I'm just going to take as an assumption that everyone is like me and wants to radically improve healthcare by developing AI products. And the way that you develop that can be through, as sort of some of the students and folks and academics and learning in the call, but it also can be for any of the executives or the team that are looking to find people. I would say these thoughts and and everything applies just the same. So with that, I'd love to really transition to a version of the deliberate practice that really Anders Ericsson helped bring to fruition. And it's really about purposeful development. And when we say adding or developing capabilities to contribute to AI, it's how do you personally develop those capabilities, or how do you identify people that have those capabilities to hire them? And what I would say is one of the most important things is developing a high learning agility, and that's an incredibly important thing today. And you can see one of the graph on the screen is just a characterization, but what you have is you have sort of three versions of development that people take in their career. The bottom one is a little bit more of the traditional path. So this one on the y-axis, you have your contribution to either the organization or industry, or really your ability to make a huge impact, individually. And any of these paths can make an incredible impact individually. But the bottom one is the more traditional. So that's where you get a lumpy university degree, and then you just kind of continue to get better every year with another year of experience. So for a lot of the folks that are at the business school getting an MBA, there's a lumpy university, and then you top it up with an MBA, which really gives you different insights, different view, and the ability to really contribute a little bit more just with the additional value on average that you've learned and the insights that you've gained. But I would say, today in this modern development zone, if you want to take the approach to really differentiate or really make contributions in AI or any type of new technology space, experience are not going to be enough. You really need to develop, hone, and continue to work on this muscle of high learning agility. And it's all about sort of the difference between the modern development zone, this top line and the bottom line, and what you're doing to develop yourself. And it's not a university or an MBA event. Every couple of years, you really have to develop new skills and training so that you have the latest information and the latest skill set to make the best contributions. So if you look at how you would go about adding and creating those skill sets, it's really all about looking at you and adding circles to your Venn diagram. So the main circles that you're add will be skills and experiences. And in experiences, you can sort of pick those based on your passion and where you want to contribute. And in skills, I would argue that influence is probably the most important skill. So, there's an amazing book. I would say if you haven't read, I think it's Robert Kaldicki's book on influence, it's almost worth stopping, listening to me right now and going and reading that book. It's an incredible way to learn, but there's really figuring out not just what you're going to learn next, but mapping out the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and saying, what are the key skills and experiences that I want to be able to get? And as the technology evolves and as the opportunities involved, making sure you continue to stay on track and add those right skills and experiences to be able to invent and create the best technology. If we look at the team skills for developing technology, AI technology in the med tech space, and this is the area where I have the most experience, you really need to have a series of skills within the team that give the team the ability to think like a healthcare professional and think like a business leader. And one individual doesn't need to own every single one of these, but the team really needs to have it that way that they can sort through the ideas, the business models, the use cases, all the different opportunities that one would find when they're trying to develop medtech AI, but really be able to apply that both from a healthcare professional, is it making patients better? And then think like a business leader, is there a business model and the ability to deliver this to patients and hospitals and practice or healthcare professionals all over the world. I would offer that there are a couple of them that we'll go through here in a second that are best possessed by at least by the same individual. And for those, I put them kind of into 4 different boxes. The first one is just the business. So understanding the business of AI and how that's different than just selling products or going to services, and the ability to differentiate and create competitive advantage with things like network effects. So these are things that anybody, you know, in MBA school is sort of learning now. There's amazing articles on this, but really being able to appreciate the differences between the business models is critical. The channel is critical. So, you know, really you want to fully appreciate what region are you operating in, you know, who is your call point, what are the capabilities that the organization has or the organization needs to build, what is the compensation and the motivation behind those call points. All of that is critical. With any healthcare technology, you know, it's so critical to develop clinical value and economic value, and also to make sure that whatever product or service that you're delivering is convenient and efficient to use. So it's one thing to have a product that delivers like amazing clinical value, but you know, the reimbursement or the coverage isn't there, or maybe have clinical and economic value, but it's just so difficult to use and disrupts the day-to-day operations that you have to have an entire culture change in order to adopt it. You know, all of these things are important, and I would argue that you need all three in order to be successful with any type of AI development. The last one in the red box, you know, is a little bit different, because I would argue that the three in the blue boxes, you can really, if you work in a large organization, you belong to, you know, you're in, you know, some level of have a good network, you can learn a lot of those things just through talking to people and really intently listening, and really understanding the different markets, and really doing that by either talking to people in your network or people in your company. The last one, the technical one, is quite different. So I would offer that one is actually efficiently learned outside of your network and outside of a big company. You within your network, you could have technical expertise there. It's possible, and if you do, you can use it. But within a large company, I think any type of new and emerging technology is best learned often outside of a big company, because the permutation effect is a little bit slow. If we go to the next slide here, you know, that new technology and that permutation effect really materializes through what people have done a great job of describing as a company circle of competence. So there's sort of this blue area, and this applies to individuals and to companies. There's sort of what we know, we don't know. And then there's the green area, which is what we think we know and we actually know. But this black area is the concerning part. So this is one, like, all companies, you know, really have some like AI technology and AI product that's there. But often that technology or that use case is not generalizable to other fields or to other sectors or other parts of the business. So you really want to be careful about making generalizable assumptions. But then as an individual, you want to be extremely humble and beware of just unqualified self-belief. So really, I would say that there's a lot of articles, and reading the strategy articles and all the business books and everything is good and can get you the business. But when it comes to AI or any type of new technology, I would say that really developing a strong technical competence is necessary to make contributions and to really help develop the products and sort the signal from the noise, because there's so much noise. Finding the right idea of the 100 options that you have is incredibly difficult, and you can see it's very hard. So there's been what we call, it's this concept called prospector theory, which is where, you know, anytime that there's a company or a group with amazing like a large data set, and then they talk to a company that, you know, is in a new and emerging field like AI is a great one. There's this opportunity to say, wow, we could go find gold. So there's all this data technology that's out there today, and we have all this data here. You know, all you have to do is put them together, and it will work. And it's incredibly hard, and it really leads to some unfortunate scenarios. But these are known, and these are going to happen all the time, where you take a couple of swings at trying to go and find, we jokingly call it, there's gold in the hills, or gold in the hills. But you go looking for gold and it just doesn't work because it's not enough to have data and know how to use data. You really need those other circles in the diagram. You really need the other technical competency in order to make things work and bring huge value to not just society but the rest of the organization. The great time for everybody listening to this is, and this dovetails very nicely with the last session and where the last session leaded, is right now is really the best time and the perfect time to create AI value in healthcare, because it's a scenario where there's universal interest. So this is not a debate; it is settled. And the question is how fast are we going to transition, and what ideas are the most difference? And right now, there's really a low, but quickly growing supply of these experts that really have the right circles in their Venn diagram. So the right competencies, the blend of the clinical, the business, the channel, the health economic, and the technical know-how, in order to look at ideas and assess the 100 things that come in and really decipher the signal from the noise. And I would say it's an amazing opportunity right now, not just because the need is there, but because and you can see on the right side of the slide, there's nearly unlimited access to high quality information. So 10 years ago, some of this stuff existed, but it really didn't exist in nearly the level that there is today. So if you love YouTube videos, if you want to do online learning, if you want to listen to podcasts, if you like to read books, there's an unlimited supply of information, high quality information, and for you to learn and really become a technical expert. And I'm not saying that you have to go in and sort of and write the Python code and all and sort of go through and understand every single aspect of it, but I would say that you need to have enough technical know-how to look at ideas, look at data sets, look at concepts, and understand how things work to know what's technically feasible. Because if you can immediately reject, and you're going to be wrong when you reject a few of these things, but if you can immediately reject, 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 ideas that come in because they're not technically feasible or they don't fit one of the Venn diagrams, you can spend the time focused on the 1 or 2 ideas that have the most promise and figuring out if those are going to work. So it's really such an exciting and an amazing time in healthcare that really the decision to know is really just a decision to learn. And if you're working on working to develop a high learning agility, and you're focused on AI and you're focused in healthcare, really, if you want to learn it, you can. It's just a decision of whether you're going to do it or not. So where to go from here? So I kind of angled this towards probably more of the students that are listening here, but if you're in business development or area, you probably sort of see similar things with capital allocation or development. But so first thing to do is figure out what your area of passion is. You can tell mine is sort of healthcare technologies and making radical improvements to healthcare in any way that I can contribute. And but whatever that is for you is obviously critical. And really finding out and learning about whatever the new, there's this concept of general purpose technology and economics, but it's this general purpose technology that can apply in a lot of areas. AI is one of them, but it's not the only one. Things like CRISPR and other technologies are, it's almost certain that these things are going to radically change healthcare. And becoming an expert in whichever one is within your area of passion is good. And then as you assess where you want to go or what you want to do, and you're trying to pick what industry or what area or how to allocate capital or how to decide company acquisitions, you really want to, at least in healthcare or everywhere actually, you want to focus on high growth markets. So wherever the market is growing, everything is just easier. So it's good to have that tailwind of high growth behind you when you pick a company, when you pick a career, when you pick a sector. But high growth is a great tailwind to have. And then in healthcare, specifically if you're looking to develop AI technologies and really make huge contributions to care, you want to look for areas of high variability, because within high variability, there's enormous opportunities to improve that variability and really change the standard of care. And when you have high variability, at least in medicine with outcomes, that's an area where we can direct huge resources and really improve patients' care and patients' life, working with providers to do that. So those are just a few thoughts on how to develop capabilities for AI healthcare, as an individual or maybe as a business leader to assess the individuals that are really important to have around the table, to figure out what projects to do, what ideas to work on, and how to make the most difference. So thank you so much for that opportunity, and I'd love to pause for a moment and answer any questions that are out there.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much, guys. Please, you can write your questions in the QA or chat. I'll start with one. You say you need there are things that we know that we don't know, and there's this black part or black hole that we know or we don't know that we know that we don't know. But how can we find the balance between fast execution and being a first mover and making sure that we have enough technical know-how and strategy to execute these kind of AI technologies? I mean, there needs to be a balance between, okay, do I really want to know and how much time it will take me?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we can sort of go into analysis paralysis very quickly. It's a great question, Ronnie. So I would say, for any technology, I would go to the capabilities that are needed and get those people around the table and just have an open debate of ideas. So I think like fostering a culture where it's okay to if you've been with the company 1 day or 14 years, if you're an associate or if you're a vice president, it doesn't matter. Just getting the best ideas on the table in the culture. And I do think that really your desire for speed is a function of the probability of success. So in the early days, I would probably go a little bit slower in certain markets, and healthcare is one of those markets because it's so complex and nuanced and everything. So I would probably move a little bit slower, but instead focus on making sure that you don't have to be able to write the code or anything, but at least you have people around the table that have a deep understanding of the critical domains. And then you just have to make a judgment, like how good is the idea, how good is the people, what's your risk tolerance to make an investment. So, I would on the margin, I would probably hedge a little bit slower in healthcare just because there's so much complexity. But in most industries, I would say I would go probably faster because it's the cost of not being a first mover is pretty high.
Thank you. And then another question that I thought about, it's somewhat like maybe related to this, like automatic vehicles. I mean, one of the problems is who is accountable if something happens? How do how the healthcare industry, how it's trying to go about, who is accountable when AI gives I don't know, diagnosis or some kind of decision, let's say, about a situation?
Hey, it's a good, that's a good, like the area of computer vision is an amazing example because, anytime you have to, do pattern recognition to put a picture in a predefined classification, it's pretty settled that computers can do that better. The use case of driving is complicated, but, the ability to look at different types of images and put those in predefined classifications, the aid of a computer is incredible. And at least the approach that we take is really to help provide better information. But ultimately, at least in spine, we work with spine surgeons and overall providers overall, that really we just want to provide information because healthcare is so complicated that if we can provide objective information or better information or maybe more focus, in the case, for example, with like PillCam, to just focus in on the areas where it's likely that there's a polyp or there's a scenario, that sort of really can help the expert and the provider combine all the information to make the best diagnosis. So, I think you can get, a little, look at these edge cases, which are very, very important. But you don't have to go all the way to, pushing a button and have the computer do everything for you. Really, if you can just make marginal improvements to things that are just standard or monotonous or variable today, and then provide that information to the healthcare professionals to practice medicine, that's, those contributions can be huge, and those can be those can take us through a very long way.
Oh, that's true. And by the way, have you gotten, from your Medtronic implementation of some AI, have you gotten some, comments or responses from healthcare providers about maybe flaws or maybe other things that they were surprised they were surprised for the better?
Yeah, I would say, like if there's any concerns or anything, like we obviously take product complaints or anything extremely seriously and address those, but it's really taking these small incremental pieces. So, if we were to go all the way to, we have an amazing robotics technology and navigation technology and other things. And really what they do is they augment the surgeon, and they help the surgeon to treat patients, to assess patients. So, it's really, if there's a concern with the technology or everything, obviously the, quality is top, and we live by our mission at Medtronic. So we insist on nothing but the highest quality, but it's really the incremental benefit to the surgeon and to the provider that we focus on, and making sure that those incremental benefits are of the absolute highest quality.
That's great. I think it's really something that really is, it can open very important doors in the healthcare, Medtronic and with other startups that we've seen today. And, it's a very interesting topic. So if we have some questions from the crowd, I'll be happy to take those. Yeah, there is a question from an anonymous. I would like to know if there is room for AI working along with blockchain technology. Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's enough. So like there's that's fine. Like as you look across, like there's a few technologies. Like if you're just looking at new tech, I like technology. So like there's probably 4 that are most likely. Like a couple of them are settled now. Like AI is one of them. I think CRISPR technology is another one. Blockchain is a third. I do think narrow applications of quantum mechanics and quantum computing or something like that, or quantum sensing, is probably more on the fringe, but is another new technology that maybe 10 years from now we'll be learning about. But I would view this as sort of like a layer of risk and a layer of potential. So, if, just my comments would be the same in the application of, AI to the applications of blockchain technology, where, just as long as you understand, the way, the technology works, the best application of the technology could be a combination of AI and blockchain if you need something that's self-executable, or if you need some level of like any type of automation within contracts or something like that. But to combine technologies like that is very risky. And I would say that's one where you're more likely to fall into that black zone of, what you think, but probably don't. I will say, like, I would really caution myself that, is this the best and most likely application for success? So I think some of those are out there. People that are a lot smarter than me probably know 3 or 4 that are going to work, and I'd love to talk to those people. So I think blockchain technology is amazing, and it will be one of the big technologies that changes things. I'm not sure right now what the application is, in healthcare, medical records, contract execution right now. I think it's not settled quite yet.
Oh, that's really right. Thank you very much, Nick. We're right on time. There is one more question by Pedro Vasquez. If you can just stay a little bit longer, maybe write him the answer. Because we need to move to the next panel. But Nick, thank you very much for tuning in today in this early hour in Memphis. And thank you for this very interesting talk. I really appreciate your time. And please, let's be in touch, and happy Easter, of course.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thanks, team. Appreciate the time. Take care.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we are moving on to the next panel. We have the next panel here, and Lucas.
Yes,
will
can
join
you hear
us
me,
too.
Ronnie?
Yep.
Perfect.
Here. Great.
Thank you, guys. Well, I'm Lucas, first-year director of the Healthcare Club and Iese student on the first year. So thank you all for participating. It is my pleasure to present to you our third panelists of the day. So first one is Marta Gaia Zanchi from Nina Capital, founder and managing partner. So Marta is the founding manager partner of Nina Capital, a specialized pan-European venture capital firm investing exclusively at the intersection of healthcare and technology. A vision for the future inspires the firm with data, computing, networks, and other digital and deep technologies deliver meaningful outcomes and insights for improving healthcare provision. So thank you, Marta, for being here.
Thank you, Lucas.
Our second panelist is Thomas Gimnick. I hope I pronounced it right. So Thomas is the commercial director at Teladoc in Germany. Teladoc Health is the global leader in virtual care with more than 10 million telehealth consultations in 2020, serving patients across more than 175 countries and over 40 languages. Before joining Teladoc, Thomas built up the European commercial and operational teams for the Finnish oncology startup Nuna Healthcare. And previously, he also led client engagements for the healthcare and life science practice at LEK Consulting across Germany, US, and UK. He studied business administration at Rotterdam School of Management and holds an MBA degree from Iese Business School. So thank you so much, Thomas, also for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
Our pleasure. And our third panelist is Valentino Confalone, Vice President and General Manager in Italy for Gilead Sciences. So Valentino works closely with a wide range of stakeholders in the healthcare system to address market access issues. As chairman of the Advanced Therapy Medical Products Group of the Italian Trade Association in Pharma Industria, he's working on the development of a value framework for advanced therapies and currently under discussion with the Italian authorities. Before coming to Gilead, he was head of the Europe Dompe Biotech and the Bristol Myers Squibb. He led also in BMS, developed the access and pricing strategies for the first immuno-oncology treatment and treatment for advanced melanoma. He holds a degree in economics from the University Federico of Naples, a master's degree in international relations, and a master's degree in business administration from the Iese Business School, Barcelona as well. So thank you, Valentino, for being here with us as well.
Thank you, Lucas. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good to have you three here. I'll ask very open questions for you. So any of you who'd like to jump in, feel free to do that. No problem whatsoever. And now in our panel, we're going to discuss a little bit about digital human touch. Can the digital trend compensate for the human touch? So first, I'd like you to comment and feel free to jump in a bit about the main trends that you've been seeing or working in now in the healthcare market, about digitalization in the healthcare treatment and in the intermediation between the patient and the healthcare professional. So feel free to jump in, whoever wants.
I'm happy to break the ice, Lucas. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you.
So not a new trend, but certainly one that has come too late, is to be able to see technology with very strong health economics that support the relation between the healthcare provider and the patients. We see the biggest opportunities for health technology solutions that have very strong value proposition that are measured in improvement in quality of care with no added cost, and in fact, great savings opportunities for the healthcare providers and for other stakeholders in this ecosystem. So long gone are the days in which we could have clinical improvements at all cost. Right now, where we see the biggest traction is companies that have technology solutions presented to hospitals, pharma companies, insurance companies, with very strong value proposition as measured by dollars saved. And those generally translate in an opportunity to improve efficiency in care delivery, personalized medicine in a way that reduces as much as possible waste. Those are generally, or at least most interesting for me, closed-loop interventions in which the monitoring piece provides data that informs actionable tasks for care personnel or for the administrators inside the hospitals, or for those that lead research objectives inside pharma companies and other organizations that develop therapeutics. All those I see the biggest traction, and they're generally not technologies that are decoupled by human presence. There is always a synergistic collaboration between what the technology does and the people that are still at the center of the technology service that is provided.
If I can follow up on Marta's comments, on which I definitely completely agree. If I think about digital health technology specifically, I want to try to give a sort of a taxonomy, classification of the main trends that we've seen in recent years. I see mainly four in terms of interactions between technology and patients. In order of complexity, if you want. The first one is really patient support programs are becoming more and more important in the portfolio services that companies provide to patients. And patient support programs, I mean, anything that helps patients, the treatment optimization from a patient perspective. And obviously digitalization can help a lot from this perspective. From most obvious and simple things that are apps to remind of a certain physician appointment to more complex services. A second group of activities or trends that I've seen emerging is digital medicines per se. So traditional medicines that through digital tools becomes more effective in their delivery. Especially in terms of monitoring, adherence, compliance to treatment. You think about the pills that could remind the patient to be used, or an app that reminds the patients to take their treatment. There's a third block that I've seen also emerging, that is what we call, more generally speaking, telemedicine. There is a very, very broad group of technologies and initiatives that have taken place. You go from the most simple and basic virtual care to more complex systems where you have connected care, all the way to, you could call it coordinated ecosystems. So ecosystems where you coordinate all the different moments of an interaction between a patient and the health system. And then last but not least is really digital therapies, digital therapeutics. So therapies that are per se digital. They are emerging more recently in the neuroscience area to treat, for example, depression or other type of neuroscience pathologies. And these pose a completely new range of challenges and opportunities. So how do you assess those? How do you apply healthcare assessment? And Marta was referring to before, to these specific therapeutics. So all these four trends, but most importantly, telemedicine, probably they had a huge acceleration with the pandemic. Obviously, I know that you talked about this earlier in this event, but definitely the pandemic gave an acceleration to the third trend of telemedicine. And showing the potentiality of it, but also limitations in the way the health system have approached these situations. And I'd be happy to discuss that further. I want to leave Thomas to move to his insight on this topic.
Perfect.
Thanks, Valentino. I think, from my perspective, I really like the title, for the panel. And, it's often been discussed, this continuum of human versus digital. And I would probably say, I wouldn't even call it versus digital, right? I think it's not either or. I think in the end, what we should strive for is the perfect combination of both elements, and also leveraging digital or technology in order to make healthcare much more personalized. And I think the way that we already progressed in the past decade in terms of all the different data sources that we can apply AI against, for example, is tremendous. So if we look at wearables and devices, but even things like PROs, we now have the way, we now got the technology in terms of smartphones in every patient's hand to, in a structured way, collect things like symptoms, patient-reported outcomes, to have low threshold solutions around things like blood counts, for example, and low threshold diagnostics, or even, if we think about telehealth, vital signs that can be observed by a camera and that give insights. So I think what's interesting is that we now have a host of data that is much more personalized around an individual patient rather than an entire cohort. And then the next sort of second topic is really the AI that we can apply against it and make sense of all of that data. And then the question is, of course, what's the implication, right? I think one implication is for the patient. So patients can be much more in the driver's seat of their own health, and they can be guided by digital technology that keeps them going. For example, if we think about chronic disease management, elements like nudging approaches or gamification play an increasing role in keeping patients engaged over long periods of time. But if we look at the healthcare professional side, I think it's interesting because the decision making can be improved by a large degree. If we look at things like radiology, for example, and other areas where AI and the different data sources can really enable doctors to make far better and more sound decisions in a more efficient and effective time. And I'd like to, I think both Marta and Valentino mentioned telehealth, and of course, that's a sector that I personally find very, very exciting. And I think there, a couple of those elements come together. And I think here we give people access to healthcare at the greatest level of convenience, but at the same time, we can combine it with some of the data sources and AI collected from things like wearables and low threshold diagnostics in order to make better medicine and actually drive outcomes and help cost efficiencies. So I think those are some very powerful themes, and very excited to see how this pans out over the next couple of years.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Thomas. And building up a little bit on what we have discussed now, how do you believe that these trends that we've been talking about change the dynamics of the treatment for the patient and also for the healthcare professional? So we've been talking a bit about how to make the treatment with the perfect combination with digital and in person and more personalized. But how do you think that this can actually affect the patient, maybe in a good way, and sometimes in a different way?
Maybe I go first this time. I'll keep it short. I think it's probably three themes that I have in mind. I think one critical one that oftentimes is overlooked because it's not directly medical in a sense, but it's the theme of convenience and access, right? If we think about other industries like banking or travel, we used to go to certain, retail offline setups in order to obtain a certain service. And I think, this is changing dramatically in healthcare. Patients are expecting to get an answer right away, and actually also a sound answer, so a high medical quality answer. And I think so access and convenience is one of the ways how it will affect patients. The other one is around personalized medicine and how we can leverage big data coming from a multitude of sources, including wearables, and actually give the patient a means to engage much more in their own health journey. And I think the third one is around the healthcare professional and enabling doctors and healthcare professionals across the entire care continuum to make much better decisions.
I'd like to add to a key word that Thomas hinted in part 2 of his answer, engagement. The preamble, there is always going to be room for breakthrough technology innovations that deserve years of research inside universities and other institutions, and that unlock the potential for biomarkers that we're not monitoring at all right now. But what we're learning is actually that for many of the care pathways that already exist and they need to be improved, as Thomas mentioned, more accessible, more convenient, technology is often not the lever. Very often what we're trying to achieve is the right level of engagement. Technology sophistication does not need to be particularly high, but it is the way in which this technology is inserted in a cycle of care that ensures that patients are active, engaged, and taking benefits from the very beginning. So one way in which, for example, patient-reported outcome measures, business models often fail is that there is a promise of value downstreams, but it takes weeks of data gathering before we can actually deliver any of that value, and you have lost the patient from the very beginning. Sometimes it's too much reliant on, for example, the technology piece, and what we're learning more and more is that actually the coupling of the technology with a contact person, a coach, somebody who is trained to really appreciate the value, the potential of the technology is key. And it shouldn't be fair, and it's not possible for the most part to actually delegate that piece to existing healthcare professionals. There is no bandwidth, there is no resources, and frankly, for now, there is not much education either. So hospitals are not willing to take on the burden of that, and companies need to start to think about whether they can couple the technology with the service in-house. So we're learning more and more that engagement is key. It's a balanced coupling of technology and services. And apart from use cases that do require very high level of technology sophistication, for some existing care pathway that needs to be optimized, sometimes good enough is enough, and the rest of the innovation is wrapped around it. So I'll stop here, but I just wanted to make a comment on the healthcare side. I think actually we're giving healthcare professionals a chance to go back to the root of what their profession is all about. They're not trained to input ICD codes into clunky HR businesses. They're not trained to be necessarily the ones that really understand the statistical meaning of the data that comes back to them. I like technologies to the extent in which there is a good partnership with physicians so that they can go back to do what they have trained for, what they love for, which is to care patients with a personal touch.
I like, Lucas, to start exactly from the last point that Marta mentioned, the connection, the personal connection between the care provider and the patient. This is definitely something that sometimes people are concerned about when it comes to digitalization. Say, isn't there a risk that the patient will lose that connection because of the distance, because of the digital barrier that you potentially create between the patient and the healthcare provider? And actually, I believe that provided certain conditions are met, there could be exactly the opposite. There is an opportunity to reinforce and improve that experience and individualized experience that the patient does when he gets in touch with the healthcare system as a whole, and then with his own healthcare provider specifically. But there are some certain conditions. If you think about the telemedicine just as a virtual exam room, where you replace the personal visit, the face-to-face interaction with a remote interaction, just to give an example, then obviously you feel that there is a loss in terms of that personalization. But if you instead think that that digital interaction becomes more personalized, more participated, more based on preventive concepts and personality. If you can meet these 4 Ps, then that interaction can actually be more powerful and more personalized. So that means that if the physician had the chance through the digitalization to have access to data about the patient that can help him more effectively understanding the situation of the person they will after meet. If he can screen maybe a number of questions that can be provided automatically to the patient beforehand, before you even get in touch with the physician, so that in some cases you can even avoid the need for that interaction, or at least make that interaction more informed. And if you can also use that digital information to provide the potential patient with behaviors and information that can help him avoiding getting sick. That then means that when you get in touch with your actual provider, you can focus on what's most important, what is the real problem that that person has, and all other information that were just disturbances in the process can be pre-processed and so not being anymore an element of disturbance. If you manage to do that, then that interaction, also from a perspective of the HCP, the healthcare provider, becomes more relevant. It doesn't have to go through hundreds of interactions that are less meaningful. It can focus on that single visit that really, where you can really make the difference, and then get back that meaning that also Marta was referring to, really doing what he was trained for and what he's probably passionate about.
Perfect, thank you so much. And you mentioned that, and Marta as well mentioned, problems in educating the patients and educating healthcare professionals into adopting the technologies, and sometimes the hospitals also don't want to take the burden to adopt these technologies. So what are the main actions that you observe or you think that companies should do to improve the engagement with the treatments and the adoption of these new technologies?
Should I start this time?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Okay. Let me answer from the perspective of the healthcare system, not just a single healthcare provider, but from the healthcare system, because they are institutions or those who are facing the biggest challenge when it comes to the digitalization of the healthcare system. And probably the way they are approaching it, so far at least, is very, very limited, and is creating some risk in the way we as a system are approaching this opportunity. What I've seen so far, especially during the pandemic, is that obviously everybody realized, and institutions first, governments and the Ministry of Health and the healthcare system as a whole, that there is a need and there is an opportunity. They realize that the distance needs sometimes is the physical distance sometimes needs to find solutions to be coped with, and they are starting to invest and thinking about a huge investment in the system to digitalize it. But then they are approaching it in a traditional way. So I'll give you a specific example for Europe and for Italy. Next Generation EU is bringing a lot of funds for renovation and digitalization of the healthcare system. But they're doing, and the way this has been approached, at least in the countries that I've been observing, is, okay, let's improve digitalization of the hospitals, or let's improve the way the community healthcare system is organized, also using digitalization, but keeping that same separation between hospital and community. They're not looking at it as a whole, and this hinder really leveraging in full the potentiality of digital healthcare. In order to really unleash the power, you really need to rethink the way the healthcare systems are organized, and making sure that you use digitalization as an enabler of that transformation, but not a target per se. And I can't remember who was making this comment in a previous panel this morning, but it's really the objective that everybody should have is to define clear diagnostic and therapeutic paths for the patient that follows the journey of the patients across his experience with the pathology or with his own experience of the interaction with the healthcare system. And by building these paths and rebuilding the organization, the healthcare organization across this path, and not around the hospital and the community world or wherever you are currently organized, but following the patient path, you put the patient again in the center. And you make that experience completely different and potentially more effective, more effective in terms of therapeutics, more efficient in terms of costing. And in the end, you can link all the parts. And that is where digitalization can hugely help that process. However, the risk that I currently see is that instead, everybody's been seen through the lenses of traditional medicines and the traditional organization, and trying to integrate pieces of digitalization in an old process, while you have to rethink the whole process of customer care to really unleash the power of digitalization.
Maybe just from an investment perspective, I will say that I always am extremely nervous when I hear a startup company tell that they will be successful as soon as they educate the patient or the provider or the physician about something that needs to happen. Healthcare already moves on very long sales cycles. If you add an education piece, because you're trying to make a value proposition clear and tangible, it can be even longer. So I like to say that I prefer to flip the education challenge on the entrepreneur side, making sure that they really understand what is the value proposition and measure it in very tangible clinical outcomes and very tangible cost reduction opportunities. And then that should be the pitch. And the education piece should be done on those very quantitative measures. And that's it. But if we're trying to educate the physician to do something different in his practice, boy, that's tough. And to be honest, it shouldn't be on them either. So our goal is to make the process, as Thomas said, more accessible, more convenient for everybody. If we need to add an education piece, we're maybe starting with the wrong foot.
Yeah, I think in the end, there's the question, would it be a change really driven bottom up or top down, right? And the answer is somewhere in the middle, but I think the strongest driver we probably have are the patients. And I think this is something we should always remind ourselves on, because I think a lot of the changes in the healthcare system will also be driven eventually by a large group of patients demanding certain service levels, but also certain quality levels and certain data levels in terms of, what are decisions actually based on. But I think if we shift, towards how the question was framed around organizations and institutions, I think there's two themes, and maybe one of them is a little bit German biased, but I think there's two themes that leaders in organizations, institutions, and actually also in politics should be driving, which is one is really around, it's not about replacing healthcare professionals or replacing a certain, status quo system, but it's actually enabling it with technology. And of course, it's natural that, there's a strong physician lobby in many countries, and physicians, might be afraid of new technology and how it can impact their own job. But I think the way it's in the end a mindset question, and I think a question on how leaders in those institutions and organizations actually frame the discussion and drive awareness around this is really about enablement and not replacement. So using AI for better decision making, using telehealth as a complementary aspect to analog care, not in order to replace it, right? I think sometimes the discussion is led a little bit black and white. And I think the second topic with a slightly German flavor is data privacy. So I think, a lot of times data privacy gets in the room of speed to innovation. And I think there's a lot of focus on the downside. And of course, the downside is not to be neglected in terms of the risks associated with data sharing in healthcare. But I think the focus really should be on the upside. And if you just look at, what's already possible today in medicine, if we would just be able to share the data that we already have today without any further innovation, it's incredible. And I think this is something that where we should look at, all the different stakeholders to play a role in the system and to drive awareness.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And the three of you actually mentioned some difficulties in the adoption of the technology. And one key point that I think it's also relevant is market access. So differences between the markets and regulations among countries. What are your perspectives on this situation? Do you see that some countries are more liberal on allowing new technologies in healthcare, and other countries maybe a little bit more conservative for some reasons? What are the challenges that you've been facing nowadays?
Yeah, maybe I start on that one. Sorry, Marta, I didn't want to. I guess Germany is a good example, right? We've always been ranking amongst the last, ranking towards the bottom of the list in terms of digital innovation in healthcare for many, many years. And part of the reason is, of course, the data privacy topic. But I think, the past 2 or 3 years have shown that there are ways for politics and legislation to actually get into effect and change that and actually drive market access for startups, for digital health innovation, etc. And I think our Digital Care Act in Germany is one example amongst others on how this can be done. And it's actually really focused on making apps and digital therapies reimbursable. So we now got prescription therapeutics on the market that can be prescribed by any physician in the country. And I think this is one way to drive innovation in healthcare, and actually also closing that funding gap. If we think about and Marta knows this really well, in the venture capital world and startups, oftentimes struggling with long sales cycles, the public system being very tender driven and very, very regulated. So I think if there are mechanisms that governments can put in place, legislation to actually also think about reimbursement in a very different way and enable startups to actually generate revenue from day one on, while they are then still having 12 to 14 months to generate the evidence for the final price negotiation, I think this is at least going in the right direction.
Yes, I fully agree with what Thomas just shared. My point is also that where we see differences in countries' adoption of emerging technologies, very often it starts with centralized initiatives and payers' initiatives. So Thomas mentioned Germany being at the forefront. We see some really interesting initiatives on the reimbursement side in Belgium as well. And if you look at fee-for-service countries, CMS has come up with some interesting initiatives that have driven the adoption of very specific cases of technologies for certain conditions and diseases. We've seen a lot of innovations in the area of atrial fibrillation. We've seen kidney and lung cancer screening initiatives that actually drive a lot of technology adoption. Now, well, it's very controversial actually. It's left to see what will come of it, but now FDA breakthrough designation potentially unlocks reimbursement opportunities downstream. So very often are those very high-level initiatives, very centralized to drive a wave of technology adoption, and that's where we see a lot of differences from country to country. So that it's exciting because it gives the playground for companies to actually try out technologies that meet those opportunities driven by reimbursement incentives. But on the other side, there is a fragmentation already in place that can be made even more difficult to navigate for funders that can only appeal to certain countries and have already tested for those. So it's left to see whether those are, good initiatives. I wish for a higher level of synchronization between different countries. Thank goodness for the European Union, but we haven't really seen those translated and rolled out in such large scale just yet. We can only point to really interesting initiatives that we're studying at the country-specific levels, and I hope for more.
Yeah, I would add to that I see two elements that might be drivers of a gap in terms of adoption between countries on top of what has been mentioned so far. One is, first of all, well, simply these new technologies require a significant level of investment. And there is a risk that countries that do not have the resources might be left behind even more than they actually are in terms of level of health quality that they can provide. There is a huge level of investment that is required. It is true that there are some technologies that actually are enablers of a reduction of disparities. I think about how mobile technology has allowed poorer countries to improve the level of communication versus the fixed communication that used to have before, because there are less infrastructure needed. But so you have African countries that have a rate of adoption of mobile phones that is much higher than, or at least at the same level of wealthier countries. But overall, there is certainly in the health system a level of investment, initial investment, that might become a barrier for countries that have less resources to spend in the health system. There's another element that might actually go in the opposite direction. It is how much freedom of initiative you have from individual companies or individual actors in the system. This actually goes a little bit in the opposite direction of what has been said before. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you leave the initiative of innovation in the health digital environment to authorities and institutions, you will see how huge is the gap in terms of digital knowledge and understanding that you have in institutions. If you try to drive the innovation, the technological innovation in this environment, from the top to the bottom, I don't think you see real innovation. I have an example from this panel. The level of insight and understanding of the power of digitalization in healthcare that you have in this panel of, on average, much younger people than those I normally interact with at institutional level. And what I hear when I talk about digitalization with European or local institutions is a huge gap of understanding. They don't know what they're talking about. It's just theory for them. People around this table about this panel, they live it every day. They know exactly what the power they have. So the more you can, I really believe that here the transformation might happen from the bottom much more than from the top. And so the more freedom you have of allowing this without constraints that go beyond the need of safety for the patient and the obvious regulations that are needed, the more you can have a real rate of innovation. So countries that are more, they facilitate this individual initiative more, we probably see a higher pace of innovation in the environment.
Great.
I think maybe to add to maybe just to briefly add to this, I think this is interesting. I think we also see different players over time coming up that haven't played the role they are playing today or in the future before, which is, for example, payers and statutory health insurance companies, for example, taking a very, very different role nowadays than they have in the past. So if we think about the landscape in Germany, for example, the traditional first point of call for a patient would always be the GP, a face-to-face GP, a doctor-driven, entry into the healthcare system. Now, if we think about the legislation that now gives statutory health insurers much more leeway in engaging with patients directly, we see a development in a way where statutory health insurers not only have the breadth of data available to target certain patient populations and offer certain offerings in a targeted fashion, but also patients can now start with the insurer actually as the first point of contact and maybe engage first in a digital way and then navigating the healthcare system via a very different channel than in the past. So I think this is also interesting to observe how we move through, digital patient records and how this data can be used to offer to patients different ways to enter the healthcare world.
Yeah, and Valentin also hinted to something very important to think about, which is the sustainability of those initiatives. Thomas and I praised reimbursement initiatives, centralized, that unlock opportunities for emerging technologies. They do not always work out. They might have a good long cycle of 3 to 5 years. They might result in proving that there are not enough economic incentives to continue the adoption, and they might die in a few years after. So to entrepreneurs, it's not enough to seize an opportunity that is created by a payer. Valentino's cautions us against looking at bottom-up approaches that actually may be more difficult to start, certainly take longer, but might have a longer sustainability opportunity.
Perfect. We've received some questions as well here from our attendees. And first one is that some conditions require physical examination, and doctors may worry that the complications of the disease or about complications of the disease, and there is no replacement for the physical touch on the examination and diagnosis. So do you know about any digital health solutions available in the market which can avoid redundant doctor consultations for the patient's convenience, and also that could basically avoid the patient, avoid the doctor, physician, patient contact in some way?
If you want, Lucas, I can start giving a partial answer to this question. First of all, I think it's important to realize that digital is not going to replace physical. It's an integration to physical. So that is not the objective, has never been, and I don't think it should be. It's just making sure that the combination of the two optimize the healthcare and the quality of service that is provided. So the goal is not to replace. The goal is to make sure that the patient displays at the right time when it's needed and when there is a value in that. Second point is actually digitalization can help hugely improving the access to top-notch healthcare service. Imagine a situation where a very recent complex technology that is cell therapies that are being introduced recently in the healthcare systems for the treatment of certain rare lymphomas and liquid hematological disorders. It's a very complex technology that requires an organization, a lot of investment from hospitals, and especially know-how and training that not every hospital can have access to. That makes it inevitable that you create certain centers of excellence that you can't have spread across the geography in every country, in every region of a country. So how do you avoid that you create a disparity between people living close to those centers and people living farther away, in more faraway areas of the country? And this is true wherever you live. It could be true in China, like in the US, or in Germany. And that is where the digital element can maximize access and improving the effectiveness by running and allowing all the exams that you can do maybe in a local hospital with a local physician that is connected to the patient and to the center of excellence digitally, sharing information that are developed as the patient is monitored, and then asking the patient to move to the center of excellence only when the actual intervention is needed. The intervention is more complex and requires specific knowledge and specific experience that you can't have spread around. But by using digital, you are enabling that patient to have access to a treatment that otherwise probably would not have access to. But you don't replace that contact. You just make sure that it happens at the right time in the most effective way.
Yeah, I would fully agree too, and I think we can't stress this enough, that it's not about replacing, it's about integration. I think what comes to mind with respect to that question is probably digital triage, right? I think the objective should be that the right patient is at the right location at the right point in time in the healthcare system. And I think the technology actually enables us to do a better job in that and actually save the precious time of very well-trained physicians for those interactions where their physical, presence and examination is actually needed most. I think this is kind of the headline. And then I think part of the question was also around, examples on how we can, use wearables and devices. And I think there's, a lot of very innovative startups around the globe that are driving some of those solutions. So there's players in the field of blood counts, for example, site diagnostics, is working on point of care solutions. Like you basically have a shoebox size of device where you can get a full blood count in a matter of a few minutes. Bina from Tel Aviv, for example, that is providing technology to observe vital signs via camera during a telehealth consultation. Different startups that are using the camera of a smartphone to actually look at stroke prevention and atrial fibrillation. So there's many different technologies popping up. I think a very interesting one also is Taito-Care, who actually embrace it in a much more comprehensive way and have developed a device where you can do an entire host of different diagnoses remotely at the patient's home. So I think this is just the very beginning, and the very start of initial wearables and devices and remote diagnostics. But I think this will grow as we go ahead. And I think if we can integrate that with a physical setting, then this will be very powerful.
Yeah, and if you're interested in learning more about physicians' attitude for digital technologies and in particular AI, we've been doing this long enough in especially some departments inside hospitals or some physicians categories. Radiology, for example, is an area that has seen a lot of activity. One of the companies in our portfolio recently published an interesting article on an international survey on artificial intelligence in radiology. Essentially, they surveyed about 1,000 radiologists and spoke about the sentiment that these physicians have with respect to the adoption of these new technologies. There are some very interesting results that I am curious to see. We'll be able to extrapolate to other physicians categories, but essentially physicians that have at least an intermediate of a high level of understanding of artificial intelligence do not feel threatened by it at all. There's still a significant number of physicians that just don't know about the technology. They are self-reported to have a kind of a basic understanding of what the technology is. Those are the physicians that feel most threatened by it. But the longer we do, the lower the fear of replacement, and the better the appreciation that, again, these are not threatening their profession, but with an open and proactive attitude, it's making them better at what they really want to be able to do, with gains to be had not just by their physician categories, but also the patients that they're ultimately trying to serve. If anybody has an interest in that paper, it's very easy. Just have to go to Segment's Twitter channel and look for the post of the past 3 or 4 days.
Thank you. We have another question here. So Pedro Vasquez has the question: what is, in your opinion, the acceptance of artificial intelligence in the world medical community today?
Nobody wants to take this one. Frankly, I don't have an answer. I frankly don't know specifically on artificial intelligence. What I know for sure is that at the researcher level, when it comes to pharmaceutical industry and the researchers also in public environment, it's very clear what the power of artificial intelligence is, especially when it comes to discovering, selecting new molecules that have the power to potentially become, have the potentiality to become powerful treatments and powerful drugs. So in that environment, it's very clear what artificial intelligence can bring. When it comes to the physicians, treating physicians, I don't think many of them had the chance even to consider artificial intelligence, honestly, but maybe somebody had more interactions with them about this topic.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think there is a general notion that we can see, which is it's probably on the lower end still. So we are very much at the very beginning. And of course, there's a certain level of skepticism from, the physician and healthcare professional side. I think always with that, notion in mind of would AI at some stage, replace the current profession, et cetera, et cetera. And I think this is probably something natural that we've seen in different industries in the past. But having said that, I think, as more and more technologies make it to the market and actually show a value to, for example, a radiologist who can then, review certain set of cases in a much quicker, more efficient time, and with the help of the system, focus his attention and his fresh mind, maybe during the morning, on really the most complex ones where, his expert knowledge is required. I think if there's more and more use cases which actually show to a physician how not only the quality of the decision in the end, but also his day-to-day life and the efficiency of what they are doing is actually improved, we will see more uptake. But I think it's just a matter of time.
I refer you to the article that I mentioned before. A great example for how I believe that the attitudes are changing. And we have great experiences from some specialties that have already seen the adoption successfully of artificial intelligence in the past.
Perfect. We have another question here. So from Angel, he asks, do you think the patients are ready to take control of their health? From what I see, B2C models don't seem to be really working. So I believe he's referring to maybe the patient himself or herself taking actions, preventive actions regarding its own health, and not directly going to a healthcare professional, maybe accessing public data or other technological innovations.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think it boils down to how we define taking control of your own health and to what degree, right? I think what I find very interesting is chronic disease management and how we now find ways on combining data that comes from devices that the patient has remotely with AI, and then also telehealth and coaching elements. And I think if you have a full integration across all those three, you actually enable patients to really drive a change in their behavior, which has a huge impact on chronic diseases in many indications. And I think it's, it would be naive to think if you present a patient with, a whole host of data and analyses that they would make sense out of it and, all of a sudden treat their disease by themselves. But it's much more in taking them along and using the data to give them actionable recommendations and on how to behave and how to maybe change behavior. But also, I think the element of nudging or gamification plays a role here. Really having someone, may it be a technology or a coach or telehealth physician, enabling them remotely and reminding them and driving engagement to actually do something in terms of behavioral change. And I think one example, for instance, is a situation where a patient, let's say a diabetes patient, would not only be presented with, the values of blood sugar level, etc., that are presented via an app, but actually getting based on their data and data of the cohort, actionable recommendations of how to change behavior. But also, if you cross certain thresholds of the values, being made available a coach, for example, a telehealth coach or a diabetes coach that can, in a conversation on the phone or via chat, actually help the patient to get the values back on track. I think those are examples where we see great patient engagement and good utilization already today.
Do you believe that this can also raise some issues with self-treatment, people taking medication by themselves, for instance?
I don't know if there would be an issue with self-medication, because normally access to medication should be very much regulated and controlled. But it's true that now you can have access to uncontrolled medicines more and more online. But the real issue, I think, is about information, because I don't think there's a problem about if patients are ready. Actually, they're way too ready to understand more and take more control. The problem, they have to make sense of all the information that's available out there, and those information are not necessarily always have the same level of quality, and it's very hard for somebody who's not an expert to make sense out of it. But definitely they're going to be, I believe, very ready to get some of the benefits that can come from a more controlled use of what digital can provide. I'll make you an example. If you get sick for during the night or a weekend or outside of normal office hour, today the only option that you have is basically go to the emergency room. Now, going to the emergency room has a lot of issues for a patient, for a person. You can get, first of all, an infection, or you can get sick. We experienced that during the pandemic. You have probably long waiting hours. The average has been estimated around two waiting hours for an average intervention in the emergency room. And on top of it, for the system, it's very expensive. It's 12 times more expensive than a normal visit. And today, more and more patients are asked to pay for part of that cost, even in the emergency room. So if you could access a source of information and of testing, like an HCP that you can access virtually, and then you have access to other level of information that you can also select and take control of with a stronger participation in that visit. I think anybody would want to, as long as makes their life easier and they feel they are listened to and they have access to the answer that they want. If you can make that happen in an easier way, I think anybody would be very happy to embrace that technology, the change.
Yeah, but it is certainly a very interesting and very timely questions. Regulation, especially in the United States right now, is in the spotlight. I don't know if you follow that the latest regulatory developments around certain companies in the fintech environment. Some companies, including Clue, was granted substantial equivalence to other technologies. Frankly, it's been a shift, and it feels like the regulatory side has decided to loosen control on some applications that potentially could lead patients to make decisions on their own that are not safe. And the industry is pushing back, actually. So many are not liking the latest trends and are pushing for tighter controls that have been removed. And so it is a topic that I would encourage anybody who wants to make it in this industry to look at very closely, especially on the US side.
I ask one last question. I believe that a great part of our attendees are still on their MBAs. So one person asked, Alejandro asked, what profile and set of skills do you look for when hiring a young talent? So if you could briefly, each one in 1 minute, give a brief description of your set of skills.
Well, I'm already not muted, so I'll start the last one. I look for profiles that have a strong understanding and passion for the healthcare domain, coupled with a great ability to bridge domains of knowledge. Because at least where I'm standing, it's not enough to know about healthcare, but to understand technology and be excited about it, to really understand how markets are moving, to have an appreciation for the regulatory environment in which we move. The ability to be able to bridge between those domains is absolutely necessary to make it in this field. And it's, I believe, not just something that is indispensable for a venture capital firm that invests in this specialized domain like we are, but for every company that is trying to develop products. So leaders should be able to manage teams that have a very high degree of multidisciplinarities and make sure that those people can collaborate and understand each other very well.
Yeah, I think there's, of course, the element of healthcare experience. I think healthcare is one sector where it really helps, since it's so regulated, at least in many markets, if you've worked in the sector before. or gained some exposure. But I think most importantly for me, as kind of the headline above all, is really a passion for the purpose of what we are doing and really making a difference for how healthcare is delivered and how patients are treated. And I think that's something that's the most important thing that I would look for in anybody that I would hire, you know, for a leadership position. So I think this really unites most people in the team. And if you combine that with some sector knowledge, I think within healthcare, which subsector, you know, it was that you gained experience in, is not that critical, because there's so many different, you know, intersections and learning opportunities from medtech to pharma, to the payer and provider world, that actually it can be really, you know, interesting to get other insights and to actually get the synergies across the sectors. But I think most importantly is the passion for making a difference for patients and actually changing the way healthcare is delivered.
I want to give hope to those who do not have healthcare experience and are interested in entering the sector. I wasn't. I didn't have any, and I actually was hired by a pharmaceutical company, MSD, because I didn't. So companies are also looking, obviously, for healthcare experience. They do, Thomas is right, but they're also looking for a different perspective. And so it's the usual skills that you look for in young talents, people with intellectual flexibility, with curiosity, with the capability of addressing difficult business problems and making them simple and finding solutions. So that is still true and still applies. What I can add is definitely that today, with the pace at which innovation is happening, sometimes you really need a completely different cultural background from the people that you bring in the company, because the healthcare industry, on average, is kind of old in terms of average age for a person. I'm talking about pharmaceutical companies, probably the companies that Thomas and Marta work in a different situation. But a traditional pharmaceutical company would definitely benefit from people that are grown in a digital environment, and when they speak, they actually speak a different language than the traditional care person. And bringing this level of disruption is a value added in many cases, and more and more in recent years.
Well, thank you so much for the three of you. I think it was a great panel. I learned so much. And well, I hope you can stay with us here for our last speaker as well. But thank you so much. Well, now we'll move on to our last speaker. Ronnie, are you with me? Do you want to share your screen? Oh,
yeah, I'm always with you. Don't worry.
Perfect. So our last speaker of the day, it's Marco Giannatrapani. He's the head of advanced analytics for business insights at Roche. So thank you, Marco, for being here.
Thank you, Lucas.
So Marco is, as I said, is the head of advanced analytics of business insights, which encompasses areas of responsibilities such as platform data, AI and data science, decision analysis and forecasting. He brings a unique combination of technical knowledge, team management expertise, and ability to lead organizational challenge. He had experience building and leading global data science teams from scratch in organizations such as Roche and Novartis, introducing AI into business processes and operations like finance, marketing, sales, medical, supply chain, and manufacturing. He also covered other advanced analytics roles applied to business problems in other global companies such as biopharmaceuticals, Shell, L'Oreal International Universities, and Royal, and Science Alliances. He holds an MBA from Iese, a PhD in statistics from the University of Glasgow, and a master's in statistics and economics from the University of Palermo. So thank you so much for being with us. And now, well, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lucas. If I can get the opportunity to present, yes. While I'm sharing, when I had the previous opportunity to always come and join these healthcare days, I was always saying, that was nice to visit back the family, the Iese family, I was always saying. Now it's nice to have the Iese family visit our house, right? So welcome to our house here in Basel, almost physically. I'm sharing my screen. I hope everyone can see that.
Yes.
Okay, super.
We can see your screen.
Thank you, Lucas. So I think I want to thank everyone also for staying still with me after 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, after a very long and intense and I'm sure exciting day here. I'm going to try to make it as interesting as possible to be on a Friday afternoon speech. I think you all listen on how exciting it is to work in AI for a pharma company in the healthcare sector in general. I think there are multiple reasons for that, obviously, as you heard. First and foremost, we all heard that the importance of driving patients' outcome, right? That's, I would say, a key enablers and a key motivator. But there are also other reasons, right? First of all, if you're passionate about AI in pharma, is one of the beauty is definitely the breadth and the variety of applications of AI in the value chain, across the pharma value chain. I think in pharma companies, we have a pretty unique opportunity to experience a very long value chain, right? Which has from very early research and development, where you can implement AI for better and faster drug discovery with a lot of interesting image recognition type of application, optimization of clinical trials, clinical endpoint prediction, a lot of this cool stuff happening. Then there is a middle part of the value chain about manufacturing and supply chain, right? With a lot of quality control, capacity planning, network optimization, and a very impactful exercise, especially during COVID time, as you can imagine, given the disruption that was experienced. And then finally about real world evidence for patient access, but also how do you engage with the customer or with the healthcare stakeholders in a personalized way, right? And for the one that has got experience in AI across the value chain, I think, I don't know if you will agree, but I will say that the maturity level, however, of data science is not the same, right? Definitely the research and development, if you just look at the pure number of FTEs of data scientists, right, is way beyond, right, all the other type of application areas, right? You have a lot of innovations happening there in data science. It's not as much in the rest of the value chain, right? Why is that, right? However, because one could say, you know what, actually research and development has been the core business for this industry. So that's why it's happening. That's true, absolutely. And that's an important factor for this. But at the same time, actually now, if you look at the income statement, now being in a business school, and the income statement of a lot of pharma company, you will see how what's usually called SG&A, sales and general administration expenses, it's way above in many companies, the research and development one. So if there is a lot of resource and a lot of efforts happening, why we can't do that, right? And again, there are many reasons for it. One of the reasons that to me is very relevant is actually about data. In research and development, pharma company usually they're much more disciplined, and in terms of amount of data and quality of data is far better than the rest of the value chain, right? We need to, the ones that have got a responsibility and focus on the later part of the value chain or post-clinical type of use case, they have a lot to learn, right, on the early part for sure. But now something has happened, right? Unfortunately, I will say, right, the COVID-19, and this has changed everything, right? This is impacting the whole industry across the entire value chain, right? I was hearing a lot of as well quotes to before. If you look at some of the study, I brought here one just for reference done by Sermo, and they looked at the US physician interactions with patients, right? They dropped by 45% compared to pre-COVID. And that's including the remote engagement. So this is not just the one that come to the visit, the clinic, but also the one that were shifted into a more remote engagement. So HCP to patients, 45% less. If you look at HCP sales rep, so the way in which we as a pharma company interact with HCP, they dropped by 65%, including again, the remote engagement. That's a huge disruption all of a sudden in a very short amount of time for an industry, right? If you go a bit deeper, actually, and then pull out now another study that came out quite interesting, just less than a month ago, even I would say, which was done by Indigen, and they looked at what was the preferred channel of interaction for HCP with pharma companies. And this was done actually not just in the US, this was done globally, in the US, in Europe, in Asia, with quite significant number of surveys done. And pre-COVID, by far, and no surprise to anyone, given the old-fashioned traditional sector we're in, I will say, the too far way prefer of interaction was the in-person meetings with sales rep, followed by conferences, right? You had also some in-person meeting with MSL, right? Not a surprise, but then the other were the lagging way beyond that. And then again, COVID came. So today, what's happening, right? Huge disruption, right? You are going to see, and what they are expressing as preferred channel of interaction is very different. 3 observations for me to bring you to your attention. First, that the 2 main channel or 3 main channels that were preferred before, they dropped the most. And they're now becoming potentially actually one of the least preferred channel, right? 63 percentage points the drop, the sales rep meeting, and 50% the conferences one. Second is that now if you look at these purple bars, right, they're much more even, right? Before, again, you had 2 or 3 which were standing out, so they were concentrating their communication through this channel. Now there is more of an omni-channel approach, if you want, right? It's much more dispersed, or they're leveraging more channels. And third, again, obviously, is that the one that are becoming now the most popular are more digital one, not by surprise, as we were hearing before. So the ones that are the remote engagement, right? All the video calls as well as telephone calls, but also things like a website, webinars, and email connection. This study also proposed another interesting view, another interesting question, which potentially has got a lot of debates, can generate a lot of debates, which is, okay, this is now, but we know, and we hope very soon, pandemic is going to be over. What's going to happen post-COVID? And that's what they ask. And the expectations, so these are based on expectation, obviously we don't know what will be, but it's definitely that some of the old-fashioned channel will regain popularity, right? But the trend, if you want, in terms of reduction of the old classical way of interacting and the increase in the more digital channel, it will stay, right? The magnitude may change again in terms of preference, but the order of decline or increase, it will stay actually. One additional thing that this survey also proposed, which I find super interesting, is that if that's stating that a lot of the digital channel, they're going to be, they are currently the most preferred one, unfortunately, I have to say, they are the one with whom they are the least satisfied. If you look at the one that they are most satisfied in terms of how they perform, right? According to this survey, again, according to the Indigen, the in-person meeting and the conference, they are the one still preferred in terms of how they are performed. But the ones like the telephone call, the webinar, website, which again are one of the most preferred channel, actually they are still not satisfied yet on how things are done. Okay. So problem statement, important message, twofold. One, HCP interaction with sales rep and with pharma has changed dramatically, point 1. And 2, we need to improve it, right? It's currently not doing the right things. And now, coming myself with data science and AI passion, obviously I'm asking, can data science support that? Can we support a better customer experience? I'm going to tell you the answer is definitely yes. But as I was also reading in some other call, it's important to think that that is not going to be replacing, right? But is an additional data point, right? The data science can bring in a decision-making process, right? So you need to embed your data science, whatever improvement or whatever suggestion or recommendation or prescription engine into a decision-making process, which definitely needs to have still the business and the human expertise behind, okay? So starting from this very last part on the decision-making process, what is a decision-making process that we're talking here in customer engagement? And what are those data science use cases actually that can support this decision-making process? I was mapping here these use cases according to 5 moments, if you want, of thinking about the customer engagement. The first moment in which, from which according you will start a customer engagement plan, is the customer and market understanding. So what is, can I understand the needs, can I understand the pain points, the wishes of my customer and the market, right? There a lot is going on, and from a data science perspective with things like social listening. So scrapping the web across different forums for website, social medias, and so on to understand what's going on in the disease area, what they're saying about the specific drug, patients, HCP, and whatever. Customer profiling, I was reading another speech about the importance of segmentation and how you can leverage a lot of the data to improve that. And also, obviously, competitive intelligence with a lot of conferences going digital, a lot of more data to analyze and to look at from a competitive intelligence point of view. So once you understand your customer and the market and you understand the needs and the pain points, second moment is, of course, to define what is your strategy to fulfill these unmet needs, right? Here, again, a significant amount of interesting opportunity for data science, things like resource allocation and resource optimization. How do I allocate now my resources in order to fulfill these unmet needs, right? What should I prioritize and deprioritize? Also from a portfolio perspective. Risk analysis, how do I navigate and how do I take my decision and how do I know how risky I'm putting my business at? Third, once I know my strategy, then I need to plan my tactics, right? Here it's a big one that is going on in many pharma companies, at least that I'm aware of, which is about next best action. Usually next best action is directed into three different recommendations, if you want. First is next best customer. Who is the customer I should go and talk to? Second is the next best channel. For that customer, what channel should I use? Again, across all the ones that we saw before. And third, next best content. So for that customer, using that channel, what should I talk about? What is really the need that our customer has and that I can work him through? And then more classical one, of course, like territory alignment. How do I structure my execution of my resource? Then there is the actual execution of the engagement. And here, as I was saying before, now more than ever, having an omni-channel algorithm and support and marketing automation is relevant, given the diversity on how the HCP, for example, they are declaring that they prefer to engage with pharma industry. And last step, which is always about reviewing, measuring, and learning, right? These are more traditional aspects, but again, incorporating all this new data, there is a lot more that can be done from an impact analysis and so on. So these are a bit in terms of a mapping and opportunity. If you want in a customer engagement type of framework on things that can be do, I just example, there are many more. And I'm sure a lot of speakers also were talking about some of this before. But now what I want to share is if you identify any specific use case, okay, the question now it becomes is, okay, how do I go for each one of them or for one of them, right? What are the key elements to think about? Again, there is, unfortunately, there is no secret recipe. I don't at least have a secret recipe for that. The only thing I can invite and I want to maybe share in this conversation with you is about 6 areas that I believe to be relevant and to consider and to think about whenever you start or you want to embrace in a journey in some of these use cases. So what are those 6 key areas or 6 areas that at least I will invite some reflection? First is actually starting from something that may sound simple, but how do we define data science? What is data science? And I think if you Google it or if you've worked on it and so on, you're going to see something similar maybe. This is one of the drawing, if you want, of that I personally find is interesting as a reference that I like, which is basically the idea of bringing together in data science 3 key kind of capabilities. First, maths and stats. So you need to understand the theory of some of the modeling and some of the concept that you want to implement for analyzing your data. There is then the computer science. So once you know what to do, what model to do, how do you implement in a programming language, right? How do you write your Python or whatever it is that you're going to implement? But then obviously this needs to be complemented and driven, I would say, even by the domain and business expertise area, right? Now, what I would like invite to reflect is that many define data science is actually as the intersection for that. So they define this literally as an individual contributor role. I will invite to reflect and to potentially question that, because finding and hiring for people that have got all of these 3 things together, to my experience, at least I've been looking for these people for a long time. It's really difficult. It's almost, again, looking for truly unicorns. If you find them, hire them, pay a lot of money and trying to retain them, right? And make them happy, but it's going to be very difficult. One invitation for you to consider is to maybe think data science actually as a teamwork, right? Where you do need to structure and balance your expertise across different areas, but not looking for unicorns, rather than looking for a proper teamwork, okay? Independently of whatever you will prefer and whatever you like most and whatever you agree more based on your experience, one additional reflection I want to invite is what about the career progression of these people? And I was hearing before a question on what are the things that we need to look for when we look for skills in people, and for reflecting with some of the MBA students maybe here. Personally, what I've experienced myself having grown myself as a data scientist, starting as an analyst, but also what I'm looking when I'm in my teams, I see that you start really from roles that are kind of analysts, right? And the analysts typically, they are very expert in a specific technical area, right? So they usually work by, you ask them a specific technical solutions, right? They're kind of expert in a specific area. Then they grow and they move into the expert role. The expert role is having a wider range of understanding of technical solutions. So it's, you can call it principal, you can call it expert type of role, but they have kind of gathered enough experience to propose a variety of technical solutions in different areas with different models, with different technologies and so on. But then you move on up into the career path and eventually you get to advisor role where they still have got quite a wide expertise, but now they talk the business language. Now, these are the people that actually can do the translator type of role, right? The executives, if you want, or the business expert can come and ask for the business solutions, and that person is able to understand what they are asking for and translate back to the expert, to the analyst for a technical solution, and then therefore guiding a piece of work. And then come finally the last piece, which I'm calling your partner. You can also call it entrepreneur eventually, because the difference is that actually they are not asked, they propose. So these are the people that have got such an expertise in technicality. They've got such an expertise from the business domain point of view that actually they can see what the business opportunities are. They are the one that can propose how the business can go to the next level and how innovation can be driven in a specific company or a specific organization without being asked. I'm also sometimes saying that the first three roles, usually the executives or the business expert, they come to those roles because they know they have a question for which they need support. They know they have a question that they are not able to answer themselves. And the executive, they want to have these people answering this question because they don't know how to do that, right? But the partner is actually answering those questions that actually not even them, they know that they exist. They are the one that can drive again the real business opportunities that they were not even imagined. To me, these are actually what I'm calling still the unicorns. I'm very much more looking for this type of unicorns personally more than the other ones. And again, recommendation obviously is also, if you find them, keep them, try to retain them, pay them well, because they are really the one that can drive true business innovation and bring it to the next level. Okay, so this is the first area I will invite to consider for you, which is about what is data science and who are they, if you want, or the team, as an individual. But then where should the data science team sit? Now, there are different structure in organization. I'm not going to enter in if it is what common people have in, is it better you should have a digital unit, should it be embedded in the business, should it be in IT, should it be in the business, and so on. I'm not going to enter into that level of conversation because I know there are different opinions. However, there are for me a must, which is how, wherever it is sitting, how do you connect data science with two different levels? The first level that needs to be connected with is definitely the business. And by business, I mean the company, the organization. Depending on what use case you're working on, make sure that there is a proper co-creation environment where data scientists can sit and work and co-create with a business expert, where business experts, it can be someone sitting in medical, in supply chain, in finance, in sales, in whatever, but make the co-creation opportunity work. And secondly, because this first one, I have to say, I've seen pretty much quite well established in my organization, where maybe that's not happening yet, is about, it's important the co-creation as much as the co-decision, right? What I'm mentioning here. So sometimes people see data science as really a back-end office type of role, right? Someone that needs to do a lot of work with data and come with something, with a solution. Where I see the most opportunity, or sometimes the biggest problem, is that executives or people which are maybe are not familiar with that, they take decisions, maybe sometimes misinterpreting the results that is coming out of data science, maybe without having the full understanding of what is actually coming out from a predictive model or from a prescriptive model, whatever it is that you're looking at. So this is something that data scientists and data science team needs to earn a seat in the decision table. But I will invite also senior people to make sure that they look for this type of profile in their time, in their businesses. And the second level is how data science fits in the healthcare space. The things are, the healthcare space, as we were listening before, is so complex, right? the amount of stakeholders, if you put not just patient and HCP, but if you put payers, and if you put insurance, and if you put hospitals and pharmacies, and different type of pricing agreement and so on, across different countries, across different regions within a countries, that really data scientists need to understand what are all the different factors that they need to include or may don't need to include in their analytics. And the important thing, fortunately or unfortunately, is that this complexity is not unfortunately something that is happened once, but is evolving, right? COVID is changing everything, as we saw, but all the technological disruptions that we're living, right? All the wearable device, but as well as all the patient needs that are changing, make the need of having data science teams fully connected with all the environment that is behind. Third point, then, okay, if we know what it is, and if you know more or less who should be the key connectors or key stakeholders, should it be, maybe a question that I've been always sometimes asked is, should it be one large team or should it be many small teams, right? Again, different answer can be given. My invitation for you is actually this article, which I came across actually a couple of years ago, coming from Nature. It's a pretty impressive study. They looked at over 65 million teams, 65 million publications, 65 million research teams from 1950s until 2000 something, right? Or more than 50 years. And basically they looked at which were those teams and how they were structured and which were the ones that were most successful. And they came up basically in saying, look, actually, it depends if you want as the answer. If you really want to have true disruption and true innovation, should be a small team. However, what small teams cannot do, or where large teams they are better at doing, is actually of making one disruptive idea, making life and having a real impact in real life much better and be more optimal solution in real life compared to many small teams. So my invitation for you to consider is think what you're driving. And sometimes when I've been sharing this, I'm saying, oh, but I want to be disruptive. I'm going to do a lot of small teams. I invite again people to consider that, because sometimes in an industry like ours, maybe we're actually not really looking for a huge disruption in data science algorithm to invent the new modeling, whatever. Sometimes we're actually more interested in leveraging what has been created by others and optimizing the solution in our applied world, if you want. And the second reflection, or the other reflection in terms of team is, okay, centralized or decentralized, right? Should it be in a global office or in a global teams, or should it be maybe what are called sometimes affiliate or the country organization that maybe a pharma or any other biotech company may have? And again, maybe I'm bringing here to Iese something which I should not do, which is bringing an Harvard Business Review reference. But I find, again, this super interesting from my side, which is something that came out a couple of years ago again. And again, they basically analyzed what could be for AI specifically, actually, what tool will be the best setup. Should it be fully centralized in a hub? Should it be in spokes, so decentralized maybe in country organization, or should it be a hub and spoke model? And the finding, or their one of the key driver that they say basically that should be driving your choice, I find super interesting, is actually the level of maturity of AI in your organization. If you're introducing AI somewhere in your organization where it was never done before, where there was no experience and where you really need to think for the first time, then try to be as centralized as possible. Try to have a hub creating that as much as possible, only if you want. As soon as that use case, as soon as that AI product or whatever you want to call it is evolving, then evolve towards a hub and spoke model where the spokes can having experienced more, they can be more responsible, they can leverage more that. Okay, that's what is coming out, and I find super interesting article. Fifth, AI, planning the work. So now if you have done the definition of your piece of work, of your use cases, of your AI products, then how do you plan the work? And I think it's no surprise to anyone that you need to definitely think through a life cycle of an AI product. Here I'm pushing potentially a structure, but there are many I'm sure that you're going to see. So the first step is about discovering the opportunity. I like this approach from the point of view of thinking that first you need to go wide and diverge, right? Having many ideas, brainstorm it and empathize with the problem, create different problems, but then you need to converge towards define what is your problem, okay? Then once that is defined, then you again go wide again, you diverge again, you ideate different solutions, try different options, but then you need then to converge again towards defining what is your MVP. Once the MVP is defined, then go wide again and test it, right? Try maybe your idea, your product in multiple countries, with multiple drugs, in multiple markets, with multiple times and whatever, but then try to converge, learn, improve it towards a product of, if you want, an AI product. And finally, you need again to go wide in terms of making sure that you understand and learn from what does it mean in terms of scaling across the entire organization, but then you need to converge towards an operating model which is actually successful. Now, again, exists many ways of structuring your life cycle of the products. There's one that I personally like as a reference. I think the questions that usually come here is, again, how do you structure the work? Do you have, if you want teams that are going horizontally, so they encompass the full end-to-end from the opportunity up to the operations, or do you want more to have teams which are verticals, right, which are focused on a specific one of this area? Or do you even want to have a matrix? Do you have an organization which actually is having both kind of responsibilities? That I leave to you, and I'm sure there are a lot of expertise and experience on that. There is, however, one message I want to leave you with, which is the importance of what I'm calling here in these slides, the gates, right? And the reason for that is that I want to takes sometimes in here is because sometimes people think again as a data science product or data science work a lot like, excuse me, but like an IT product, right? A lot like something that you need to implement, like a new ERP system, a new CRM, or a new hardware replacement, or something like that. Something which, you know, is pretty replicable, something very complex to do. I don't want to be misunderstood. Super difficult to plan and super difficult to organize, but you can kind of know what's happening after what phase, right? And you can have a clear path on what is needed in each phase, and you can implement it and you can roll out because it's replicable mostly. What usually data science projects are more close to things like clinical trials to me, right? If you think about developing an algorithm for, I don't know, improving your forecasting of your endpoint readouts, for example, right? Well, if you ask me to do that, what I can tell you is I can make a plan for how I build the algorithm, how I build a team, and how do I collect the data and so on. I'm going to tell you when I can read out my results of my AI algorithm, but I cannot tell you if in that moment, if in that gate moment, the results are going to be positive or it's going to be negative, if my predictive model is actually working or is not working. There is a lot of uncertainties, there is a lot of uniqueness in data science project for which you need to make sure that when you talk to your business, when you think about implementing an AI solution, that you can fail. And actually you need to learn, and it's an iterative process. So planning it is important, managing the life cycle is important, but bringing the awareness of creating gates and being able, unfortunately, to learn from failures, right? It's key when you manage an AI product through this life cycle. Last point I want to bring to your attention, which is about finding a balance, right? What do I mean with that? Is that, okay, if maybe the previous points were more about the organization and now potentially operating model and what are the things that you may want to consider from a team point of view, from an approach point of view, then it comes actually to do the work, to do the data science analytics, to implement whatever machine learning algorithm and so on. And that's where the importance of, sometimes I guess you hear about data science, sometimes it's a bit of an art, not just a science, right? And why is that the case? Because data science, sometimes you need to find a balance in what I'm personally calling a polarized world of data science, right? What do I mean by that? There are five, to me at least, 5 key components which among which you need to find your balance. You need to find where, depending on the project, depending on the company you're working at, in the sector, in the timing that you're facing, where you need to find a balance. Just to be more specific, the first polarization that exists is between, on one end, personalization, on the opposite end, standardization. Maybe to bring as an example, which is not data science related, but when I believe a lot of you think about, I need to produce a dashboard, something much more simple than data science. I need to produce a dashboard for my organization, for my manager, for whatever, right? There is always the question on, I want that dashboard to be the same across the entire company because I want all the people to know this is a single source of truth. That has to be standardized. But then you face that people like actually more one color than another. People like to see data more in row rather than by column. And that's, people start to be not happy with that, right? With AI is exactly the same. With data science is exactly the same. How much of a personalization and fixing maybe one specific problems that is fit for purpose for something, and how much instead do you want to make it generalizable for the entire organization maybe, again, there is not a single source of truth. There is no something is wrong and something is right. You need to find a balance depending on where you are. Second, polarization that usually exists, quite common. I hope this one, which is complexity and accuracy of an algorithm versus explainability. What do I mean by that? In many data science algorithm, I think it's no surprise that now you can do super complex engine and super complex machine learning algorithm, which are super accurate. They can give you very good performance from a machine learning point of view. But then you know what? They become the black box that many says, right? And which I'm sorry to say that given the complexity that they have, there is not a simple way of explaining it to your business. And people maybe will not accept it because they want to receive recommendation from something that maybe they partially understand, right? So that's an important balance on how complex and how accurate you want your algorithm to be versus how much explainability you want to give back to your business so that they can trust and they can accept and they can use what your data science or AI product looks like. Third element of polarization, privacy versus transparency. I think key on this is about data, right? I think no surprise to anyone. Many says, oh, we need to share data across the organization. Everyone needs to have access to the data. Data democratization is something going on a lot in this. Fantastic, fully supportive of that. But reality is that sometimes you need to face privacy, excuse me, privacy problem, security problem, which create silos, create barriers. So where do you find your balance in that? Depending on the data, depending on the use case, depending on the users, right? And depending on the application area, is not easy. It's quite tricky. Fourth one, interoperability versus agility. Again, I started the presentation showing you the long value chain of a pharma company and the beauty of that, right? It would be beautiful. A lot of discussions around how about, you know what, I build a machine learning in R&D space, right? And you know what, I have all this machine learning actually triggering action all through the value chain, connecting that with manufacturing, with supply chain, with commercial, with medical, and so on. Beautiful. For that, you need interoperable or integrated systems in terms of data, in terms of algorithm, and so on, which is fantastic to do. But then that requires definitely a strong governance from corporate level. You need to require, if you want to truly achieve that, you need to have very strict guardrails, strict guidelines on what people can do and what people cannot do. That it's a bit against, if you want, the concept maybe of agility, where you want to, at the same time, give people freedom to experiment, to try new systems, to try new data, which maybe they're going to break what you have established from the end-to-end type of systems. So how do you make your AI organization as interoperable as possible? At the same time, how do you enable and how do you foster agility, right, to experiment and to try new things independently? The last one, excuse me. The last one, it's about, again, I think it's not a surprise to anyone, but is quite a tricky one, which is about if you usually implement a data science on AI solutions, usually you're looking for an engine which give you a data-driven decision-making process, right? You want to have a recommendation which is data-driven and not biased by some preconcept of, oh, I know my business. But at the same time, you have many people in the organization, as I was saying before, that have got a lot of experience and expertise that will need to be integrated into this decision process. I'm the first one to say that data science, as I was saying before, should be an additional data point to that. How do you integrate of that, and how much of your business insights, of your knowledge, which is maybe nothing in terms of data, but of your expertise, how much of this you incorporate in your output of your data science work is extremely difficult, so that you're not putting too much stuff that you are biasing and you're influencing the unbiased output of your algorithm, which is just data driven and not influenced by gut feeling or expertise or whatever you want to call it. With that, I'm coming to last conclusions. So what some of or areas again for considerations. First of all, it's about the definition of your data science. Define who are your unicorns that you want to go after. Find them, look after them, and really protect them and try to make the best out of them. Second, data science should be connected definitely in the business, but more importantly in the healthcare ecosystem. And as much of the co-creation, it's important, the co-decision element is key, right? Make sure you have a data science earning a seat at the decision table, that they know that they add that value. Third, size the teams, right? Again, one big team or many small ones, right? What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to disrupt fully in something, or do you want to develop and optimize a solution? For question, Hub or spoke or end spoke, and there are ultimately there again, according to the article, which I really support, is how mature is your organization in that specific element. Fifth, manage the life cycle, and more importantly, remember those gates. Remember to make clear to the business expert the relevance and the difficulties of data science, and the data science is actually science, right? Finally, find your balance, right? Choose your polarity. It's extremely difficult to have, and does not exist one size fits all in data science. There is not such a secret recipe. There is a lot of art, and there is a lot of decisions that needs to be taken across a diverse environment. Finding your position according to the problem you're trying to solve is definitely a key element. With that, a big thank you again for listening to me in this last slot of a Friday afternoon, and I will be looking for after receiving any questions.
Thank you so much, Marco. This was a very insightful presentation. Well, I'd like to start. I have a question on my own. So with the current advancements in medicine and in the healthcare in general, sometimes I believe that you must adapt quickly your algorithms to make them actually be suitable to the new medical advances. So have you faced this challenge in some way? And if yes, how did you manage this uncertainty, let's say, to quickly adapt all technology to the advancements in life sciences and health studies?
Yeah, and I can say that it was true literally over the past year. That was kind of almost the case, right? Solution that were needed yesterday for a problem that was coming today, type of things, right? Difficult to answer that. Personal experience in this was literally what happened is that sometimes some of the quicker fix and quicker answer and quicker solutions, they're usually requiring simple answers and simple approaches, right? And you need to understand what kind of strategy you want to follow to answer those. And sometimes what you may need to think about actually is starting multiple stream of work, right? In a sense, maybe let's go for a quick win for something that maybe is going to be 80-20 right, maybe 60-40 right or something, but it's something that at least is given at the right time where something is needed, right? But in parallel, you also start off with maybe a more thorough type of analytics, right? Which may end up giving you the same answer you got before, so great news, or maybe something different, right? So phasing out and starting different stream with different expectations and explaining again what assumptions you take in one approach versus the other is key. And the other things that we also experience is the A/B testing type of approach, trial and error. So if you have got something that you may think is right, you know what, try it. Find your place either in a specific situation within an organization, for a specific country, for a specific brand, where you can experiment quickly and learn, right? And compare versus other solutions, right? And that I appreciate it in the pharma industry is not easy because the reaction time usually to something is quite long, right? There is quite of a lag impact. But I will say that in COVID times now things are becoming faster. So there is a lot of opportunity for that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Also, I'd like to ask a little bit about how do you choose your projects, or how, in your experience, they would companies choose the data science projects that they want to work in. So in my experience, I was working in a hospital, to give a little bit of more context. And we had very specific projects that require thorough analysis and a level of detail that was, very large. And some other projects that were more general, maybe you didn't need that much structured. but they were not adding that much value as well, but they were quick wins. So how did you balance that in your day-to-day?
Yeah, I've experienced different, let's say, structure or format to do that. I think it's definitely very key to have, you can call it a committee, you can call a board, you can call whatever type of structure of people that comes together in order to understand what kind of opportunities there are and where you want to use your data science resources to answer what type of questions, right? Usually you need to set up those kind of squads or again or panel or committee or board or whatever that can be your sponsor, right? These are usually the people that not only define from a business impact point of view the priority, but also they are there in order to for you to support and you want to escalate something, right? Typically, I think what you're going to find very straightforward in the way in which a lot of these prioritization exercise happen, right? There are multiple prioritization type of approach. The classical one is this kind of the matrix one, right? Where you have on one axis, you have the value that the specific use case is bringing. And on the other axis, you bring the feasibility of that use case, right? How difficult it is. And usually the easier the feasibility and the highest the impact, that's what you should prioritize, right? The one, of course, that you need to less to prioritize are the one for which you think there is not as much added value and that are extremely complex. But there are many other approach for prioritization. This is one typically used. Any prioritization, however, for me needs to be definitely set within a governance framework of the data science work. And again, back to what I was sharing, it can be done in a specific function, right? Or it can be done at enterprise-wise. That really depends on how the organization is structured from the overall hierarchical point of view, if you want.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you. And we also received a question here. Sure. Would you mind sharing some real life examples on where AI is utilized at Roche to support the business decisions solved an issue?
Yeah, I mean, actually, the ones that I was sharing with you before, right? The ones that in, let me call it the wheel of the decision point, almost a lot of them we are kind of embracing, we are starting up. The team that I set up again, which I'm responsible for, is a pretty young team. We were established less than 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. So we are still in our a bit infant phase, but we are involved in many of the ones that, let's say, have been described in different shape or form with different, again, level of effort. But there is a significant an important, how to say, support coming from the whole Roche organization, right, to go towards in this direction. On top of course, all the effort that is happening in the R&D space, which is definitely leading also the way.
Thank you, thank you. Well, guys, feel free to send more questions as well. Let's see if we receive any more questions. While we wait for more questions, I also have another one. So what are the key challenges that you face while managing cross-functional teams? Because of course, in a healthcare company, you have, as you already mentioned, you have people with technical capabilities and people with medical / healthcare insights. So what are the key difficulties that you find, if any, on managing these cross-functional teams?
Yeah, absolutely. Is exactly what I was mentioning in terms of the, when you have a specific problem or a question that you want to address, which is specific to a function or to some domain area, it's very relevant to have the composition of a squad, right, which is bringing together the capabilities I was mentioning before, right? And usually mobilizing the right expertise of the domain area together with data science understanding is not that easy and is not always at hand, right? And that for me requires, I don't know if this is a solution or something, but definitely an important element for fixing this kind of situation is truly being agile, right? And truly set up your organization in such a way that you don't have hierarchical teams as such, right? You have pretty flat organization with resource that can be mobilized across. And despite people may definitely be adding a lot of value if they've done, let's say, previous work in supply chain, and there is another use case in supply chain and so on. But that also, that level of flat organization and being more agile and being tiled, right, as we call the tile organization, right, it will also enable a lot of career growth opportunities, right? Because you're going to find a lot of the data scientists, to be honest, really motivated about exploring new areas, right? So the flexibility, it helps also in keeping a lot of this talent, right, motivated, because they can experience different type of use cases, while at the same time you keep a true business domain expertise, right?
Perfect. And do you believe that currently we have companies, they have very well structured databases to start this type of analysis? Because sometimes you may encounter some issues there. I don't know if you have faced something like that.
Oh yeah, I would say in the domain I was mentioning to you, right? So in the value chain, which is all the post-clinical type of use cases, I will say that a lot of colleagues I'm in touch with, not just with my previous company, but also with other company. I have colleagues, I think they will share that this is quite the most painful part, right? Now, I think once again, we are living literally days, right? And times where things are changing pretty quickly, because a lot of this type of work is being digitalized very quickly, and that translated into being data generation much more significant, right? So I would say, is there a company there which have got that specific data structure there? I don't think there is such that is leading the way. I think there is a work in progress type of things that the almost entire industry is facing, with, again, people that are more advanced or organizations that are more advanced than others. My only 2 cents is obviously that always the data exercise should be ultimately driven by the outcome that you're trying to achieve, right? So organizing your data just for the sake of the data, it had limited value if you're then not doing it for a specific use case in mind. Or sometimes you can organize your data wrongly if you are not doing it for a specific outcome in mind, right? Because you may need to do again as soon as you want to fix somewhere, right?
All right, thank you so much, Marco. This was really, really insightful. And now I'll pass the torch to Ronnie to give our final words.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, I can't believe this day has come to an end. It was a very, very exciting day, and you know, I learned a lot from it, to be honest, even though I was preparing in the back. But no, I want to really thank and give a big thank you to all of the people, speakers, and panelists that joined us today: Gemma Estrada, Marta Zanchi, Thomas Guenit, Jacob Sunyol, Marco Giantrappini, Marion Chalumeo, Valentino Confalone, Laura Modiano, Michael Wlodarski, Nick Benson, Freddy Jimenez Gomez, Marcos Gallegos Llorente, Carlos Bianza, Marta Fons. Thank you so much. And also for the Iese team, Magda Rosenmoller and Ziad Mubarak from the Healthcare Club Career Development Services. Of course, to my great team, who I couldn't do it without them, which is Esme and you, Lucas. A great thank you from Natalia from UPC that helped us in the technical side of things. Really, your support was extraordinary along the way, and we are happy to continue our collaboration together. And last but not least, you guys, the participants, who, I mean, this event was for you, and I hope you really enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed to do this as well. I really hope that you took a lot of things here. And, you know, I'll be sending you an email with a short survey soon, and I'll be happy to hear your thoughts, your comments, and how we can improve for the next years. But nevertheless, I really enjoyed it, and thank you very much, everybody. And yeah, if you have any more things, Lucas, Esme, or Ziad, please jump in. Other than that, we can close the session.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. Thank you to all the speakers, panelists, to our team, and to all the attendees. And well, that's all.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the speakers and panelists and our audience, our teams from Iese and also ORP International Foundation for helping us to put off this amazing panel. And thank you and see you next year.
Yeah, see you next year. Bye, guys. Have a great Easter and weekend. Bye-bye for now.
Bye.